Chapter 16 Out of the Bag. There was a sudden sort of spasm, some sort of actual shock, as Sasuke's laughter reached the ears of his team. It struck Naruto and Sakura both, and Kimura as well, although he was less surprised that they had never heard the last air of the Uchiha laugh before. Ever. And even if they had, the sort of laugh that they heard was nothing that could have matched it. It was short and sudden, and even he seemed surprised by it, if the look on his face was any indicator, but it was light. Honest. And it was completely, utterly out of the realm of reality. Itachi, responding to his audience's mirth, giggled, and a wide grin spread on his face. Obito, irritated, smacked his tiny cousin not very hard across the head. Yeah, he muttered, laugh it up. Dummy head. TCH. You're a dummy head. Oh, that's mature, Rin put in. I never said I was mature, Obito said. Besides, you gotta get down to their level if you want to make any sort of impression, he added sagely. So let's get a move on, dummy head. Let's go. Chop chop. Move. Wait, senpai, what you staring at? The title seemed to have taken hold with Obito, and the irony was not lost on Sasuke. But he seemed not to be paying attention. This was not a new thing for Sasuke, but the look on his face certainly was. It was some strange double emotion, or maybe even triple amusement, coupled with anger, coupled with physical pain. It was strange, but it made more sense on his face than laughing did. The black-haired shinobi shook his head, settled himself, and continued walking. His teammates watched him, glanced at each other, glanced at Jiraiya, and glanced at their commander. They clearly had no idea how to react. The strangeness of their moods had caught on with the others as well, but since Minato said nothing, it seemed that Rin, Obito, and Kakashi were content to say nothing too. The blonde Jounin did look as though he wanted to question, but he held it back. He seemed to be trying to think of how to proceed. Whether he should proceed. He kept looking at Jiraiya every few seconds, letting his eyes drift over the others as well, and his eyes showed that his mind was whirling. Or perhaps calculating. Naruto may not have acted like the most observant individual, but his eyes were sharper than he let on. He knew that the future Yondaime was pondering something, and wondered if perhaps he had caught on to the innate strangeness of his teacher's companions. Naruto wasn't sure what could have tipped him off, but he did wonder how they were expected to handle the inevitable questions when and if they proved too difficult or too irritating to keep quiet. Minato didn't strike Naruto as being very patient where his sensei was concerned, and that was where his eyes kept traveling every few moments. Naruto hoped that Minato would go to Jiraiya for answers, because Naruto didn't really want to deal with it. He knew that Jiraiya didn't want them spilling the truth about their nature just yet, although the why in that equation hadn't really made itself known yet, but he also knew that he didn't like the idea of lying to Namake's Minato. For one, he thought that the man who would one day become a legend would see right through any lie Naruto could put forth. And for another, he just didn't like the idea of being dishonest with the man. Sure, he had lied before, had lied loads of times, especially in his days in the Shinobi Academy, but something about Minato made it abhorrent. That was not the word Naruto thought of, but it fit. He thought that maybe he should talk to Sakura about it. She was smart. She'd always been smart. Maybe Sakura would know what he should do with the question of who and why and where and what came up. Because he couldn't really come up with an answer on his own, and didn't think he'd get a very clear one from Jiraiya or Kimura, who both seemed content to keep silent on the matter. And Sasuke, well, when had Sasuke ever been approachable enough to ask for advice anyway? And he certainly seemed even less inclined than usual to listen right now. He didn't look especially upset, but there was a paradoxical way about him that suggested that he was upset that he wasn't upset. Naruto thought he understood. Jiraiya and Minato were talking again, but they had broken off from the rest of the group and were too quiet for Naruto to hear what they were saying. The blonde-eyed Sakura, who was watching Sasuke with a confused but relieved look, and every so often responding to Rin with a distracted air that seemed to annoy the young Chunin, but only slightly. Naruto started to migrate toward his pink-haired teammate. Kid, came Jiraiya's voice, and somehow Naruto knew that the old hermit was talking to him. He turned, eyebrows rising questioningly, and saw that Minato looked confused and Jiraiya looked stern. He bit his lower lip, nervous for some reason he wasn't quite sure of, except for the fact that Jiraiya so rarely had that kind of look on his face, and Naruto had learned long ago to keep sharp track of the white-haired hermit's moods. When that man was serious, there was always a reason. Come over here a second, Jiraiya prompted, waving Naruto over. Naruto did. All right, sensei. Out with it. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, straining to look innocent, but he couldn't help but feel as if his mother had caught him with his hand in the cookie jar. The hermit almost felt an urge to hide said hand behind his back and kick at the ground, but thought that the cute act would work on Minato about as well as it did on anybody. That was, it wouldn't. And he would only end up with some degree of injury. So drawing in a deep breath and preparing himself for what he knew his student was about to ask, Jiraiya set out with what specifically? Minato crossed his arms and frowned. I think you know. Something's been going on here. You've been strange ever since you came back this time. You've been a lot nicer for one thing, and usually that wouldn't be cause for alarm except that you're you. If you'd prefer I go back to criticizing you at every turn, I can certainly do that, Jiraiya offered, knowing that this was the end of the game, but not all that keen on letting Minato win that easily. You say that Sasuke is a member of the Uchiha. You say that he was taken in by you when he was very young, too young for Obito to have remembered him? Well, that's all well and good, but I don't remember him either. I may not be a member of the Uchiha clan, but I keep tabs on my people. And I've never seen him before, never heard of him. And you're just bringing this up now? Jiraiya wondered. You always have a reason for anything you do. I figured there was a reason you would lie. I thought perhaps you would tell me. But you haven't. But everything that's been happening with these new students of yours. It's strange. Too strange for me to ignore anymore. So what is this, sensei? What's happened here? Jiraiya stood stolid, staring at his former student for a long moment as he considered his options. He honestly didn't have any options at this point, did he? If he did, he couldn't see any, and he had been thinking rather hard on this moment for some time now. He didn't really know why he had been attempting to hide the truth. Perhaps he feared that the illusion, for did he really know that this whole situation wasn't an illusion? Would break if he did. Or perhaps he just figured Minato would not believe him, and thus it would simply be better to pretend the truth didn't exist. God knew he'd done that often enough in his life. But here it was. Minato had called his hand, and did he really have any choice but to lay down his cards? So he drew in another breath and let it out very slowly. It's called a... He began. Chronological shift. That's what she called it anyway, crazy old bat. What it boils down to. Well, you remember mentioning that I looked 50? Minato quirked an eyebrow. Yes. You're right. The blonde Jounin blinked. What? You're right, Jiraiya said. I am 50. He glanced over at Itachi, who was rushing to keep up with his cousin. Judging by that one, I should guess that my age should be about 34? Good lord, boy, and you just now decided to call me on this? Minato stared. Looks can be deceiving. Remember that old adage? It's especially true when dealing with you. And like I've said, I figured you had your reasons no matter what conclusions I drew. Jiraiya shook his head. It's a good thing I haven't exactly made my presence known around here. Who knows how many people would have wondered? Your students probably wonder. They haven't said anything, have they? Minato shrugged. Why would they? We're shinobi, old man. We know well the importance of secrets. Unless I give the order, they say nothing to anybody. Good. Well, anyway, fine. In any case, do the math. If I should be 34, which puts you at about 20? Minato blinked again, confused, but nodded. But I am 50 years old. So, take your guess, genius. That's 16 years. Wait, are you? For years from now, give or take, Jiraiya mumbled distractedly. What? Oh. Nothing. Nothing. Anyway, there you have it. This chronological shift, as it's apparently called, boils down to the age-old idea of time travel. Amazing what we shinobi can do given enough time and boredom, isn't it? He wondered how ridiculous he sounded passing off something like this as a game. But he guessed that there was no point in changing his way of thinking now. He'd always taken things too lightly, hadn't he? Hadn't old man Sarutobi always told him that? Well, he supposed here was the proof of it. Minato was staring at him still, but comprehension seemed to slowly be creeping onto his face. He did not seem disbelieving. That was one good thing about dealing with a genius ninja, Jiraiya thought. He understood the possibilities, and the idea of time travel didn't seem nearly as outlandish to him as it might have to someone else. You're from our future, Minato said. Essentially, yes, Jiraiya confirmed. About 16 years. And so you know, smart guy, I've aged wonderfully. I am still quite popular with the ladies, thank you very much. Now, anyway, there you have it. So your students are... Only Naruto is my student, Jiraiya corrected. The other two are his. He gestured to Kimura. He's the commanding jounin of their three-man squad. I took on Naruto as a bit of a side project. So then, Minato wondered, looking at the gray-haired jounin critically, is that Kakashi? Jiraiya finished. Yes. A surprised lilting laugh escaped the future Yandame's lips. No kidding. Hatake Kakashi. Well, he certainly looks the part. So then, Sasuke hasn't been born. Neither then have Naruto and Sakura. You seem to be taking this in stride, Jiraiya said. What choice do I have? Why else would you look so ancient? Jiraiya punched his student in the arm hard enough to knock him to the side. You watch your mouth, boy. Look, Sensei, I am not saying I really comprehend what you're telling me, Minato said. I am probably in shock. The implications of this whole thing will hit me sometime in the morning when I am almost certain I'll conclude that this has all been a dream. So I'll run with it for now. You may need to convince me more. Fervently later. Jiraiya chuckled, shaking his head. But this situation gets weirder and weirder. Well, kid, whether you comprehend it or not, it's the truth. I can tell you how the jutsu works if you'd like. I, wouldn't suggest trying it, though. Minato raised an eyebrow. Why not? You did. Jiraiya averted his gaze, seeming uncomfortable. Instead of answering, he said, You're right. Sasuke has not been born into his clan yet. He will. In about 4 years from now. But the only way to explain why the boy can harness the Sharingan was to admit his heritage. Besides, I don't think I could have gotten that stubborn little misanthrope to cover up that fan, no matter how hard I tried. Catching on to the fact that his mentor wasn't going to elaborate any more on the jutsu itself, Minato decided he'd count himself lucky for what he had and continue on. He doesn't seem very agreeable. Seems he must have learned that from the others. So, why has he been acting so oddly around little Itachi? Jiraiya frowned. I don't think he'd appreciate my going into that. It's his business. And anyway, I think there's something else that you'll be quite a bit more interested in. HM? Jiraiya turned. Kid, he said, and Naruto turned. Minato frowned, perplexed. Come over here a second. What is it? Naruto asked. Well, Jiraiya said, stuffing his hands into his pockets as he strolled along, it seems good old Minato here has caught on to our little game. So now he knows. Oh, Naruto said, and there was something like relief in his tone. That so? So, what now? Jiraiya shrugged. Not sure. But anyway, there's something I'd been intending to tell you, both of you, for a while. I just wasn't sure how to go about it. But now that half the cat's out of the bag, I suppose I'd better let the other half out before it gets cold. Naruto blinked. What? Don't question my metaphors, the white-haired hermit snapped. So you all are from the future? Minato said, mulling this over. That's quite a story. I think I have no choice but to believe it honestly. I don't think Sensei could get drunk enough to make this up. Oh, I could, Jiraiya said, chuckling. Believe you me, I could. Minato chuckled. Naruto did as well, but it sounded forced. You wanted to know something, kid, Jiraiya said, and it's why you've been so distracted today, aside from... Well, and here he gestured at Sasuke. But, I think you'll be interested to hear this, so pay attention. Naruto looked confused. Huh? You asked me about your mom and dad, Jiraiya said. Yeah? And? Did you find out? There was something desperate and just sad about the way Naruto looked at him. Just being reminded of the question he had asked Jiraiya earlier that day brought the issue full force back into his mind, and Sasuke may as well not have existed anymore, to say nothing of Itachi. I knew, Jiraiya said from the beginning. Sorry, Naruto, but I just couldn't figure out how to tell you. But now I know that I shouldn't have kept it from you. It's not right, and like I said, the secret's out now anyway. So, you know where they are? Not quite. Hey Minato, is Kushina at home? Minato frowned. She should be, yes. Jiraiya nodded. Good. I think it's time we pay her a little visit. Who? Naruto asked. Jiraiya chuckled, and now that he had come face to face with the decision to tell, he seemed excited, almost giddy. Kushina. She's Minato's fiancée. Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto stopped moving. He stopped breathing. His eyes went wide, his hands dangled lifelessly at his sides, and he looked for all the world like a fish. Jiraiya laughed. Minato quirked an eyebrow questioningly. Namikaze Minato? Jiraiya said with a flourish. Meet Uzumaki Naruto. Minato's mouth opened. Naruto? He continued. Meet your father. Chapter 17. Father. The silence that followed was as tangible, as palpable as a brick wall. Jiraiya didn't pretend to himself that he couldn't have handled the situation any better way, but one of the hallmarks of his existence was to save second-guessing for later. There wasn't any use thinking about it right now, was it? It was done, and while it was perhaps possible to go back and change it, he'd be a fool to say otherwise, considering the fact that he was talking to a man who in his memory had died over a decade ago. He didn't think it was quite that easy, and besides, relying on such a crutch was dangerous at best. So he waited, and he wondered, and the part of him that doubted was stomped into the dirt for now. He could think of the repercussions of his statement later. It had no bearing now. If Minato's face was unreadable, then Naruto's was a breed of neutrality that didn't have a word. They both seemed suddenly mesmerized by each other, and the first thing Jiraiya saw there was doubt. And of course there was. You don't just take in stride something like that, do you? The hermit actually found himself wanting to crack into his usual trademark grin, finding his students' faces to be quite humorous actually. He glanced to the side and saw that the others had stopped some distance away and were watching them. It was both ironic and heartening to see that of all of them Sakura seemed the most concerned. It seemed to be a new feeling for the girl caring for her blonde firework of a teammate, but it was clear to anyone with half a brain and 2/3 of an eye that she did. Now if not before. Jiraiya caught Kimura's eye and nodded, allowing the grin onto his face to show that concern was not warranted. Not yet anyway. He gestured. The silver-headed Jounin nodded in turn and gathered the group together again and urged them onward. Sakura seemed doubtful, but Sasuke glanced at her and she followed. Not with her usual beaming, sparkling smile, and at coming Sasuke-kun, as she was known for doing, but with a frown and a distracted glance backward over her shoulder. Naruto didn't see it. If he had, he wouldn't have read the look for what it was. He had spent too much time convinced that she was of a like mind to so many others that she hated him, or at least found him annoying, and thus the expression that she had on her face right now wouldn't be concern, but disgust. His thoughts were interrupted when Minato laughed. That is not what I was expecting you to say, Minato cried, throwing his head back and laughing. But something that Jiraiya caught, and maybe Naruto did too, that laughter didn't say that he didn't believe, just that he was amused by it. Or maybe by Jiraiya. I am sorry, Sensei, but this is all coming at me a bit too fast. He glanced down at Naruto, who was staring up at him like a half-convinced religious acolyte who wasn't quite sure if he should be kneeling and praying right now, and his wide grin softened. I am not laughing at you, Naruto. Sorry about that. But, you both have to admit you've put quite the, wow. Okay, you mind if I sit down to digest some of this for a minute? He didn't wait for his mentor or his student to reply, but simply hopped down to his sitting position on the ground, pulling his legs close, crossing one over the other. He shook his head. Wow. I mean, it all makes sense. If all the things I've seen, it all makes sense with what you've said, but... He looked up at Jiraiya. You're sure? Jiraiya was dead serious. I'd say the same under torture, kid. I am positive. I stood guard at his birth. Look, Minato, Naruto, I know this will take a while to come to grips with, but I figure it's been hidden too long. I've been trying for a while now to figure out just why I thought it needed to be kept a secret. The white-haired ninja crossed his arms and glanced away, surveying the horizon. I don't want to go into details just now. There's plenty you might want to know, but I think for one thing Kushina should be ear to ear. Kushina. Minato murmured thoughtfully as if he'd forgotten her name. Or who she even was. Yes. Come now, boy, Jiraiya snapped. You didn't think any other woman would bid you, did you? Were you always this thick? Yes, if you couldn't tell from his name, Uzumaki Kushina is this boy's mother. And she needs to hear about this just as much as you do, I'd wager. So that will come later. For now you two just... No. Yes. He's your son. Any and every god that anyone's ever conjured is my witness, I swear it. Minato knew just as well as in fact he knew better than Naruto that when Jiraiya spoke solemnly like this it meant he was not only telling the truth, but that he may as well have been swearing an oath. This was not a prank. He would not joke about something so serious anyway. No, this was solid rock-grounded reality. Naruto was trying to speak. His words, when he finally managed to form them, were my father is a hero. Sky. Perhaps the most disarming part about that statement was the solemn, almost ominous tone Itachi used to say it. He pointed upward and Sakura wasn't sure if the toddler was talking to her or to Sasuke. Realizing that it probably didn't matter, she said, Sky. Itachi nodded emphatically. Sky. He repeated. Sky blue. Sakura found herself following the direction of the boy's pointing. Ah. Yes, the sky is blue. Itachi nodded again, seemingly satisfied that Sakura understood, and turned away looking pleased with himself for his insight. Obito stared at his cousin with a confused expression on his face. Kid? I think we all know the sky's blue. Sky what blue, Itachi informed the young Chunin. Aye. What? The sky is a lot blue, Kimura murmured serenely. The boy has a point. Sakura found herself wanting to laugh. Even Sasuke allowed a smirk, and although part of it looked almost like a grimace of pain, it was nice to see even this caricature of a smile on the genin's statuesque face. I wonder what Jiraiya and Naruto are talking to Yondaime about, she whispered under her breath after a while, wondering if she'd been loud enough for her teammate to hear. It was this that kept her from laughing, what kept the smile from her face as Itachi continued to inform the others about the details of the universe as he saw them. Regardless of what she knew he had done, the boy was rather adorable. He looked... I don't know. Scared, Sasuke said. Sakura blinked, surprised not the least by the fact that Sasuke had even answered. Scared? You think he... Yes. You're right. He was... Jiraiya probably told him, Sasuke went on, keeping his voice low so as not to divert attention back to them. The pair fell back behind the others, and Kimura only gave them a passing glance before turning his head away again. Told the fourth where we come from. Sakura frowned. Well, I guess it was bound to happen eventually. Why? Why do you think Naruto would be scared of that? I mean, maybe you wouldn't believe it, but... The fourth would believe anything his teacher told him, Sasuke said. Jiraiya could tell him the sky was made of strawberry milk, and he would say, well, it doesn't look like it from here, but I guess you have a point. Sakura chuckled. Maybe. But I don't think they were talking about strawberry milk. Whatever it is, somehow I don't think he would want us to know. What? What could Naruto find out that would? Did you see how he... Sasuke turned to look at her, and his black eyes were glinting. Perhaps Jiraiya told him that he and the fourth are family. Fami. But before she could even finish the sentence, she realized that it made sense. How else would the two of them look and act so similarly? Of course they were related. Right? Yes. But Sakura would have thought that finding out something like that, being related to the greatest hero Konoha had ever seen, would bolster Naruto's usual confidence, not hurt it. Why do you say they're family? Sakura wondered, even though she figured Sasuke was right. What? Have you heard Jiraiya say anything? Sasuke shrugged. And that was all he would say on the subject. Sakura fell into contemplative silence, knowing Sasuke was right, but no less confused for it. When it came to most people and Naruto, most often it seemed answers only brought more questions. The Uchiha district was a place that in Sakura's own experience had been off limits to the public for years. Ever since But walking into it following Obito and Itachi didn't seem so much a trespass because it didn't feel like the same place, and of course that was true. It wasn't. In her time it was dark, ominous. There were shadows lurking and sneaking, making their rounds along their chosen kingdom, and the living had no place among the lingering memory of the slaughtered. But this was not a place of death. It denied death. It denied shadow. To Sakura it almost felt like when a child convinced there is a monster under her bed finally works up the courage to look and finds nothing there. She felt some inexplicable weight lift from her walking into this most clandestine place that she thought of as a graveyard to find it was a sanctuary. But looking at Sasuke, it seemed that he had looked under the bed only to find that the monster was not only there, but it wasn't alone. His face was twisted into a facade of indifference, but he moved with a sort of mechanical stiffness that was completely at odds with his training. His fists were clenched and his jaw flexed spasmodically. She wanted to put a hand on his shoulder, but Sakura had a sneaking suspicion that this wouldn't comfort him and that she would probably lose the hand. Fugaku-sama doesn't like you inviting people, and without his okay, Rin reminded her teammate as Obito sauntered toward his home. She received no proper reply, Obito choosing rather to simply wave his hand and shrug as if it didn't matter. Fugaku-sama doesn't like much of anything, Obito said after a moment. Sasuke staggered and only continued to walk when Kimura, who had slipped behind him, pushed him along. Soft, Sasuke, the Jounin admonished. Fear can only cripple you. You know that. Sasuke nodded curtly, mouth shut tightly, because he likely didn't trust his voice. Besides, Obito said loudly, grinning, they ought to meet the newbie. Been a long time since you've been home, senpai? He asked, turning to regard Sasuke. He received no reply, but he seemed not to have expected one. Homecoming party, that's what you need. It'll be great. Sasuke didn't look exactly convinced, and Sakura wasn't either. But no matter what, they seemed to want this was going to happen. A confrontation that Sasuke was clearly no better equipped to handle as he'd been when Itachi had shown up all smiles and giggles and nonsensical hand gestures, and he was going to have to face his past no matter what might happen. A part of Sakura wondered why Sasuke wasn't pleased that he would be seeing his parents and the rest of his clan again, but she had quickly realized that it wasn't that easy. It hurt. Because he knew better than anyone that it couldn't last. And back home the graveyard was just as full as it had ever been. This was no homecoming, no joyful reunion. This was meeting ancient strangers, ghosts of a memory he had spent half of his life banishing, burying, and forgetting. And reliving that memory like a burned victim, reliving the touch of fire, was far more agonizing than the event that had made it. Sakura dared to reach out and take Sasuke's hand. For a wonder he didn't pull it back. But he didn't seem to feel it either. Hero? Minato repeated incredulously. Is that what they're calling me? Jiraiya wasn't sure what to make of Naruto's mood at the moment. He seemed at once enraptured and somehow terrified, and he had to wonder what was going through the genin's mind. He remembered the conversation he'd had with the boy before about what Minato had eventually been forced to do, and wondered if maybe Naruto's decidedly sympathetic outlook on that action suddenly changed, faced with the idea that his own father had been responsible and not just the village's leader. He wondered how much that distinction mattered to Naruto, and feared that it mattered quite a lot. That's one word for what people consider your kid, Jiraiya said. More apt to say legend. You managed to make quite the name for yourself, Mr. Yellow Flash. After my own heart you are, although I wouldn't stand by such a ridiculous nickname. Minato was grinning like a little boy. Heh heh. Oh wow. So I am big news, huh? Oh yes. Quite. He regarded Naruto curiously. And this is my son, huh? Well, well. No wonder you're talented. It's in your blood. His grin split his face again, and Naruto's awestruck, almost painful expression softened a bit. A ghost of his usual smile, so like his father's, even managed to poke through. Like I said, Jiraiya said, there's plenty I am sure both of you will want to hear from me, but I think it better if we involve that fiancée of yours. She has just as much a hand in this as you do. Although I am not so sure she's going to be as quick to believe it as you were, Minato. Minato smirked. You'd be surprised what I'll believe. What's that saying? With any skill, the deeper you delve into it, the more difficult it becomes, and all the more amazing because of it. I think you put that in your book, didn't you, Sensei? Jiraiya chuckled. Indeed I did. So, Minato grinned, looking about ready to laugh. Let me guess. He barely passed the academy, didn't he? Didn't you, Naruto? Called on directly. Naruto blinked, then nodded sheepishly. He didn't trust himself to speak. Minato laughed heartily. Why would you ask that? Jiraiya asked snappishly. Oh, because I can think of someone else who didn't have very good grades, but still managed to hold his own in combat. Any idea who that might be, Sensei? I can't seem to remember his name. Oh, shut it, you brat, Jiraiya muttered. Minato stood up. Well then, let's get to the bottom of this. Even if Kushina doesn't believe it, she's sure to be entertained. I want to hear more about this. Well, Naruto? Come on. I guess we'd better introduce you to your mother, shouldn't we? Naruto opened his mouth, trying to speak. Minato suddenly started seeming to realize something. Hey! Wait! Why? Why doesn't he know us? He looked at Jiraiya, who was suddenly stone-faced again. Sensei? I know that I would. That I could. Did we? Did she? Is she? Before Jiraiya could even think to reply, Naruto suddenly threw himself at his father, linking his arms around the man's waist like twin loops of steel, and began to cry. Chapter 18, Speaker for the Dead. There was something about Jiraiya's response, namely the lack of one, that made Minato flinch. Seeing the realization dawn on his student's face reminded Jiraiya just why he had risen to the position of Hokage as quickly as he had. Of course the facts were easy enough to come to, considering the circumstances clearly. If Naruto had no idea who he was, then well, that wasn't what was so impressive about Namake's Minato. Not the realization, but his reaction to it. Not shock, not fear, not even disbelief, but cold hard fury. Jiraiya, he said softly, and his voice was dangerous. That anger which was born of fear, but not ruled by it, had helped the blonde Jounin to reclaim a soft, deadly composure. He kept a hand on Naruto's shoulder, absently rubbing it in an instinctual attempt to comfort the boy, but the other hand was clenched into a white-knuckled fist. Jiraiya looked at his prized students and found himself at a complete loss for words. Damn it, Jiraiya, talk! Minato suddenly thundered, eyes blazing. You were the one who said this has been a secret for too long. That you couldn't figure out why you thought it should have been in the first damn place. I just figured it out. Distantly, though, the white-haired hermit was relieved. Yes, this was right. This was proper. This was what he got for dabbling in an art that he had no business trying. This was his consequence, the payment for the unfathomable bliss of seeing his beloved protege again, having to answer him. Somebody had to answer for it all, and how inexplicably right that it should be him. I swear to God, Jiraiya, if you don't give me a better answer than Minato. Both Minato and Naruto flinched violently at the way he said it. The tone of Jiraiya's voice right now was entirely unlike him, so much so that it seemed to part from him as if a ventriloquist were using him as a puppet. Part anger, part frustration, part exasperation, but mostly he was pleading. Desperately pleading. Listen to me, Jiraiya, almost whispered. You'll have answers. I swear to you, Minato, you will have more answers than you could ever want to hear. I'll tell you. I'll explain everything. But that's the problem. Let me at least stay a while longer. Just a while longer, so that I can face this properly. I beg of you, Minato. I beg you on behalf of any respect you may have ever had of me, just a little while longer. The frightening part was he was begging. Short of falling to his knees, Jiraiya's face was that of a man baring his neck for the executioner's axe. Naruto turned his head, tears streaking his face, and stared. Why? Minato finally managed, looking confused, but still angry. What could you have possibly remembered that would? Minato, my boy, Jiraiya murmured, sounding as though he were speaking to his own child rather than his former student, and those three simple words carried the cadence of a suicide note. If I know you half as well as I should, then after I tell you this story you're going to kill me. Jiraiya clenched his teeth, glaring at the serene landscape behind his students and looking as though he were fighting to hold back tears. And if you don't, then Kushina will. Anger gave way to confusion. Because somehow Minato knew that his mentor wasn't being dramatic. Just one look at the man's worn, haggard face told him that Jiraiya fully believed this. What? He choked up. Could possibly, why would I ever? You'll understand, was Jiraiya's reply. Oh, by God, you'll understand. But for now your son needs you, Minato. That's all you need concern yourself with right now. Please. He didn't know. Minato was suddenly aware of the trembling child in his arms. A powerful child, a determined, driven, dangerous child, but still a child no matter what his village told him. No matter what his leaders told him. Still a child. His child. Because the man who would one day be Hokage continued as far as, "He knows I am dead." That's it, isn't it? Jiraiya sighed. Yes. His child. Minato looked down. Naruto looked up. In that moment there was no teacher and there was no student. There was no Hokage and there was no soldier. It was in that moment as Minato knelt down and wrapped his arms about Naruto's shoulders, pulled him into a hug and stroked back the blonde hair that was so like his own that Namake's Minato became a father. And Uzumaki Naruto, feeling comfort and security that he had never even known he'd wanted, surrendered to that embrace, tears flowing anew, and became a son. Jiraiya watched this dry-eyed and hated himself. Kakashi. The group stopped and the silver-headed Chunin glanced back. But Jiraiya was not looking at him, his eyes were centered on Kimura. The elder Itachi raised his single visible eyebrow questioningly. Jiraiya made a beckoning gesture with one hand and Kimura nodded. Naruto, he said. You told them? Kimura sighed, but it didn't sound all that dejected. It sounded more like the man was relieved to hear this news, but Sakura thought that Jiraiya didn't look nearly the same. He didn't look like a man who had finally lifted a burden from himself, he looked like one who had picked up a new one. A heavy one. So heavy, in fact, that it would break him. I assume it didn't go well. He figured it out. And now I have to tell him. Tell him everything. Kimura looked confused for just about 4 seconds. Then his face fell and he closed his eyes. I see, he said softly. He glanced at the group of young shinobi. Obito, take your cousin home. Come back to the training ground. There is much to discuss. And you are a part of it. You all are a part of it. The only one who looked even slightly pleased at this development was Sasuke. And why not? The inevitable had been averted, at least for him, and he, much like Sakura, were curious. What, they wondered, would Jiraiya have to tell that would have him looking so somber? And did it have to do with the myriad of mysteries surrounding their blonde teammate? And would they want to know the answers to those mysteries when they heard them? Obito frowned but nodded and grabbed Itachi's hand to pull him toward his home. The toddler waved goodbye and Sakura found herself lifting a hand to reciprocate the gesture. Rin looked confused, almost frightened, and Kakashi looked well like Kakashi. Kimura nodded to the white-haired hermit. It was going to happen eventually, he said. Better that it happened sooner rather than later. We need to get this over with. All of it. Come on, everyone. Follow us. Obito will catch up. When he gets there, Jiraiya said, go over as much of it as you feel necessary. I have a specific task to handle. Kimura's face lowered. Kushina-sama. Jiraiya nodded. Sensei's fiancé? Rin asked. What are you talking about? You'll understand, Rin, Kimura said, and there was a certain softness to his voice. He turned away from the Uchiha compound and began walking back the way they had come as Jiraiya vanished into thin air. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, but he offered no words of encouragement nor even acknowledgement. He was, however, watching Kimura intently as if searching for something. What Sakura didn't know. She didn't ask. He wouldn't have answered anyway. Uzumaki Kushina wasn't used to seeing her future husband in a bad mood. But she thought that the worst part about his current mood was that it wasn't exactly bad. He didn't look angry. He looked sad. Confused. Scared almost. When she answered his knock, the first thought that came to her was that one of his comrades had died in the field. But then she saw the boy standing beside him and the thought fled her mind. The two of them looked identical. Hi? She offered, a bit apprehensive. What is it, Minato? You look pale. Minato said, clearing his throat. Sensei said to stop by. That he'd meet us here. He has something to tell us, and I don't think it's very good news with the way he's acting. But I guess, well, hell, Kushina. I don't know what to think right now. The boy was staring at her with the wide-eyed absence of a religious acolyte. It was rather uncomfortable, but somehow Kushina knew better than to comment on it. Instead, she stepped aside and held open the door. "Come in," she said. "Maybe if you sit down you'll figure it out." Minato nodded distractedly. "Yeah, maybe." He didn't sound convinced. "Come on, Naruto." "Oh," she said, smiling. "So this is Naruto. One of Jiraiya-sama's new students, right?" Naruto mumbled, not even as coherent as Minato. "Yeah, well, yeah. Ero Sennin is my heir," Kushina laughed. "Ero Sennin," she repeated gleefully. "I like that. Well, come in, Naruto-kun. Any student of yours," she snickered, "Ero Sennin is welcome in my home." A bit more lively, Naruto managed to smile a charming if nervous smile and bowed his head. "Thank you," he said, and followed Minato into the living room where they sat down. Kushina gestured to a pot of tea and a set of cups on the table in the center of the room. "Help yourself," she said. "I just brought it out when you knocked." Minato murmured his thanks, and Naruto gave one of those smiles again, a bit more confident this time, and Kushina sat down across from them. "You look like you've been sentenced to a month-long deployment to Suna again, Minato," she said lightly. "What's going on? What's wrong?" "I don't know," Minato said. It's important, I know that, but Sensei hasn't said much. He said you should hear it too. He should be here soon." Kushina leaned back on her couch and crossed her arms. "Okay, what's going on here? I haven't seen you look so serious since the day you fumbled through your proposal and forgot where you put the ring." "I didn't forget," Minato snapped, as she had hoped Kyuda took it, another one of Kakashi's dares. "And I didn't fumble. I was positively eloquent. What's with you Uzumaki women anyway? Your mother mocks me incessantly too. I happen to be a distinguished, highly dependable man. You should be honored that I accepted you." "Oh, is that right?" "But of course." Kushina's smirk echoed in her fiery blue eyes. "Well, now what an honor it is to have been chosen by the great Namikaze Minato Dano. Shall I bow to your greatness then? Would your lordship enjoy an offering?" Minato dared a glance at Naruto, who was grinning. Laughter danced on his face, and when he sensed he was being watched, he turned his gaze to the young jounin and offered a smirk of his own. "Careful," he whispered. Minato chuckled. "Well, now I guess a lighter atmosphere does help things along. What a smart fiancé I've managed to find. I suppose that introductions are in order then? Naruto, this fine lady here is Uzumaki Kushina. And Kushina? This is Uzumaki Naruto." Kushina blinked. Minato's smile was soft, almost somber. "Our son." Jiraiya wasn't the sort of man to question himself once a decision was made. But this time he just couldn't help it. He stood at Uzumaki Kushina's door, hand raised to knock, and found that he hadn't the strength to. He was just about to turn around, thinking that he should wait. Yes, wait. Wait a day, give them a chance to get to know each other before, but he didn't get the chance. The door opened and Minato stood there. "Whatever this is, Sensei," he said seriously, "you're making a bigger deal of it than you should be. Now get in here and start talking. You're a writer, aren't you? Spin a yarn. Come on." He made an impatient beckoning gesture with one hand. Jiraiya sighed. "Don't tell me I am making too big a deal of this until I tell you, Minato. Trust me now, because you likely never will again." Minato scowled. "Knock that off, Sensei. That isn't going to happen." The blonde jounin grabbed his mentor's shoulder and shoved him into the living room. Kushina and Naruto were watching each other with unreadable expressions on their faces, and Jiraiya was struck by the resemblance. After spending so many years marveling at the young Jinchuriki's resemblance to his father, it had never struck the hermit that there was such a mark of his mother in that face as well. And he wanted to run again. Dear God, he wanted to run again. Minato stalked into the room and plopped himself on a chair. "All right, Sensei. Let's have it. How are you here, why are you here, and what the hell happened?" Jiraiya remained standing even when Kushina glanced over and offered him a seat. "Minato, Kushina, and you too, Naruto, if you forgive me anything, I hope it will be just how long it will take me to explain. Find patience for that if you can, damn it, man, we're not going to disown you." "What happened? What did you do?" Jiraiya shrugged helplessly, hands out in what might have been a gesture of pleading. I betrayed you. I betrayed all of you. Because I am a coward. And once he began to speak, he couldn't stop. Of course I knew you'd be Hokage one day. We all did. Rinobito Kakashi, they knew it too. Everybody knew it. Namake's Minato, the Yellow Flash. Yandere Hokage. A legend in living flesh. Oh yes, you made a name for yourself, boy, don't you think otherwise? I am proud of you, Minato. Imagine my student taking my own former commander's place. I couldn't have been prouder if you'd been my own son the day you took that cloak and that hat and declared that Konoha would become the greatest shinobi village in history. Kushina, you were crying. But you were laughing too and applauding just as much as any of us, and you told me later that you'd never seen him so radiant. Yes, you said that. Could there ever be a prouder moment for you? Yes. Oh yes, there could be. I remember I never understood why you had me as your best man when you married her. Why me? I asked myself. Why not Kakashi? Surely you didn't want me screwing up your wedding with my lame jokes and lewd stories like I did when you first met Kushina's parents, right? They never stopped glaring daggers at my head at the reception, you know. I guess they came across my first book and it well reaffirmed their suspicions of me. I what? Oh right. It's just a technique. Yes. Back in time. It would be 16 years. Oh, I happened across it. An old man sold it to me. Cost it for to what? A woman, oh. Right. I did say that, didn't I, Naruto? Ugly enough to be either, really. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I knew you two would have a child eventually. Of course you would. Have to carry on the bloodline, right? You both love kids anyway for some god-awful reason, but I suppose I never really thought too much on it. It never really hit me. I guess it never does for anybody. I remember when you were pregnant, Kushina, and I was telling you and Minato about a story I was working on and how I was going to call my main character Naruto. I don't remember anymore where I came up with it. But you said it was perfect. A beautiful name even. And you said that if you had a boy, that's what you'd name him. And maybe when he was old enough, you'd let him read the story that gave him that name. Namake's Naruto, I thought. That was a good name. Yes, a hero's name. I was going to protest, you know, but it did have a ring to it. It really did. And when he was born, you were both as good as your word, and you named him Naruto. But then you made a mistake. You named me his godfather. I guess maybe I expected it, but I wasn't sure if that kind of responsibility should be mine. You know me, Minato, I am no good with kids. And I wanted to tell you to find somebody better. But you insisted, and well, that's when things started to go downhill. Chapter 19, Baptized by Fire. Before you continue with this, Kushina said, sounding all but panicked, you're going to have to do better than it's a jutsu I found. You two are introducing me to a son I haven't had yet. Maybe you can take that without a real explanation, Minato, but I am finding it a bit more difficult. Naruto flinched suddenly, looking sullen again. He lowered his gaze, staring at his hands. Kushina sat across from him, and her eyes flickered from him to her fiancé to Jiraiya with the feverish speed of a cornered animal. She finally seemed to notice Naruto's sullen mood after the fourth or fifth pass and frowned suddenly, looking sad. Oh, I am sorry, I didn't know, damn it, you two are idiots. She snarled at the two men still standing near the door. Didn't they ever teach you tact at that academy of yours? She knelt down in front of Naruto, forcing a smile onto her face. Hey, she said, her tone so gentle that it made Jiraiya flinch. Why so sad? You don't have anything to be sorry for. Look at me. Your name is Naruto, right? Isn't that right? The blonde managed to nod. He lifted his eyes hesitantly to look into his mother's. Kushina's smile widened. Why, yeah, Naruto whispered. Uzumaki Naruto. Eros Anin said my family name was Kazuhiko at first, but Uzumaki, that's my family name too. It's a nice name we have, don't you think? Do you know where it came from? Naruto shook his head, but he was beginning to look like himself again. His eyes were beginning to regain their usual luster. Kushina continued, my family is from the land of the whirlpool. Uzu no Kuni. That's where the name Uzumaki was derived from. Naruto frowned, looking confused. I've never heard of that place. Where is it? Now? Kushina asked without losing her smile. Nowhere. We were, well, let's just call it disbanded. That's why I moved here to Konoha. I met Minato here, she gestured to her fiancé, who was looking both impressed and a bit crestfallen, and well, when he told me about the village where he lived I fell in love. This village is beautiful, isn't it? Naruto smiled. Yeah, he said. It is. So Kushina frowned thoughtfully, face screwed up into some facsimile of confusion. Maybe you can help me understand what Jiraiya-sama is trying to tell me. I am not too well versed in ninjutsu. What did you call him? Ero Sennin? She grinned. Well, maybe you know, but Ero Sennin sometimes forgets that not everybody knows what he does. So tell me, Naruto-kun, you're from the future? Is that right? Naruto flinched at being called Naruto-kun, but it was clear that he was pleased. His smile broadened into something resembling his usual expression. Kushina was grinning too, and it was clear to both Jiraiya and Minato in that moment that while Naruto might have had Minato's face, he had Kushina's smile. He said, yeah. Ero Sennin used this jutsu. I don't know what it is. But anyway, he says we're 16 years? Yeah. 16, I think. In the past. Kushina raised an eyebrow. You don't look a day older than 13. I am almost 13, Naruto said. So you aren't even born yet, are you? No, not really. Not here. So how do you know you're in the past? What have you seen? What's different? Well, there's lots of things. My favorite restaurant's in a different spot. Old man Okage looks younger. His hair is still kind of brown. Ish. Minato snickered. I haven't seen Tsunade-bachan anywhere. Does anybody know where she is? He looked over at Jiraiya. Jiraiya shrugged. I haven't the faintest clue. If that woman doesn't want to be found, she won't be found. HNN. Well, the Uchiha place. District? Yeah. That's it. That place looks better. Cleaner and stuff. At a rather severe look from Jiraiya, Naruto cleared his throat and said, of the Hokage monument, that's a big one. A face is missing, Jiraiya murmured and chuckled. Minato looked at him. Yeah, Naruto said. He pointed to his father. Your ugly mug isn't up there yet. Minato blinked, then grinned like a child. Hey, yeah, if I become the fourth like Sensei says, then they're gonna carve my face up there. That's so awesome. Kushina laughed. You're such a child sometimes. And you love me for it. Naruto shrugged as Kushina turned back to him. And well, I mean, you guys are here. He gestured. Kushina's smile finally disappeared completely. She stared at the blonde. What do you mean? He means we're dead, Kushina, Minato said, and the mood was suddenly sober again. That's part of what Sensei wants to tell us. We both died before he was old enough to remember us. So not only are you telling me that we have a son, but we're not even going to be able to raise him? Jiraiya closed his eyes. If Naruto was raised by anybody, it would likely be his academy instructor, Umino Iraka. Iraka? Minato repeated. I know him. He's just about to enter the academy. Iraka-sensei is a chunin, Naruto said. He tapped the headband he wore. This is his. He gave it to me when I graduated. Jiraiya nodded. And when Naruto graduated, he entered into the ahem tutelage of one Hatake Kakashi. Kushina blinked. Kakashi? As in? So wait, is the man that I ran into, he said he was a relative of. Was that? He's going by the name Kimura right now, Jiraiya said, nodding. But yes. That was Kakashi. He did look familiar, except he had one eye covered. With his headband. I've been meaning to ask about that, Minato said. Is he blind in that eye? Was he disfigured? Why does he cover that side of his face? I mean, aside from the obvious reason. I'll get to that, Jiraiya said. There's a story to go along with that as well. Kushina smiled again. He called me Kushina-sama. I thought that was strange. Now I see why. Jiraiya shrugged. Kakashi always has been polite. Well, sort of. Minato said, okay, sensei. Maybe it would be a good idea for you to start at the beginning. I don't know if I want to hear about how my own death is going to come about. I don't think anybody would really. But it's pretty obvious something strange is going on here. Kushina nodded. Jiraiya drew in a deep breath. Right, well, like I said, you named me Naruto's godfather. You also said in a half-joke that Tsunade would be his godmother. She hadn't been in the village for ages untold by that point, but you said that if she ever came back the position would be yours to take. And I guess that was a bit of an honor, really. To have the child of Konoha's greatest hero as a godson. Greatest hero? Minato's our greatest hero, is he? She sounds so convinced. It might be fun to mock the boy Kushina, but looks are damn well deceiving. Look at Naruto. Look at me. In the days just before his instatement as Hokage and thus his removal from field work, other shinobi villages issued flee-on-site orders should they ever run into our yellow flash here. Wow. I don't even think you got that. Yes, well, there you have it. The fourth Hokage quickly became the village's most popular leader. They rallied under your banner, kid. Mock-up versions of your cloak and hat, yes, you wore it just like the old man, were sold in costume shops. Kids would dress up and have mock wars in the streets. I mean, sure, kids always had mock wars in the streets, it just happens. But this time they all had a leader. Whoever wore the mantle of Yondaime always won. It was the rule. Oh geez. That sounds well creepy, actually. It sounds cute. Call it creepy all you want, but everybody can see the grin on your face. You like it. Life went pretty well for you. The war resolved for now anyway. For us, shinobi war is never fully resolved, and the people content. Everything was fantastic. We lost some of our own, of course, but all in all we as a village were more prosperous than ever. All thanks to the Yellow Flash. The more I hear that nickname, the more it reminds me of a bodily function. Well, we never get to pick our nicknames now, do we, Naruto? Well, you are. NGH. Anyway, it looked to you two like the perfect time to bring a child into the world. Right when things were most peaceful. And of course you both always wanted a child of your own, didn't you? Especially you, Kushina. We all knew it. It's a noble desire to extend your bloodline to nurture a piece of the next generation. Some might call that selfish, I guess, but I don't think your desire was ever selfish by any means. When it came out that you were pregnant, the village exploded. Yondaime's heir! Yondaime's heir! What an occasion! We'll make his birthday a holiday for the entire nation. We'll dance and sing and bring him into the world properly. We'll show him just what Konoha really is. What we're made of. What, Naruto? What was that scoff for? Naruto-kun? You look angry. Well, he has a right to. I'll get to that. I tell you, Minato, I don't think you'd ever been more nervous as when Kushina's pregnancy started coming near its end. It was coming close. Your baby. Your son. And even though you always told people you weren't royalty and it wasn't right to call him your heir, I think maybe you started thinking of him that way toward the end despite yourself. But you told the villagers many times that just because he was your blood didn't mean he'd automatically become the fifth. Rather amusing thinking about that now. You know you'd be surprised what you remember when you finally start telling a story from the beginning. You told me once right around her 8th month that it would be just your luck to have some catastrophic war blow up around us, some cataclysm that would take you away from the village right when Naruto was supposed to be born. You never did like the idea of the Hokage sitting behind a desk and reading reports of what your fellow shinobi were doing. The Hokage is the greatest of the Leaf Nin. Why the hell should the village lock up their best in an office and send out the others to do his work? I always liked that attitude. You were a smart one when you wanted to be boy. You keep talking like I am already dead. Force of habit, kid. This time travel business doesn't do much for one's mental equilibrium. Let me guess. Minato's premonition was right, wasn't it? Not in the way that any of us could have anticipated. And you should know that when it comes to the old adage about hoping for the best and expecting the worst, well, Minato's a master at it. He came up with any number of scenarios that were far more likely to happen than what did. He did his best to prepare for them all too. He wanted everything to be perfect when his baby boy entered into this fundamentally screwed up world we've somehow managed to build for ourselves. Naruto would be born into prosperity, damn it, and anyone who wanted to stop that, well, I am pretty sure a few of the curses you laid their way weren't real curses. Quite inventive, though. I'll admit that. I used one of them in a later book. So what happened? What the hell is so bad that it could kill Konoha's golden boy? What killed my husband? Pick the worst possible contingency, the worst enemy you could possibly have come upon us, and picture something stomping it into the dirt to reach you. The red fire, the hunter of blood. Hell's twilight. The beast of whips. The devil's guard dog. I can't even count how many names this damn thing has. Mythological creatures always have too many names. But we found out beyond any doubt that this thing wasn't a myth. Nine Tails. The Cubio god? Yes. Yes, I think it is a god. A primal evil malevolent god. A god who'd like nothing better than to dump us headfirst into the apocalypse. I think maybe the Kyubi is the only god that actually exists. It makes far more sense that God wants to destroy us rather than save us, if you ask me. We were blessed by God, all right. The night Naruto was born. Blessed by hell. And nobody was more blessed than Naruto himself. What do you mean by that? Sensei, you don't mean, damn it, Sensei, you don't mean that I. Show him, Naruto. I don't just tell him, you won't believe me. He won't believe anybody. Show him. You're serious? Well, I certainly wouldn't invent a story like this, Kimura said dryly. It's not like I benefit from it. Believe it if you want, Rin. Don't believe it if you want. It makes no difference to me. We can't really prove it, Sakura said. Or well, I can't. I am the first ninja in my family. Sasuke raised a thin black eyebrow at Obito, who was staring at him. He said nothing, but his midnight black eyes still seemed to say, what reason did you think there was for not knowing who I am? He looked even less concerned than his commander. He couldn't care less that the story was unbelievable if he tried. He glanced at Kimura. Are we done here? We're wasting time. Isn't there a mission these three need to prepare for? Kimura looked entirely unsurprised by the young Uchiha's reaction. Jiraiya-sama is handling the truly delicate part of this situation, the silver-haired Jounin said. It is perhaps logical to think that you three have less to take from the truth than Minato-sensei and his fiancée. They more than we have, more to digest, more to understand, and more to think about. I will only be very slightly surprised, in fact, if Minato-sensei asks for another team to take your place in this coming mission. He will have much to think about. Sakura looked at Sasuke wide-eyed. Sasuke looked back at her and made no reaction. So you're seriously Kakashi? Obito asked, still skeptical. Seriously, Kimura repeated. Hatake Kakashi, student of Namake's Minato Jounin, in the service of the 5th Hokage of Kanagakure. Yes, 5th. Although depending on how one wishes to consider the numbers, she may be the 6th. She? Rin asked. Godame is a woman? A woman you are all slightly acquainted with, in fact, Kimura said. Tsunade. Okay, now I know you're full of it, Obito scoffed. The day she becomes Hokage is the day I eat my headband. Kimura twitched, but said nothing. Tsunade is my teacher, Sakura said. She taught me most of what I've been showing you. Rin frowned. I did think your techniques were kind of advanced. Kakashi was watching Kimura silently, dark eyes scrutinizing, gauging. He was the only one who hadn't spoken since Kimura had begun telling them the truth of his existence, and of where Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke had come from. He hadn't said a word of disbelief or belief, choosing instead to digest the information first. Kimura locked eyes with his younger counterpart. The Jounin sighed. There's one thing, Kimura said, that I think I need to get out of the way. Something all of you might have wondered about, even if you didn't realize you wondered. He tapped the metal plate on his headband. Kakashi's eyes widened the faintest bit, and Obito screwed up his face, looking even more confused and even a bit apprehensive. Sakura bit her lip. Sasuke sighed, sounding bored. Kimura lifted his headband to show the long thin scar going down his face. He tightened the cloth so that it stayed in place on his forehead where his counterpart wore it, and sighed again. This will take a fair bit of explanation that I don't think I want to go into right now. So I suppose I should just get it over with quickly. Kimura opened his left eye. Chapter 20. The truth shall set you free. All Kushina saw was a seal branded onto Naruto's stomach. She admitted to herself that it seemed kind of crass to do such a thing to such a young recruit, but then ninja were bred nearly from the womb to become warriors, so she didn't really figure that she had much of a say in the matter. In the grand scheme of things, it seemed rather harmless. In fact, she suspected that the only reason she was even uncomfortable about it was because this was her child. Or so Jiraiya said. But he did look like Minato. Didn't he? And didn't he feel like her son? She felt some kind of connection to the boy at least. And she thought that that connection, that maternal instinct, or whatever it was the part of her that cringed at the thought of what that seal might signify. When she turned to look at Minato, she expected to see confusion, or maybe interest, maybe even recognition. What she didn't expect to see was abject horror. The man Kushina planned to marry the man who had looked death straight in the face with a twinkle in his eye and a song in his heart. The man, braver and stronger than any she had ever seen in her life, stumbled backward and fell flat on his back as his legs gave out beneath him. He was shaking, stuttering, struggling with all the willpower he had to regain control of himself. "No," Minato whispered. It was all he could manage. It was the only word he could grasp. "No, no, no. Oh God, no, I wouldn't. I'd never. That can't be." Jiraiya sighed. "Yes, Minato. It is. That seal is what keeps him human. Your seal. The seal that claimed you. Your son holds the nine-tailed fox within him. He is the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki." Minato was shaking his head, trying desperately to deny whatever horrors he was facing in his mind. Kushina felt helpless. She had no idea what to say, what to do, what to think. She barely had an idea of what they were even talking about. "You," Minato whispered, staring at his teacher like he'd never seen the man before. You. Let me turn him into a prisoner? You let me place a burden like that onto my own son? Is this what you were so frightened to tell me, Jiraiya? Is this what you didn't want me to know?" Being the outsider to this conversation that she was, Kushina could tell that this wasn't what Jiraiya had been frightened of telling his student. Jiraiya looked surprised, newly guilty, and had no idea what to say. The hermit opened his mouth to speak, perhaps to continue his story, but couldn't find the words. "It had to be me," Naruto cried out suddenly. Jiraiya and Minato both flinched violently. They stared at him. What do you mean?" Kushina asked, sensing that the other two wouldn't be able to ask. Naruto had lowered his shirt, removing the seal from view, and was staring at the floor as if trying to figure out the answer to that question. He lifted his hands and stared at his palms. "It had to be me," he repeated breathlessly. Because who else would he be able to choose? It has to be a baby, doesn't it?" He looked up at Jiraiya. "For the seal to work, it has to be a baby, right?" Jiraiya licked his lips, drew in a breath, and nodded. "Yes." So what was he gonna do?" Naruto asked, speaking as though Minato weren't even there. "Ask the village if anyone else had a baby they wanted to sacrifice to that thing? He couldn't do that. I was the only one. I was the only one he could choose because... Jiraiya looked at Minato with a suddenly stern expression. "Because he was the only one you could make that decision for. You couldn't look to your people, other new parents just like you, to give up their children to the beast." Minato was still shaking his head. "No, I wouldn't do that. Not to my own child. I'd never do that." "Yes, you would," Jiraiya said, "because if you hadn't, it would have destroyed the village, and not just Naruto, but everyone would have been sacrificed. A leader has to make decisions like this, Minato. That's why there's only one. And if I didn't have the fox in me," Naruto said, "then I wouldn't have survived my first mission. I wouldn't be here. I'd be dead." He looked at his father and actually smiled. "So, you kinda did me a favor." Minato drew in several deep breaths, straining to regain control of himself. He forced his legs to obey him and rose shakily to his feet. Kushina went over to him and helped hold him steady. He looked back at Jiraiya. There was no other choice. Jiraiya nearly laughed. If there had been, do you really think Kushina would have let you do it? Naruto's grin was coming back. Stronger, brighter. Arrow Sennin's been helping me with it. Helping me. You know, handle it. I figure if the thing's going to be living in my body, then it's gonna pull its weight. Know what I mean? Minato wiped a hand over his face. He said, well, sensei, don't expect me to take you out for a drink or anything, but you don't have to feel guilty over this. I guess in the face of that, there really was no other choice. But, damn it, I just can't believe that. How could I? How could? You'd be surprised what so many years as a ninja will do to you, Jiraiya said. He sounded much more like himself now. He sounded relieved. Kushina knew that he hadn't said everything, knew that he was still holding something back. The real bombshell. But considering Minato's state right now, she didn't really feel like pressing the man for answers was a very good idea. This kind of stuff is what a hero does, right? Naruto asked. It's not easy, and you don't like yourself for it. You want to kick yourself in the teeth for it. But other people thank you for it. Other people appreciate it. Better this way than to have someone else have to take it on. He winked. I can handle a stupid fox. Who knows what'd happen if you left it to some other idiot? There was a breath of silence before Minato started laughing. It was the kind of laughter that would change to tears with only the slightest prompting. Minato reached over and pulled the blonde genin against him, still laughing. Whether we raised you or not, he said, you've turned out pretty damn well, haven't you? Naruto returned the embrace gratefully, smiling from ear to ear. Kushina put a hand on top of her son's head and stroked back his hair. Jiraiya lowered his head and a light shudder passed through his body. He was smiling in spite of himself. Kushina knew that he didn't want to leave this discussion as it currently stood, knew that he wanted to tell them everything. But somehow, he just couldn't. Perhaps she thought that was a good thing. Uzumaki Kushina had seen a lot from the man who had taught the finer points of the ninja arts to her future husband. She knew how their relationship worked, knew that they trusted each other implicitly, and she knew that each would do absolutely anything in their power to help the other. The one thing she wanted most desperately not to see was something horrid enough to break that bond. And as far as the look on Jiraiya's face could tell her, she had just narrowly avoided it. What the fuck? Rin elbowed her teammate in the stomach in some species of reprimand, but it was half-hearted and Obito probably hadn't even felt it. They were both staring at Kimura. Even Kakashi looked stunned. Those three words seemed to hang in the air, surrounded by stifling silence. Sasuke looked bored, Sakura unsure of herself. Their Chunin companions didn't even know they still existed. Kimura's black and red gaze held them rapt. My name is Hatake Kakashi, Kimura said slowly. I am a jounin in the service of the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. I am the son of the White Fang. I am known as the Copy Ninja. I am one of the so-called masters of Konoha's secret weapon, the Sharingan. Kimura looked immensely uncomfortable to be saying this, but he kept his attention locked onto his audience. His hands were pocketed, his stance easy, but there was no question that he did not want to be talking about this. He did not sigh, he did not slump, but something about his voice gave it away. He wasn't bragging, on the contrary, he sounded bitter, as if he were mocking himself. How the hell? Obito began, then his eyes went wide. Holy crap, are you an Uchiha? Like from way back? Are you my second cousin or something? The faintest ghost of a smile cracked under Kimura's mask. No, Obito. I am in no way connected to the Uchiha clan by blood. One might say that this Sharingan that I possess is stolen. Loaned. This, he gestured vaguely to the left side of his face, is not my eye. It's not your. Obito shook his head, smacked his temple with the heel of his hand a few times. Well, I am sure as hell glad you're making so much sense here. I mean, anyone else would have sounded pretty damn crazy right now, but you. Now Kimura sighed. He said, it's not my job to make you believe me. In all honesty, I'd like you to think I am nothing but a raving lunatic. It would make things that much simpler. One eyebrow lifted in a curious kind of gesture. Are we to play that ask me something only Kakashi would know game now? I believe him. Kakashi's normally cold blank eyes were riveted on the silver-haired Jounin, all but blazing with intensity. Kimura frowned at his younger self, but did not speak. Kakashi continued, he has no possible reason to be lying right now. Anyone with a working brain cell can tell that that is the Sharingan. In the history of this village, has there ever been a single person who could only activate it in one eye? Obito blinked. Well, no? I don't think so. That scar makes me think that it was implanted, Kakashi guessed. Kimura inclined his head. You lost your own left eye in battle and had it replaced. Again Kimura inclined his head. You keep it covered because you have no control over it? You can't deactivate it? He's good, Sakura murmured. She looked at Kimura. No wonder you graduated from the academy so early. Kimura closed his eye, repositioned his headband, and tightened it again. My blood is not Uchiha blood. I have only enough control over this eye to use its power, not to temper it. The only way to keep it from exhausting me to death is to deprive it of stimulation. That makes sense, Rin murmured. So when you open that eye, your brain treats it just like the other one. You just see. But since it holds an activated Sharingan, you see the way an Uchiha would. So you can use it. But since you weren't born with it and didn't learn how to use it yourself, you can't do anything else. Kimura nodded. Whose is it? The question seemed to fly from Obito's mouth of its own volition, but as soon as it was asked, both Rin and Kakashi looked surprised as if they never would have thought to ask. Kimura locked eyes with Obito, and there was more than discomfort in his face now. There was fear. Why are we leaving? There was still that youth coming out in Naruto's voice whenever he spoke, and every time he heard it, Jiraiya felt a knife twist itself into his chest. He didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He just didn't trust himself not to break down and just... Well, do we have to leave? Naruto pressed when his teacher didn't speak. I wanted to. I want to. But he couldn't say it. I don't know what I want. He murmured softly, as if just reaching that conclusion as he said it. Let them digest it, kid, Jiraiya said. We'll come back after a while's gone by, after they sort through all this. He coughed, cleared his throat. Just let them be for a while. Trust me. He flinched violently as these last two words came out of his mouth, and he cursed himself for them. The two shinobi continued to walk for a while in uncomfortable silence. After he could take no more, Naruto spoke. His voice was haunted now. Conflicted but resolute. He said, so you're my godfather. Huh? Jiraiya closed his eyes. Yeah. That's right. And you were scared to tell them that you weren't. That you didn't. You never. Yes. So, why didn't you? Why didn't I tell them? Jiraiya asked flatly. Or why didn't I raise you like I should have? He dared a glance at the blonde genin and saw an unreadable expression there. Naruto said the second. I already know the first one. A forced chuckle. A small cough. The worst part about it all, Jiraiya thought as he tried to figure out what to say, was the lack of accusation in Naruto's voice. He finally decided, after much deliberation, that the truth was his only option. He said, because I didn't trust myself. Because I knew I'd screw it up. Because I would never match up to the father you lost, no matter how much I deluded myself. I knew I'd be too protective. I knew how the village would treat you, and I knew that if I stayed there that I would have strangled every last one of them with my bare hands. Was this a lie? It sure as hell didn't feel like the truth. But it was the only thing he could think to say. It was the only thing even close to what he felt when he thought about it. He continued thinking that if he dwelled on it too much it could only get worse. I knew that the old man would handle it better than I ever could. I knew he'd keep them within reason, but that he wouldn't shelter you. I knew he'd figure out the right way to handle the people. I knew that I could trust him with you. Far more than I could trust myself. The more he spoke, the more it sounded like he was lying through his teeth. It's 'cause I look like him too, isn't it? The very air around him turned to concrete. Jiraiya's entire body locked up and his eyes went wide. His breath wouldn't come and words no longer existed. You didn't want to look at me every day thinking of my dad, Naruto continued. You didn't want to remind yourself every day that you couldn't save him. That you couldn't save my mom. That's why you wanted to kill everybody, 'cause the way they looked at me felt like an insult to them. Some adoring public they were, huh? Ooh yeah, we'll show Yondaime-sama's son what we're made of, alright. Now there was some bitterness in Naruto's voice. You took your mother's name. Or, the old man gave you her name. Because not many people knew it. She was just Kushina to most of the villagers. Minato's girl. He thought that if he let you carry your father's name, that they wouldn't be able to contain themselves. That they'd assassinate you. For retribution or some stupid. Like Gaara, Naruto mumbled. Jiraiya didn't say anything. Do you think they knew? Naruto asked. That they knew the village would ostracize you? I think Kushina suspected. Minato always is a bit of an idealist. He thought the village would understand. He thought the leaf of all villages would see the sacrifice you were making on their behalf. That you'd be a hero. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiraiya wanted to reach over and ruffle his student's hair for some reason, but he stopped himself. He said he should have known that heroes aren't born. They make themselves. Like he did. Like you're doing. Like I, well, should have done. Don't worry about it, Naruto mumbled. I mean, hey, what kind of idiot would I be if you'd been around all the time? Besides, Irika-sensei always stuck up for me. So did Kakashi-sensei, now I think about it. Saw him a few times. You know, before graduation. Always. Kinda. Watching me. Looking out for me. Least that's what I always thought. Who knows with that guy? Better men than I. Oh, shut up, you came back, Naruto said, and gave Jiraiya a shove. I am not gonna start holding grudges or yelling at people. Never did me any good before, what good's it gonna do now? Besides, like I said before, if I didn't have this stupid thing trapped inside me, I'd be dead. That Haku guy would've stumped me flat. And if I am not mad at my dad for doing that, how am I supposed to be mad at you? You're just a pansy. Jiraiya felt laughter bubble up in his throat, and he barely choked it back. Naruto was grinning again. And anyway, you're the one who brought us all back here in the first place. So far as I see, we're even. I give you my eye. Kimura didn't respond. There was no real reason to speak. Obito was staring at Kakashi as if he were an alien. So I die and this guy gets my eye. What kind of raw deal is that? I mean, weird enough that those freaks would go rooting around and removing my organs, but what the hell? You told me that you would have no use for it anymore, Kimura finally said. And seeing as how I went and got my full ass blinded by the enemy. He cleared his throat. I may as well take one of yours so that I'd still have depth perception. One awesomite is better than none. He said this all in a completely deadpan tone, but somehow he still sounded like his former teammate. Obito stared at him for a while, nonplussed and clearly edging near the realm of panic, but Kimura just looked at him. The gentleman looked as though he couldn't possibly care less whether Obito believed him or not. Why the hell would you guys come here using some weirdo time travel crap just to tell me I am gonna die? Obito finally thundered. I mean, what the hell's that? Is that like fun or something? You guys think that's entertaining? What else you gonna say, huh? The goddamn apocalypse is happening too? What about Sensei, huh? What's gonna happen to him? Where'd you learn 1,000 damn jutsu anyway? Copy ninja my ass. And who the hell's this guy? Obito threw a hand over towards Sasuke. The second son of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto, Kimura said. Your cousin, Sasuke muttered. Oh great, so Itachi has a brother. Well, at least I won't have to babysit him, right? Since I'll be dead. Obito. Rin murmured. Calm down. You're not going to die. Not according to the copy ninja here. We're A-Team Obito. We won't let you die. Apparently you will. And apparently I am so stupid that not only am I gonna get myself killed by some stupid-ass rock ninja, but I am gonna just go handing out my eyes for whoever the hell needs one. Hey Rin, you want one? I'll have a spare. Don't matter if I am blind, cause I am gonna be killed in a cave-in later. Obito Kakashi snapped. Enough. Oh sure, you're all calm and collected, you thief. Kimura closed his one visible eye and let out a long-suffering sort of sigh. Obito stomped away, cursing and mumbling to himself as he did, leaving his teammates looking exhausted, Kakashi, and mortified. Rin. Kimura did not bother to follow the young Chunin, choosing instead to look up at the sky and pretend none of the others were there. Sakura looked entirely unsure of what to do with herself and Sasuke. Well, looked like Sasuke. Just when I was starting to think he was less annoying than Naruto. Obito stopped. Stood rock still for a long moment. He seemed to be thinking of something. And then he whirled around and rushed back to the others. Wait a minute! He cried out, his former venom replaced with manic glee. If that's my eye you got stuffed in your head then... I learned how to activate the Sharingan. Kimura blinked. Rin stared. Sasuke and Kakashi both hung their heads and sighed. Oh, for the love of God, they muttered in unison. Sakura was the first to start laughing. Chapter 21 From the Ashes. Do you honestly think that it was a good idea to leave them to their own devices after a bombshell like that? Jiraiya asked. Kimura didn't actually raise an eyebrow, but nonetheless it felt like he did. The hermit chuckled nervously and rubbed his hands on his pants. Point taken. I did the same thing. Still, I am not exactly the smartest old codger in the world, and let's face it, even if I was, this isn't exactly a normal situation. Kimura still gave no immediate response. He seemed to chew on his words for a while before he finally said, slow and contemplative, as though his compatriot had asked him the height of philosophical inquiries, and maybe he had. Reminding them too often of our true natures will only alienate them from us. And the kids? Aren't they alienating themselves too? At the least they are younger. This gives Obito and the others some vestige of control over the situation. We, on the other hand, represent a threat. Right, 'cause Squad 7 doesn't represent a threat at all, right? Kimura smirked beneath his mask. That wasn't what I meant. Still, I would be rather intrigued to see them engaged. If they would only learn to work together, they would be a true force to behold. Raw talent has never had a clearer face. Jiraiya wasn't sure which group Kimura was referencing, his own or his own. Small wonder they call time travel a madman's errand, the hermit thought. My mind is already trying to eat itself. Obito seemed to have gotten over his anger at hearing about his own death almost too quickly, and Jiraiya wasn't too sure that that was healthy or surprising after he took some time to think about it. All things considered, Kimura's eye did prove that Obito had achieved his ultimate goal before meeting his end, and there was some amount of comfort and pride to take from that. The pair of elder ninja watched the group as they digested the overflow of information currently invading their minds. Naruto, for his part, seemed to have finally regained his usual exuberance, and Jiraiya had to wonder why that was. Part of it may have had to do with the fact that Sakura wasn't ignoring him this time. She seemed downright friendly, which was such a rarity that it should have gone down as some sort of astrological event, and even though Naruto's conscious mind was currently dwelling on the revelation that he'd just met his dead parents, his subconscious mind had taken note of and appreciated the fact that his kunoichi companion was paying positive attention to him. His smile didn't seem fake anymore. Sasuke and Kakashi were taking great pains to ignore the conversation in which Obito was attempting to ensnare them, and Jiraiya sensed a certain camaraderie between them. They had a shared mission: shun the idiot. It made Jiraiya think back on his own teammates, and he felt a stab of empathy for Obito. Rin was entirely unreadable. Her attention was divided amongst the two groups, Naruto and Sakura, who were engaged in conversation, and Sasuke and Kakashi, who weren't. She tried to join in on Obito's sermon, but he didn't seem to hear her. He was always like that, Kimura mused, and Jiraiya looked at him, wondering not for the first time if the silver-haired son of the White Fan could read minds. When he got onto a particular topic and his thoughts outpaced his brain, he would never notice when other people wanted to speak. He'll remember that Rin was trying to talk to him about 6 hours too late while he's lying in bed staring at the ceiling and waiting for the Sharingan to activate. She looks rather pitiful, Jiraiya said, raising an eyebrow at Kimura. Everyone else has some groundbreaking revelation to process. Obito has his own death. Kakashi has to figure out what your deal is. Sakura is realizing Naruto isn't the raving moron she thought he was. Sasuke is still wondering what the holy hell he's supposed to do about Itachi. And Naruto, well, how did they take the news? Kimura wondered idly. Surprisingly well, Jiraiya said. They always did adapt quickly. Must be where Naruto picked it up. Wasn't a half hour until they both felt like parents. Papa Wolf and Mama Hawk, and they didn't even have to wait for the pregnancy. Kimura smirked again. Jiraiya looked back at the young ninja. Should we impart some kind of world-bending wisdom onto Rin just so she can know? Jiraiya blinked. Time froze and the hermit's lungs froze with it. Kimura's remaining black eye was blazing and all traces of humor had gone from his face. Dread had turned the most unshakable ninja in Konoha's military into a breathing corpse. Jiraiya didn't even bother to ask. He understood all too well. What do you make of it, Minato? The Yellow Flash wasn't a man with a penchant for lying, which was decidedly odd considering his profession. But then love had a way of doing that to someone, and Minato hadn't had to spend more than an hour with his future bride to know that Kushina detested dishonesty. It had leaked into him over the time they'd spent together since then. But just because Namake's Minato was honest didn't mean that he was stupid. He knew better. He said, I have no idea, sir. He's been traveling for who knows how long. Could be anything. He doesn't really look that much older, does he? Could be all his debauchery is finally catching up to him. The third Hokage wasn't stupid either, though. Minato was as certain as he'd ever been of anything that the old man knew his prized soldier was lying to him. Sarutobi's eyes were narrowing and Minato felt nervous. But he stood his ground. It could be that I am growing too old to properly judge things like this, he said. Don't be ridiculous, Minato said. You're not old. Sarutobi scoffed. Flattery, Minato? It doesn't work for Jiraiya, and I can assure you that it won't work for you. I've been told that I am quite charming, sir. And I've been told that the Hidden Rock simply wants to negotiate. Minato chuckled. Point taken, sir. Jiraiya's gotten himself into something off-putting, Sarutobi said. Again. I suspect that you know more than you're telling, but I also suspect that there's a reason for your secrecy. Make sure that your loyalty to your mentor does not compromise your loyalty to this village. Of course, sir. See if you can't convince Jiraiya to tell me this secret he's keeping. Understood, sir. Go on then. Give Kushina my best. Minato bowed and vanished. When he found Kushina, she was strolling aimlessly through the village carrying a basket of various foodstuffs. He fell into step beside her, and this time he didn't bother trying to startle her. She said, I think I am getting used to this quicker than I thought, she said after a while. Minato wasn't sure what she meant by that, so he said, didn't you just go shopping? Kushina shrugged. I forgot a few things. If what you've told me about Naruto's eating habits is actually true, then I am thinking the poor boy hasn't had a properly cooked meal in his life. And I know you believe Jiraiya-sama just as much as I do. So I think it's our job to fix that, don't you? Minato blinked. Yes? I have a son, he thought. You have something special planned then? Kushina's smile was almost predatory, and there was a gleam in her eye. Oh yes. And you are going to help me. I what? You heard me. It's our job. That means you too. But I don't cook. So I've heard. It's such a shame that I don't care. Come with me. Minato suddenly had a very bad feeling about this. Kushina seemed to know this and found it entirely too amusing. Why do I get the feeling that we're climbing to this way too quickly? Minato mused as he followed his executioner fiancé. Shouldn't we be more, I don't know, shocked? Furious? Scared? Giddy? Drunk? Kushina chuckled. The first thing I learned about your mentor is that nothing is too off the wall for him to accomplish. If any ninja was going to be capable of time travel, it would have to be Jiraiya-sama. I could be frightened or angry or any number of other emotions. None of them are going to be all that helpful. I figure we should just do what comes naturally. And right now that means giving my son a home-cooked meal. My son Minato repeated. Kushina was grinning now, and Minato couldn't help but follow her lead. Our son, they said in unison. Rin could take a hint. She eventually decided that everyone would be better off if she left to do her own thing. None of the others seemed to notice her. Well, Kakashi did, but then Kakashi noticed everything. He seemed to give her a sympathetic, almost apologetic look, but he didn't move. She didn't get 10 feet from where her companions old and new were still embroiled in insanity before Kimura and Jiraiya seemed to appear directly in front of her. She didn't bother to blink to look around or anything of that nature. Her teacher was the fastest ninja in Konoha, and this was nothing new to her. She bowed her head. If you have any questions, Kimura said, feel free to ask them. We will answer if we can. She couldn't help but hear if we decide to in that tone of voice, but said nothing. She simply smiled and nodded. Thank you. Lord only knows how little we understand about this debacle of a technique, Jiraiya murmured. It was your idea. Best to accept that you jumped into it without thinking, Kimura said. Was Jiraiya's only reply. What kind of effect will this have on the future? Rin wondered. The river of time corrects its own course, and no work by the hand of mankind can hope to disrupt it completely, Jiraiya muttered cryptically. I am not going to pretend I have any clue as to the implications, but somehow I don't think we have much of anything to be worried about. Are you only saying that because you're afraid something will happen that you won't be able to fix? Rin asked pointedly, and Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at her. Are you saying that because you hope you won't inadvertently do something that will disrupt the future forever? I hate smart children, Jiraiya grumbled. Kimura seemed to be smiling. Put into that perspective, I am not sure we have any excuse to keep the Hokage in the dark anymore, he said, crossing his arms and raising his single visible eyebrow. Jiraiya scowled and heaved a disgusted sigh. HNGH. You make a good point, Rin, Kimura said. You always were the smartest of us, he thought. Rin didn't look all that pleased with the compliment. She was frowning. All of you. You're from our future? We are, Kimura said when Jiraiya proved unable to speak. He seemed deep in thought. Why did you come back? Was it just to see what would happen? Was it to see Obito-kun again? Was it to see Sensei again? Jiraiya gave a full body spasm. A light seemed to go on in Rin's eyes. What happened to Sensei? Something happened to him, didn't it? Something in the future. You know something, don't you? Jiraiya recoiled from each question as if they were weapons stabbing him through the heart. Smartest and most intuitive, Kimura thought. Sensei, he said, sighing, became the fourth. We all knew he would. And he became a legend. The pinnacle of what a Hokage should be. The herald of a new age. The bringer of a new hope. When people think of the position of Hokage, they think of him. Rin's frown deepened. He won't be Hokage for long, will he? Kimura took a breath. No. He will not. What happened? He didn't answer immediately. Jiraiya seemed not to hear. Kakashi. What happened? Kimura closed his eye and hung his head. Come on, Rin. Let's gather the others. This story will take a while. Minato, you can't walk away from it like that. You're going to scorch the pan. Minato had conducted missions the likes of which would send most men twice his age reeling in terror. He'd seen things, he'd done things that sent lesser men to their knees. He had lives, dozens of them, relying on a single moment, a snap judgment, a split-second reaction so fast that they couldn't follow it. And he'd done it, by God. He'd done it so many times that he couldn't remember. Ow! Damn it, that's what potholders are for. I should have known. You're not a woman. You're not even human. You're some kind of witch, and you've got me under some kind of spell. That's it. That must be it. This is voodoo is what it is, and I don't appreciate being duped into participating in it. Kushina gave him a look and rolled her eyes. It's soup. It's devil soup, you RP. The fire-haired woman with a temper to match stepped past him and tossed a knife into his hand. Go chop something before you hurt yourself. You're good with a knife, aren't you? Isn't that something they teach you? Minato gave his wife to be a sour look and stalked away. Yes, they teach us how to use knives. Oh, look at me, I am so funny, I make jokes while my husband gets sucked into a hell dimension because I am a witch. I am a human sacrifice. She's fattening me up is what she's doing. Hush. I intend to tell Naruto that we made this meal and you'd better make sure you don't screw that up or I'll take it out of your hide. I may not be a shoo-in for the next Hokage, but don't think I can't inflict damage. Don't you dare. Minato stuck his tongue out at the back of Kushina's head. I saw that, she said. Yeah, I'll bet you did. Witch. Get moving. I don't hear choppy choppy. Minato grumbled incoherently as he set to work. He wondered what Naruto was doing and whether or not it was half as traumatic. Everyone seated around them like this, it felt like a classroom, and Kimura couldn't help but think for a moment that it was a shame that Irika hadn't joined them on this particular excursion. He would have been right at home here. So, where to start? Naruto asked after silence had reigned for a minute or so. Question of the day, isn't it? Jiraiya murmured. We already know who you are, Rin said, so there's no need to go over that again. Guess it's no shocker you made Jounin, Obito said, gesturing to Kimura. Can't say I'd have expected you to do the whole work coach thing. Students? You? Kimura chuckled and shrugged. No one was more surprised than I when I decided to do it. You and Rin always thought it would be fulfilling and engaging to teach younger ninja and prepare them for their lives. I suppose it rubbed off on me. Doesn't change the fact that he was the pickiest damn field instructor the village ever had Jiraiya put in. Couldn't get this guy to take on a squad to save his job. Almost got taken out of the program a good 6 times before these yahoos finally came along and impressed him. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito all glanced over at their younger counterparts as if wondering what it was about these three that could have impressed Kimura. Naruto shrugged, Sakura blushed, and Sasuke stared straight ahead as if no one else were around. When Sensei took on the mantle of Hokage, Kimura said things changed. He didn't hold much for rigid tradition. His line of reasoning when it came to any mission was get the job done, but rules be damned if it comes between you and a comrade. He would say that if the death of one of ours was necessary to complete a mission, then the only person allowed to make the call was the one going under the knife. Obito grinned. He seemed to appreciate this. Kakashi's expression darkened. That became the collective belief of the village under his leadership. Let every man stand for himself, let every woman stand for herself, and let no superior officer send his subordinates into the field without him. He was the first Hokage to continue to undertake missions as a Jounin even after his instatement. No one quite knows how he was able to do such a thing and manage to carry out his various duties, but his presence boosted the morale of our men so high that it didn't really matter. There is nothing on earth that can stop a soldier fighting for a leader he believes in. But a soldier fighting at the side of a leader he believes in can storm the gates of heaven. Jiraiya blinked, looking surprised. Obito's grin reached his ears. Kakashi was incredulous. We were invincible, Kimura continued. We stood at the top of the world, and our enemies could no more pull us down than they could pull themselves up. Namake's Minato, our leader, our protector, our savior. He was immortal and we were immortal. He sounded like he was giving a sermon. He sounded like some sort of over-enthusiastic acolyte of an obscure cult trying to convert unbelievers into the Brotherhood. He wasn't sure why, but all the same he thought that it was the only way to tell the story. He couldn't think of any other words to encompass what had happened. Why it had happened. What it meant. It was a shining, warm, beautiful day. Wind fell in with a soft breeze that tickled the senses and promised all things green and lively and wonderful. The grass sprang beneath his feet, the trees stood stolid and proud around them, the leaves rustled as if dancing. There was no other way to take these things, to crush these things underfoot and take the minds of these young, strong, courageous people in front of him and throw them into darkness. Without sounding like a raving lunatic. He could smell the forest, could smell it living. And beneath that he could smell it dying. It smelled like ash. Like fire. Like a demon. Anyone in his right mind would have evacuated the village that night, Kimura said, and his eye was no longer focused. He was no longer there. No longer himself. He was the boy seated in front of him with two eyes, two black eyes, and he wasn't there. Anyone in his right mind would have gathered every man, woman, child, every animal, everything and ran. But Sensei. No, Sensei was never in his right mind. Sensei never thought about the sensible thing to do nor even the right thing to do. Sensei only ever thought about the thing to do that kept the people happy. That kept them standing tall and proud. And he fought. Did any of this make sense? Was anybody understanding a word of it? He didn't know. He didn't even hear himself. All he could hear was the fire. The screaming, the crying, the roaring fire. It was that night again. Kushina-sama. He whispered in the broken voice of a boy half his age, Kushina-sama is dying. She can hardly breathe. She's been injured. No. No, this can't. She has to live. Damn it all to the nine hells, Kushina-sama has to live. Who else will? Who else will? Eyes. Wide eyes. Frightened eyes. His eyes. The fox. The fox is attacking. Destroying. Killing. The village is. The village? The village is damned. No one will live past tonight. No one. Not Kushina-sama. Not Minato-sensei. Not their baby son. None of them. We're all dying. We're all damned. The fox is punishing us. Fox? What fox? The nine-tailed fox. The Kyuubi. That's just a myth. Isn't it? Sensei. Sensei, this is insane. You can't fight it, you can't hold it off. We're all going to die, and the only thing left is going to be this. Look behind you, man. Look behind you and see what this thing is doing to us. No human can fight against this. No ninja can defend against this. The ground is closer. The grass has grown back. The fire is gone. Kimura blinked, looked up, looked around. And couldn't comprehend. Couldn't think. He felt a hand on his shoulder. And here I was thinking you were unshakable, Kakashi. Who knows? We might still be human after all. He stared at the man, Jiraiya-sama. He looked around. His younger self was standing and staring at the man. And his younger self said what he could not. Kakashi said, how do we stop this from happening? Chapter 22. A handshake with the devil. Jiraiya thought of the ways he'd once tried to do it. With cries of honor and virtue and loyalty. He thought of the begging, the sniveling and bleeding and screeching. He thought of his self-righteous fury, of his sense of superiority, and the naked arrogance with which he'd always come. He thought of how fundamentally useless each attempt had always been, and how the dark corridors and the desolate landscapes where those meetings had always taken place had been a metaphor for his self-esteem every time he'd been turned away. He thought of these things, and he thought of the years that separated him from them. He threw them aside. They did nobody any good, not him and not anyone else. The dead have no horse in the race of good versus evil, and they couldn't care less about whether a righteous man or a wicked one sent them to their graves. It came down to whether or not wickedness could save them. What did he care about dirty hands? He had no pride anymore. He hadn't been able to afford pride ever since he'd given up on the man in front of him right now, ever since real life had murdered his ideals and he'd been left grieving for them. The legendary hermit, the wandering frog, the sage of swamps and bane of bathhouses, stood in the presence of pure wickedness, and his hackles did not rise. He said in a voice that croaked like the animals he summoned, "Good evening, brother." Eyes did not open and gleam from the pitch blackness of the shadows. Nothing so childishly dramatic as that. His voice didn't echo so that no one could tell where he was. Jiraiya knew precisely where his unholy compatriots sat, in the far right corner of the room, staring at him with incredulous amusement. When he spoke, Orochimaru's voice didn't slither nor crawl nor tingle up his spine. It sounded perfectly normal. "You look atrocious." The hermit actually found a chuckle. I am sure I do. Would you care to explain why? And while we're on the subject of you, why are you here? Feeling sentimental and stupid, I guess, Jiraiya said. He was aware of every imperfection of his own appearance, and for the first time in 30 years he felt like he should have cleaned himself up before this meeting. Like he was meeting with a probation officer or an executioner. I am getting old, you know. It's getting harder to replace old friends with new ones. Are we friends then? You're probably the closest analog I've got anymore. How sad is that? Quite. Jiraiya lowered himself to the floor, pulling his legs underneath him. Mind if I sit? Not at all. The man's voice was silken, but it had none of the sinister snake-like hiss that Jiraiya remembered whenever he thought of his old teammate. Orochimaru sounded far less than interested in this conversation, but he also didn't sound particularly offended by it. It was like he was engaging in a small break from his real work by tossing a ball against the wall, except the ball was Jiraiya's mind, and every bounce was like a lightning bolt of self-doubt and self-loathing. Because even now, as he scrambled to find the right words for what he intended to do, Jiraiya knew full well what he intended to do, and that he may as well have been at a crossroads burying a bunch of trinkets beneath the dirt in the hopes of summoning a demon to whom he might barter with his soul. Tell me something, the hermit said, suddenly understanding how to proceed. How much do you know about the Uchiha? Just enough to disgust me, Orochimaru murmured mildly. Why? If I told you that Madara was still alive, how much would it surprise you? Not much. And if I told you that that family will be responsible for two of the worst catastrophes in this village's history, how much would that surprise you? Perhaps an inkling more. What is the aim of this string of hypotheticals, Jiraiya? I never was all that good at dealing with you, Jiraiya admitted, staring off at the opposite corner of the room as the spot where his old partner sat. I always expected you to behave like I would. To be motivated by my catalysts and driven by my desires. I am trying something new. A shifting is of body weight. You are strange. Jiraiya chuckled again. Aren't I though? Your body, Orochimaru amended. Even with the strain you put it through, it wouldn't have deteriorated at such a rate as it evidently has. You have been gone from this village for 11 months. You look to have aged more than 10 times that much. Jiraiya squinted. Genius indeed. I am a scientist, Jiraiya. I am intimately familiar with how the human body decays. And somehow I am not disgusted by that. What has been done to you? The voice was urgent now. Years earlier, Jiraiya might have mistaken that for honest concern for an old friend. But he knew better now. Orochimaru only engaged in the frivolities of social discourse if it benefited him. The man wanted to know what happened so that he might replicate it. He was hungry for information, and that was all. Nothing more that. Absolutely nothing. Jiraiya had been counting on that. Nothing was done to me. It's something I did. And he told Orochimaru the story. How he'd happened across the woman on the outskirts of an abandoned homestead, and how she'd told him that her gifts frightened people, especially the family for whom she'd once worked. They think me a witch, she'd said in a raspy, chewed glass voice, and Jiraiya replicated it almost too easily. But you have real knowledge buried beneath that debauchery of yours, don't you? Yes. They call you Ninja. Spectre of death from the forests, don't they call you so? She'd known things like how his mother had died, and how the hidden leaf had been founded. She'd told him about the first ninja, about the evolution of his most morbid profession, as though from a ringside perspective. She called herself a drifter, Jiraiya said, like me. She said she traveled through the past like I did the present, just sort of wondering where the wind might take her. Learning about everything. There is some level of relevance to this story. It didn't sound like a threat, but felt like it should have been. Jiraiya could feel one of the man's eyebrows raise. His interest was tenuous at best, and on the precipice of tossing itself off a cliff. Jiraiya had no choice, however, but to bait him further. The hook hadn't caught yet. She taught me. The technique. Yes. He could sense the folly of this plan coming straight for him like a typhoon on a suicidal rampage, but he could also tell that the ploy was working. Too many chips were on the table to fold now. I used it to come back. Here. Not alone. No, I brought my student. And his team. And their commander. Fascinating. Jiraiya heard sincerity and felt half relieved, half sickened for it. And this talk of Madara and his clan, of these catastrophes, you have experienced them? I have. A snap of light bathed the room into flickering focus. Jiraiya could now see his teammate's face. His severe, gaunt, but recognizably human face. Glinting eyes were awash with hungry interest as Orochimaru leaned back, paradoxically calm. The fact that he looked as well as sounded human only made it worse. Orochimaru said, "And why do you bring this to me? Surely you should be bringing this information to the attention of your beloved protege. He's rumored to take our teacher's seat." Bitterness? It was so natural that Jiraiya couldn't tell. He's young. Idealistic. Caught up in the honor and integrity of a fair fight. You aren't. Like I am coming to realize myself, the ninja world isn't about integrity. It's about survival. I am coming to you with an offer. Silkily Orochimaru purred, "And that offer is?" Jiraiya heaved a sigh, wiped his hands on his pants, and spoke before he could think better of it. "If you help me to save this village, help me keep this village safe for the people that matter to me, help me keep them alive, and I'll teach you." She'd always thought that Naruto was a wild and contrary sort of person simply because of bad blood and a lack of a proper upbringing. A good portion of her still believed that, or at least parts of it, but she was beginning to see another side of it too. Seeing what Naruto was like when he was surrounded by people who considered him family, Sakura couldn't help but second-guess her long-held conclusions. On the one hand, it all but proved her no-parents hypothesis, but on the other it also proved that he wasn't even now anything even resembling a hopeless case. He was still boisterous, still laughing and grinning, he was still crude, still a hopeless prankster. But Kushina and Minato, his family, somehow made it different. The way they laughed right along with him, joked right back, made it feel like a tradition rather than an abnormality, endearing, cute, even rather than annoying. Perhaps it had to do with the fact that Minato was, for lack of a more tactful way of putting it, the oldest kid she'd ever met. He was a hero, and he was loyal. He was strong, he was smart, he was ungodly fast. But it didn't seem fair to say that he was an adult. Not in the standard sense of the word by any stretch. All this was to say Naruto was undeniably his father's son. And watching the way Minato engaged with people, how he handled his team, and how he treated his fiancée Sakura, couldn't help but wonder what was so bad about that. Then she thought of Jiraiya, the current topic of discussion around the dinner table, and a shudder went up her spine. Sounds like those books of his are actually famous, Minato was saying. Sequels and signings, the whole package. Said Naruto as he gulped down a bowl of soup. Don't get it anyway while this is good, but people like him. A lot. Ask Sensei. All eyes turned to Kimura, who stared back at them stone-faced and without the faintest indication that he ever intended to respond. He'd bolted down his own meal with such inhuman speed that yet again no one had managed even a cursory glance at his most elusive face. His young counterpart was similarly finished, similarly covered, similarly elusive. They both sat similarly observing. They seemed perfectly content with absolute silence. You? Minato asked. Taki? Engaged in such lewd literature? Scandalous. Laughter twinkled in the man's eyes. I like it. You don't know it's lewd, Kushina admonished. That lewd, she amended quickly. It's Sensei we're talking about. The man made a military career out of going 10 steps too far into the abnormal. That doesn't seem quite fair, Minato. Amphibious pole dancers, said Minato, Rin, and Obito as one entirely exasperated voice. Kushina blinked, staring at each of them in turn. He's right, Mom, Naruto said without thinking. I don't call him a perverted hermit 'cause he's straight-laced. It's pretty sad. Like what he calls inspiration most people would call stalking. But you know, I really don't figure he cares. And it's not like he's got much to worry about. He's gotten himself beat down so many times I am pretty sure he's worked up an immunity. It had come out unbidden and without preamble, that word. Mom. Naruto, too focused on his meal, still didn't seem to notice anything amiss. But Kushina had heard it, and Kushina reacted. She looked ready to start crying as a big dopey grin spread on her face. Covering it up by wiping her mouth with the napkin at her right hand, she said, fair enough. Where's he anyway? Minato wondered, with a similar grin creeping along his own face. He loves telling the frog stripper story. I'd have thought he'd jump in through the window as soon as we started talking about it. Like Bloody Mary. Naruto snickered into his bowl. Minato smirked. He said that he would have to join you another time, said Kimura with a solemn sort of voice. He had urgent business of a delicate nature to conduct, to use his specific words. That's extremely unsurprising, Minato said. Did it have to do with us? Naruto put in. Kimura raised an eyebrow. Likely enough. He always does this, Naruto groaned. Whenever somebody invites him to do anything, he finds something he's gotta do to get out of it. I am shocked, said Sasuke, the first input he had to a conversation since his run-in with Itachi. He still looked less than engaged, which was largely normal. It was perhaps this stoic introversion that had first attracted, so to speak, Naruto to his fellow genin. Sasuke never looked particularly interested in being social, and even when he was fully enthralled in a conversation, which was rare, he still managed to look distant. Like he wasn't actually there. Not exactly, Minato said, and his smile turned almost sad. The man can't enjoy himself if he has work to finish. Not without drinking himself into oblivion anyway. If he sits idle when there are threats at hand or business of a delicate nature to conduct, he gets fidgety and distracted. I think he would like nothing more than to join us. But right now, trust me when I say that he can't. Naruto stared rather intently at his father, as if trying to decide if he believed this spin or not. Eventually he nodded. And that seemed to be the end of it. Sakura sighed, resting her chin on the heel of one hand, and thought that this was the worst idea ever. She was starting to doubt every notion she'd ever had about why people behave the way they do. The next thing she knew, she'd hear that Itachi was a misunderstood martyr, or Orochimaru was just some misunderstood scientist. And the Kyuubi's just some fluffy little angel on someone's shoulder, she muttered. HM? You say something, Sakura-chan? Naruto piped up. Sakura blinked. No. Just mumbling to myself. This is good. She spooned a bite of soup and put on a fake smile. Better than my mom makes. She didn't miss the looks Kimura, Kakashi, Rin, Sasuke, Kushina, and Minato were all giving her. It struck her that it was never a good idea to lie to a room full of ninja, especially since she'd always been a rather pathetic liar. But they seemed to accept her answer and moved on with the Jiraiya conversation. Minato started telling the frog stripper story in his teacher's absence, and soon nobody was paying any particular amount of attention to her, and she sighed with relief. At least she thought Naruto hadn't noticed anything amiss. Maybe. Can you tell? If he's telling you the truth? Orochimaru wasn't like most people. He wasn't like most ninja. In spite of, or perhaps because of, a shinobi's training, he was often left on edge at sudden noises, be they voices or not. Most ninja, upon hearing a disembodied voice, would be put on immediate alert, and their hand would go instinctively for a weapon. But Orochimaru was not such a person. His face didn't twitch a micrometer. He said, calm and collected and supremely unconcerned, if he is, it certainly explains a number of inconsistencies. You have a most unsavory habit of thinking yourself immune to the danger of lying to me. Such hubris. The voice was familiar, infuriatingly familiar, but in spite of how long he'd been corresponding with this man's voice, Orochimaru had yet to place a name to it. If there was one thing that did put him on edge about this man, it was the voice. A civilian's name for the unhappy truth of his inadequacy, Orochimaru said, the next step in the poisonous dance that was their relationship. I've no time nor tolerance for it. If I am so weak as to fall to your skills such as they are, so be it. What if I am simply the same? I am unconcerned with the gap of power between us, regardless of which of us is on the side closer to God. Old friend, if that were true, you would not abridge yourself with me. For the first time the irritation visited his face. He realized that the annoyance, the irritation, had likely just made his decision for him. At first he had found this verbal fencing passably amusing. Now it was just tiresome. Believe me if you like. Think me a liar if you like. My concern is with your allegiance. What will you do, Orochimaru? Will you take the frog hermit at his word? Accept his offer? I've not yet decided, Orochimaru lied. You gave the impression to me that your devotion to this village had ended. Orochimaru snorted derisively. He could never see the figure of his new companion, but it didn't matter. He did not concern himself with such a pedestrian handicap as a reliance on his eyes. he said, directing his voice to the room at large and imagining the smug superiority on the face of his newest enemy. This is not a question of loyalty. For once it seems that Jiraiya understands. A scholar has no need for shackles. I do not do this for pride of country. I do this for its own sake. It leads to an end which I find acceptable. So the decision has been made? If that is what you choose to believe. A moment of silence. Rather hypocritical of you to proclaim a distaste for crooked answers when you cannot seem to give a straight one yourself. Orochimaru knew better than to give straight answers to a man like this. He didn't fear for his safety, he'd never feared for his safety. Not from a belief that he would triumph over any obstacle, but from a belief that he was engaged in a war with his own death. If it was his lot in life to lose the war, there was little that fearing the outcome would accomplish. This was no defense mechanism. It simply wasn't how things were done. Orochimaru knew that. I give only what others have earned from me. Ah! And I have earned betrayal then. That you ask the question is rather laughable. The dark eyes of the third Hokage's most prized former student glinted with darker amusement. He felt that he'd regained his equilibrium, and that was pleasant. You earned betrayal the very moment you opted to work with me. Chapter 23 Snares. What is this talk of the frog hermit training one of my own? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a calm, stern man. He led his village with a firm hand, and did not abide by rudeness. Therefore he was immediately put on edge when the doors to his private offices were unceremoniously tossed open by Uchiha Fugaku. The tone of the Uchiha leader's voice as he asked this question did nothing to help. It is what it is, Sarutobi said slowly. Talk. I have not met this boy. As of right now I can tell you no more than any other villager on his identity or character. Fugaku crossed his arms and sat down across from the Hokage's desk. Ludicrous, he said. I know every member of my family by name and face. The only Sasuke I've ever heard of was your esteemed father. Sarutobi frowned thoughtfully. He too had never heard of this boy called Uchiha Sasuke. As yet he hadn't been able to coerce any information out of Jiraiya or Minato, the only people likely to talk to him. A suspicion was beginning to scratch its way into the back end of his conscious mind, but so far he hadn't allowed it any serious consideration. Rather, he was left in precisely the same position as the man staring daggers into his skull. He said, I am looking into it. As of this moment, the matter seems of little consequence to me. Indeed, I would request that you turn your energy to more pressing matters. Matters of safety rather than matters of pride, if you understand my meaning. It was said that Sarutobi Hiruzen possessed a glare that would have forced the sun itself to cool for fear of crossing him. He leveled just such a glare onto Uchiha Fugaku, who had a most unsavory habit of believing himself to be on a level with the Hokage's office. Without the eyes of the Uchiha, he was fond of saying the hidden leaf would be a smattering of children playing at war. Fugaku harumphed. Do you not think that this is a matter of village security? An unknown child from God knows where comes sauntering onto our lands bearing my name, claiming my blood, and you are content to turn a blind eye to it? I am not. My eyes are many things. They are most assuredly not blind. No, Sarutobi thought. Merely clouded by hubris. My student vouches for this boy, Sarutobi said sharply. I have no reason to believe his judgment to be in error. Regardless of his flagrant inability to account for the emotions of fellow adults, Jiraiya has always been a talent with children. Sensing that this carried little weight with the man, Sarutobi went on, if you must assuage your concerns, I would advise you to take them up with Jiraiya personally. I currently know little about this particular situation, as it is outside my current purview. Fugaku stood. I sometimes wonder how wise it was to elect you as our leader. If this is the extent of your ability to control the security of this village, I no longer wonder. Sarutobi's expression did not change. The security of this village is your prerogative, Fugaku. I am glad to see you harbor passion for it. Do not mistake your passions for mine. If you would please go about your duties, I have a personal matter to which I must attend. Give my regards to your family. Fugaku's scowled, whirled on a heel, and stalked out of the room without another word. Namake's Minato was not the perfect ninja. Indeed, the third Hokage was of the general opinion that there was no such thing. However, in one regard the Jounin, popularly pegged as Sarutobi's successor, was as close to perfect as any mortal man could be. He was swift, silent, and unpredictable. such that Sarutobi glanced up from his desk one moment and saw nothing. He glanced up from his desk another moment, and there he stood, Konoha's yellow flash, stone-faced and serious, standing at parade rest. "You called for me," Minato said. Sarutobi stood and rounded his desk, nodding. "I did, Minato. I have spoken to you before on the subject of Jiraiya's new students. That you have Okage-sama," Minato offered without the faintest twitch in facial expression. "I want to know one very simple thing." Sarutobi studied the young ninja's face. "How would you evaluate their skills?" "All three would be well above Chunin level if they could manage to coordinate their particular abilities to the point of real cohesion," Minato said. His tone was all business, not at all like his usual personality. This was typical whenever time neared for Minato to take his team out on a mission. Still, there was something in the particular rigidity of his stance that bespoke something different. The third Hokage wondered if it could be as simple as having his teacher back within shouting distance. Jiraiya always had a strange effect on the man. Somehow Sarutobi doubted it was quite that simple. Something was amiss. "What do you think is keeping them from working together?" Sarutobi asked, deciding it would only complicate things if he asked what was wrong. "Youth mostly," Minato said. Sarutobi fished his pipe from a pocket and tucked it into his mouth. As he worked through his other pockets to find tobacco, he raised an eyebrow at Minato, who went on, "You could say they suffer from the same issues that plagued my own students when they first started working together." Sasuke apparently wasn't raised in the company of his family, but he clearly shares their most prominent traits: determination, natural ability, and arrogance. This conflicts with the others, Sarutobi guessed. With Naruto, he's different. From what Sensei tells me, he raised himself. He's had his own apartment since he was about 7 years old. A real underdog. No formal training before entering the academy. Worked his ass off, if you'll pardon my phrasing. And Sakura wasn't it? How does she fit into this paradigm? About as perfect a support operative as anyone could hope to have, Minato said. She's not built for combat like the other two, but her mind's as sharp as any specialized strategist. Chakra control seems to be a specialty as well, which explains her interest and budding expertise as a field medic. Their primary instructor? Kimura, yes. He seems to prefer a laissez-faire approach, but from what Sensei has told me, he emphasizes teamwork, loyalty, and cohesion. Without this, I've reason to think the three of them would have fallen apart long before now. Their surface personalities clashed alarmingly. I think I should like to meet them. Where are they now? I've placed Kimura in charge of daily training while I prepare for the team's next mission. Minato turned slightly and gestured toward the door. I'll show you to them. The first thing Sarutobi noticed as he stepped into the yard where the 6 young soldiers were training was that Minato's fiancée Kushina was standing off to the side watching. She looked rapt, as if she'd never seen the displays unfolding in front of her before, even though Sarutobi knew for a fact that Kushina had borne witness to any number of training sessions, official drills, placement examinations, and festival competitions. The abilities of Konoha's ninja were most certainly not new to her. Yet she stared like a girl of 12 as they worked. Obito was sparring with a blonde boy who could only be Naruto. It was here that Kushina's attention was riveted, and Sarutobi had to admit that the display was engaging. Naruto's techniques were a mystifying mix of sloppy technique and impeccable aim. He managed to make the most devastating mistakes look intentional. As Sarutobi watched, he sent out a punch so transparent that Obito, no stranger to transparency, actually looked insulted as he parried. Naruto let his opponent counter, falling flat on his back, where he proceeded to slam a leg into one of Obito's ankles. He twisted, sending the young Chunin sprawling as he bounced back upright with the ease of a circus performer and nimbly danced out of Obito's reach. Minato chuckled. Sarutobi glanced over at a black-haired, black-eyed youth who could only be Uchiha Sasuke, the outsider who had so insulted the head of his supposed clan. He was simply seated with his legs folded beneath him, staring intently at Rin, who was staring right back. She looked relaxed and almost amused. He looked stern and almost angry. Sakura was perusing a scroll with Kakashi. The gray-haired son of the White Fang actually looked engaged for once, which was a rarity to such an extreme that both Sarutobi and Minato stared openly at each other. He was speaking animatedly as he could anyway, and Sakura seemed not only to follow whatever he was discussing, but was doing so with ease. She pointed, said something, and Kakashi blinked, surprised, but most certainly not displeased. Sarutobi murmured, rubbing his chin. Hatake Kimura approached them. I decided a change to the status quo would be helpful, he said to Minato. It's been a long time since Naruto has been in a fight that didn't involve mortal danger. He's had no time to honestly refine his unorthodox techniques. Sasuke lacks patience. And Sakura well. He glanced over his shoulder. She lacks confidence. I thought she would benefit from teaching rather than learning for once. Minato smirked. I see. Dare I ask what she's managing to teach Kakashi of all people? Kimura simply returned the smirk and didn't reply. He saw Sarutobi and bowed his head. To what do we owe the pleasure, Hokage-sama? No pleasure, no business. Simple curiosity. When did you begin teaching them? Kimura glanced at the 6 young ninja. Roughly 2 years ago. Their promotion to genin was something of a homeschooling situation, if you understand my meaning. Jiraiya gave them their headbands after I had put them through a formal regimen. To train them in the ways of their home village, I have been sending them to smaller settlements as mercenaries. He turned to Sarutobi with no real expression on his face, though Sarutobi spied out of the corner of his eye that Minato looked surprised. After far too long, we finally managed to find our way home. I must wonder how it is that they managed to travel so far from this village without anyone's notice, Sarutobi said. For that you would be better served to speak to Jiraiya. They were in his care when he called me in to train them. Sarutobi frowned thoughtfully. Well, that certainly is unorthodox. As a matter of protocol, you understand that before they begin to act as true representatives of this village, they must complete our academy's entrance examination. Simple principle, you understand. Kimura nodded. Of course, sir. I should like to see a demonstration of your capabilities as well. Again, a matter of principle. If I am to have 4 new shinobi in my corps, I must know what they are able to do. If you have been training these young recruits, then I am certain you are of jounin level. Yes, sir. We shall have to find time to conduct these examinations. That is if you aim to work for this village as official soldiers. Of course. By your leave, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi nodded. Excellent. He gestured to Minato. Gather your students, please. I should like to speak to them. Minato nodded firmly and let out a loud piercing whistle. Fall in, he called. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi immediately stopped what they were doing and rushed up to their teacher, standing in a perfect line, heels together and their arms flat at their sides. Sir! They called in unison. Kimura gestured and the 3 genin approached more slowly. They stood beside their older compatriots, looking directly at Sarutobi. He noted distinct familiarity from both Naruto and Sakura, though Sasuke showed nothing of his thoughts as Sarutobi would have expected from any Uchiha. Good afternoon, Sarutobi offered. Good afternoon, Hokage-sama. The 3 Chunin said, still in one voice. Sakura bowed. A pleasure to finally meet you, Hokage-sama, she said. Sasuke inclined his head. Naruto gave a jaunty little salute. Nice to meet ya. Minato grinned, but hurriedly hid it behind his hand. Kushina approached with a similarly pleasant expression on her face. She bowed as Sakura had done. Hello, sir, she said. I trust you are well. Quite well, my dear, Sarutobi said. It has come to my attention that we have some new recruits in our midst. I simply wish to introduce myself and welcome them personally to their home. He turned to the 3 genin. As I am sure my student has not informed you, I am Sarutobi Hiruzen. I lead this village, and it is my responsibility to coordinate the efforts of our shinobi to ensure the safety and prosperity of the Hidden Leaf. That old pervert was your student, huh? Naruto asked, completely at ease. I am sorry. Sarutobi had been Hokage for a number of years. He was so accustomed to deference and reverence from the people he served, except from the Uchiha and the Hyuga, of course, but that was no surprise to anyone that he was fast growing tired of it. And so Naruto's entirely casual attitude was such a shock that it took a long moment for Sarutobi to understand how to react. Rin looked absolutely mortified. Obito looked shocked and impressed. Kakashi looked incredulous. Interestingly, though, Sasuke and Sakura seemed not to notice this at all. Sakura was smiling. Sasuke still looked like a typical Uchiha. Sarutobi finally laughed and the tension left the situation in a hurry. I see you know him well, Naruto. Good. Very good. Naruto gave a lopsided grin. Now then, I understand that you have been trained in a manner differing from standard protocol here in the village. So you won't have found out how it usually occurs. We have an official school where our promising young students learn the basics. After showing sufficient skill in the main tenets of shinobi combat and tactics, students are promoted to genin. Once they've been broken up into squads of 3 as you are, they are put under the tutelage of a higher-ranked soldier. However, since you haven't received your training from our academy, you've not completed our preliminary exam. Without official promotion and instatement, I cannot allow you to act as ninja for this village. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Jiraiya told us everything was cool. He tapped his headband. He said this was all the proof we needed. This is simply a matter of protocol, I assure you. Just from what I have seen today, I am sure you will pass the examination with little difficulty. However, I must insist that you take it if you wish to conduct missions on behalf of the Hidden Leaf. The 3 genin glanced at each other, then back to their commander. Alright, I guess, Naruto said. I'll bite. Sasuke gave the barest of nods in agreement. What do you need us to do, Okage-sama? Sakura asked. We'll get to that. Minato Kimura, if I might speak to you in private for but a moment. Both Jounin nodded and followed their leader as he walked a fair distance away from the training yard. Turning to them, he said, Heaven knows we need all the capable recruits we can find at this point. There would normally be a far more involved process in officially instating these 3. I am sure to catch some grief for streamlining it like I have. However, we haven't time to be picky. Here's what I suggest we do. Kimura, I would like you to take Minato's place and head his squad for the next mission. I will send another Jounin with you who will observe your capabilities as a field operative and squad leader and determine whether or not we can use you. That will be your examination. Kimura nodded and Sarutobi turned to the Yellow Flash. Minato, I would like you to conduct the preliminary examination for our young recruits. As IVE, no doubt they will pass. Your next assignment will be to lead them in their first mission for the Hidden Leaf. Determine their strengths and weaknesses and how Kimura might be best served to further their training from here. Understood, both men said as one. Very good, Sarutobi said, nodding with satisfaction. I will leave you to continue training for now. Give your teams their new assignments. I am off to find a certain old pervert. Minato chuckled. I am going to be needing some answers if I am to do my job properly. I am beginning to catch heat already. Dismissed. The 2 Jounin vanished as if they'd never been. Sarutobi chuckled as he turned back toward the village proper, thinking that young people were all the same, they never tired of showing off. He walked deliberately slowly as he worked out the various logistical issues Jiraiya had lumped onto his lap without consent and how he might use it to his advantage. That was the way of shinobi after all. Oddly enough, he didn't find his old student prowling bathhouses or beauty salons. Instead, Sarutobi found Jiraiya sitting just outside the borders of the Uchiha's compound, studying a great number of scrolls spread out on a large rock. Your mission in life seems to be defying any and all expectations. The hermit glanced up at his teacher, looking older and more haggard than he ever had. Uchiha Fugaku seemed rather intent on finding me, he said slowly. His voice was deep, scratchy, and Sarutobi wondered if Jiraiya had bothered to sleep in the past few days. Took all IVE ever learned to keep away from his eyes. If he doesn't find me soon, it wouldn't surprise me if he enlists the help of the Hyuga. You sent him for me, didn't you? I merely suggested that he speak directly to you for answers regarding the newest member of his family, Sarutobi said. As currently I know next to nothing. Jiraiya looked back to his scrolls. Did you know, old man, that the first shinobi had no formal training? He gestured to what he was reading. Listen to this. In times when the demons most foul and malevolent made their walking tracks upon the earth, did noblemen armed not but with forks and knives and scythes send their wrath and deadly trickery upon them. For they learned in their cleverness to bedevil the demons and capture them. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. I never knew you to be a historian, Jiraiya. I am simply awash with surprises these days, the hermit replied. Lo, and did the shadows in their wisdom bequeath the demons upon their own? They make it sound so glorious. Studying the bijou, are you? Sarutobi continued. His face suddenly turned serious. What have you found? What do you know? Nothing yet. Jiraiya finally set the scroll aside and stood up. That's the problem. I never seem to know anything until it doesn't matter anymore. Sarutobi scowled. I think it's time you tell me what's been on your mind, Jiraiya. Do recall that you still remain a resident and citizen of this village. If I must declare the information you've decided to keep locked in your head a matter of official security, do not think for a moment that I won't. Jiraiya watched his commander with an odd look on his face. Does the phrase 1,000 riveting snares mean anything to you? Vaguely. Supposedly it's a genjutsu technique meant to trap the victim within his or her own memories. It sounds simple enough, could even be said that that's the whole point of the discipline in the first place. But this technique is different. It starts simple. Puts the victim in a place they know. Jiraiya began to walk to pace about the rock where he'd been sitting. Say the victim was me. Say I am dealing with someone off in a cave somewhere. The technique might put me here back home. That's the first snare. And say I am walking around trying to figure out how I got here. I see a restaurant I like. Second snare. In that restaurant I meet someone I remember. Third snare. They start talking to me about some event that happened in the past. Fourth snare. Do you see? These snares trigger based on the victim's memories. With each snare I would be more and more convinced that I am really home. That I am really here and that no technique could possibly do this because my enemy can't know this much. Sarutobi thought he had heard of something like this before. He frowned. And what if you were roped into this trap? Riveted, so to speak, by these snares? It's said that if the victim can't work his way out by the 1,000th snare, he's locked in the trap forever. His body will simply drop where the technique was first triggered, and it'll just rot. And his mind will never know the difference. Truly a devastating power, Sarutobi murmured. It would have been forbidden. Yes, it would, Jiraiya said, nodding. And that's the problem. That's the whole crux of the problem. What problem would that be, Jiraiya? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a seasoned veteran. He knew how to read people. More to the point, he knew how to predict people. He'd never been able to predict Jiraiya, however, and so when a look of sheer, almost manic terror crossed the frog hermit's face, the third Hokage felt a shiver of superstition. He never could have predicted what came next. I think Ive managed to perform this technique. On whom? On me. Chapter 24 Lingering Questions. Namake's Minato cut a striking figure as he stood like a classical statue in front of the three young ninja, looking every bit like the mythic hero he would be in their lifetimes. His handsome face was pulled into a distinguished but menacing scowl, his blue eyes like windows into the sky. Listen up, rookies, the yellow flash declared, crossing his arms over his chest. It would seem that the Hokage in his wisdom has decided to use you while you're here. But in order to do that, he has to know what you're capable of doing. He has placed me in charge of determining that capability. So for today you may call me Sensei. He said it like it was some kind of honor he was bestowing upon them. It was perhaps ironic, or maybe just cosmically amusing, that to them it very well was. Even Sasuke looked slightly intrigued by the arrangement. Naruto was grinning fit to split, and Sakura was starry-eyed. Kushina, standing off to the side, rolled her eyes and chuckled. He was showing off, and she knew it. She thought they all knew it, but just didn't seem all that inclined to care. Indeed, Naruto saluted in earnest and cried out, "I am Namikaze-sensei, sir." As though he hadn't just revealed to the both of them that he was the sole heir to their collective legacy, such as it was. Sakura nodded. Understood, sensei. What are our orders? Sasuke asked. Minato's severe disposition shifted by way of a downright devious grin. We'll start simple. After all, the only way to really understand what you can do is to take it easy. Take our time. So here's how we're going to start. I leave it to you. You three get to decide the best way to impress upon me how valuable you are to this village. I've seen your capabilities to one degree or another based upon your teacher's training. Now let's see where you think your best strengths lie. He uncrossed his arms and gestured dismissively. So go for it. Impress me. The three genin looked at each other. Whatcha think? Naruto asked his teammates. Go ahead and collaborate for a bit, Minato said, turning to wink at Kushina. I have a bit of personal business. We'll reconvene in about 20 minutes. Dismissed. Minato strolled lazily over to his fiancée and met her searching, smirking expression with an affably innocent smile. "What brings you here, stranger?" he asked. "Surely you had something better to do today than watch a bunch of blockheads strut around preening at each other." "I wouldn't miss this if you paid me," Kushina said. She quirked an eyebrow at the huddled ninja. "Why didn't you just come out and tell them to dance for you? We all know you're just looking for an excuse to amuse yourself. You and your bad influences." "I can't fight who I am," Minato said. He kissed Kushina's cheek. "Besides, you love it. Don't try to deny the truth." "I think I am getting used to this idea," Kushina said, abruptly changing the subject. Minato's smirk dropped in favor of a more neutral expression. "I mean, we knew we'd have a baby someday, right? But I can't help but hate the idea that we won't get to watch him grow up. I guess this is kind of a compromise, isn't it?" Minato looked over at the boy with the whisker marks on his face, waving his arms animatedly as he demonstrated something. For a wonder, both his teammates were paying rapt attention. "Maybe it is," he murmured. "I've been thinking Sensei didn't tell us the whole truth back then when he showed us that seal. I wondered when you would bring that up. The way Naruto talks, he didn't have much supervision growing up. He got an allowance each month from the village and used it to pay his bills, buy his food, his clothes. He was expected to fend for himself, to train himself, to teach himself. I think it's because Sensei wasn't there." Kushina was nodding. "I think you're right. Remember how excited he got at the prospect of a meal that didn't come from a restaurant or a styrofoam package? Jiraiya-sama may not be the best cook in the world, but he wouldn't have let Naruto live like that. Except he wasn't there. I think he left it to the third Minato guessed. And I think the third in turn decided that Naruto would be best off taking care of himself. It's good training to fend for yourself. It taught him to be self-sufficient, which is important considering nobody else would have done it. Not willingly anyway." The young Jounin grimaced. Damn it all. I should have known not to bank on people understanding past superstition. What civilian knows what a Jinchuriki is? What they go through? What they represent? You might do better not to berate yourself too hard for something you haven't done yet," Kushina murmured thoughtfully. "I am surprised at him. What did he think we were going to do? Hate him forever? Chop off that ridiculous ponytail and choke him with it?" "He hates himself for leaving," Minato said. "So he thinks we should too. When you feel guilty, nothing hurts worse than forgiveness. He's been like that ever since I met him. Don't know what it is he's done in his past to make him think that's healthy, but it's how he thinks. So we keep quiet about it. Don't see as we have any choice. We go lambasting Sensei, we'll have to go around smacking every villager living in our borders upside the face with sharp things for being judgmental idiots. Not very Okage-like behavior. Don't want to hurt my chances." Kushina chuckled. She looked ready to cry. "I am going to pretend that I follow your logic, Jiraiya, and ask the obvious question: how did you come by this assumption?" The frog hermit glared down at the scrolls in his lap. "You know damn well I am too freaking old to be the right Jiraiya. I am in my mid-50s, man, look at me." He lifted his ponytail and shook it. "Time travel jutsu, my ass. Things never go that simply. I am not sure there's much point in arguing against you," Sarutobi said, crossing his arms, "as you're likely to consider me little more than a mental projection. Let us assume that these snares explain the situation. What will you do? If I knew that, I wouldn't be sitting here staring at this." Jiraiya tossed the scroll aside with disgust. He looked upside and told the story. Where he was from, when he was from, what he'd done. Who Naruto was, who Sasuke was, who Sakura was. Who Kimura was. He told his old teacher everything, including the secrets he was hiding so desperately from Minato and Kushina. Sarutobi simply listened, cataloging each point in his mind and watching as the puzzle filled itself. When Jiraiya was done, the third Hokage simply said, "Have you told them he is their son?" "Yeah. They know that part. I had to. That kid's been miserable since day one, being the only kid in the damn village without, well, anyway. Never mind. I had to tell them. They had to know. He had to know. What of Uchiha Sasuke? TCH. That's 10 times more complicated, not the least of reasons being he doesn't trust me. That one trusts nobody except maybe his team. Do you intend to tell the Uchiha the truth? Does he? I don't know. Does that present a problem? It might. I would have honestly preferred that Minato and Kushina not know anything either. But that part's done. And I suppose you're right. Walk with me, Jiraiya. I have an assignment for you. A what? Now? Yes. I appreciate you telling me the truth, but right now there's little to be done about it. In the meantime, I intend for Kakashi the Elder to be properly assessed. I am sending him in Minato's place on a reconnaissance mission to the Hidden Rock. I wish for you to supervise them and tell me how he performs. I also wish to know how they work together. Jiraiya stopped dead. Sarutobi glanced over his shoulder, raising an eyebrow. What's the date today, old man? Jiraiya asked. Sarutobi told him. The hermit licked his lips, looking suddenly nervous. His eyes darted hither and thither in his head, stopping nowhere, trying to take in every micrometer of his surroundings as though expecting something or someone to leap out at him. He said, I know what to do. When Minato approached the three young ninja after 20 minutes had gone by, he said, so? What will it be? Sakura looked sheepish. We were not sure, Sensei. We've never been asked to do this before. Kakashi-sensei tested us when we first started out by having us try to steal a pair of bells from him. We kind of failed. We could try that again. What do you think? No way we'll screw up this time, Naruto declared. We're so much better now it won't even be funny. Sasuke glanced neutrally at their instructor. What do you say? Minato grinned. You think you can steal something? From me? Is that what I am hearing? Why not? Naruto asked. I stole your face. Let's do it, All right then. I am in a nostalgic mood. Let's try it. Minato reached into a pouch and took out a pair of oddly shaped three-bladed kunai. A particular seal marked the handles of each. He tied them to his belt. You three will have 1 hour to relieve me of these in any way you see fit to try. The village of Konoha will be our training ground. Ready? Hell yeah! Naruto cried. Sakura nodded and Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Begin! Minato shouted and disappeared. Without question, the three genin set about finding their prey. They understood what was happening. They were better ninja than they had been, and that meant a simple recreation of their old test would have been useless. Stealing bells was simple. Finding a jounin who didn't want to be found was most assuredly not. With this in mind, Hatake Kakashi's students knew that they were in for a difficult test indeed, but they did not falter. Minato would be watching them, scrutinizing them, and paying close attention to everything they did. It would do no good to go into that with low spirits. Naruto sent a multitude of clones across an equal number of crossroads and intersections, each seeking out any indication of his father. Sasuke took to the skies, leaping from roof to roof, and scoping out the villagers with eyes like a hawk's. Sakura, for her part, took a more contemplative route. She approached the man's fiancé. Kushina-san, she said, bowing her head. I think it's probably safe to assume he's going to be hidden. Do you have any idea where he might choose to wait? Kushina raised an eyebrow. Do you really think I'll tell you? I think I would kick myself if I didn't try, Sakura said, grinning. Missing the simple answer because you're convinced it must be complicated is the first way to fail. Fair point, Kushina said. You might try the Hokage Monument, the cemetery, or the academy. I don't need to tell you that he probably won't look like himself. Good luck. Sakura bowed her head again, her grin widening even further as she set off on her own. Kushina watched the young kunoichi leave, wondering how this test would turn out. If there was one thing she had learned living in a village defended by ninja, it was that expectations meant very little. She began to walk in the general direction of her home, thinking about the conversation she'd had with Minato. It had to be that Jiraiya felt guilty for leaving Naruto to fend for himself. There was nothing else she could conceive that would have had him acting the way he had. And a part of Kushina was indeed angry with the man. But just the same, another part pitted him. Jiraiya had never been the sort of person to take loss well. The first time he'd lost a comrade in combat, one of Minato's own teammates, the man had drunk himself stupid for a week. When he'd finally come back to the surface of himself, Jiraiya had vanished from the village for another month. Tsunade, the woman Jiraiya loved, had vanished off the face of the earth. His students save Minato were gone. Who knew what Orochimaru was doing with his time? Kushina tried to think about what it would be like to watch her future husband die and envisioned nothing but a numb ache where her heart should have been. Jiraiya was no stranger to tragedy. His prized student's death had probably been the final straw. From that perspective, it was hard to blame the man for leaving. But then Kushina thought of Naruto's face and the absolute euphoria that had transformed it as he'd sat down to a meal with his parents for the first time in his life, and she was conflicted again. As it turned out, Namake's Minato was posing as one of Konoha's military police officers, and it was Naruto who found him. He hadn't been trying all that hard to stay hidden. That wasn't the point of the exercise, after all, only the preamble. And so he dropped the ruse almost immediately and set to evading. Of course, this was a cruel joke in itself, as there was no way for a genin, no matter how gifted, to keep up with him. Minato prided himself on his speed and dexterity, if absolutely nothing else. When Naruto sent his clones flying one after another into the air hoping to catch the yellow flash from every conceivable angle, Minato ducked and spun and twisted in the air, and not a single strike found any sort of purchase. Minato landed and slid backward on the balls of his feet, grinning. He was only slightly off-put by the fact that Naruto was grinning back. The blonde let out a piercing whistle, and before Minato could properly assess anything, Uchiha Sasuke came barreling down to the ground. Minato pitched himself aside and flipped upright, his eyes widening. "Well, well," he said. "Not bad, rookies." Sasuke smirked. "Who are you talking to?" he asked. And they were gone. Minato blinked and set to searching. "You're going easy on us, sensei," Naruto cried out right in front of him, and Minato suddenly felt limbs striking at him. An illusion? The smirk returned, and the future Hokage was staring at his son again. "You'll have to try a bit better than that, kiddo." "What do you mean?" Sasuke asked, stepping up from behind a three-bladed kunai hooked around one finger. Minato's eyes snapped wide, and his hand snatched at his belt. Both knives were still there. Katan. Gukaku no Jutsu. A massive jet of flame caught Minato full in the chest, and it took him a long moment to realize that he felt no heat, just pressure. As he regained his equilibrium, he realized that hidden in the fire was Sakura. The pink-haired kunoichi, still in midair, held up her hands in a symbol that looked like a cross. "Kagebunshin no Jutsu," she declared. What the F? Absolutely mystified, Minato's mind reeled as he tried to reconcile what was going on. Before he knew it, he was being held down by 5 separate Sakuras, all grinning toothily at him. Naruto and Sasuke came sauntering up, looking thoroughly superior, and reached down to take the knives from their instructor's belt. And then their instructor disappeared. "You think you're clever, don't you?" said the real Minato as he came strolling out from behind a tree. "You're not the only one who can use Kagebunshin, you know. But a valiant effort nonetheless." Naruto was still grinning. The smirk dropped from Minato's face as his son's eyes turned red. His hands blurred together in a series of seals that the yellow flash couldn't follow. The blonde thrust his hand down, opening his fingers so that it looked like a claw, and chakra began to snap and crackle against his palm, until it became a piercing, keening wail. Naruto blazed forward, heading straight for Minato. As he watched the human missile careening toward him, the yellow flash began to grin again. "Ah!" The torrent of chakra connected with a thundering crash. Minato threw the 2 kunai from his belt into the dirt and began to clap. The 3 genin whirled behind him to look at him. Confusion that almost looked betrayed crossed their faces as they stared at each other, trying to figure out when he could have possibly had time to show up behind them. Naruto glared at the man. "You dodged it," he said. "Did I?" Minato asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well, that's probably for the best." He swept his eyes across the 3 of them. "This mission is over. Well done, rookies." In a cloud of smoke, the 3 genin canceled their transformations. Where Naruto had been standing, there was Sasuke, still looking irritated. Sakura and Naruto had switched positions. Minato grinned. "I am sure that if Kakashi had been conducting this test, he would have seen through it. Subtle differences and all. But I don't know you very well. The mark of a true ninja is using every contingency to his or her advantage. I approve heartily." The real Naruto walked up and picked one of the kunai out of the ground. "These are weird," he muttered. He tossed it over his shoulder to Sakura, kicked at the other one, and launched it at Sasuke. Both caught the projectiles easily. You ever seen those? They're special, Minato said. I'll have to show you how they work. For now, though, I am hungry. Naruto's eyes went wide. Victory lunch! He cried. The sullen, conflicted boy Minato had met a while back was nowhere to be seen. In his place was joy and exuberance personified, and it was hard to imagine that a creature like the nine-tailed fox could be imprisoned in such an effervescent boy. Minato smiled wistfully. That sounds fine. He gestured. Lead the way, son. Chapter 25 Bloodline Limits. It ever cross your mind that this whole Mysterioso Fantastico thing you've got going doesn't really work? That you just come off as a frickin' weirdo? Nobody knew if Obito was leveling this question on Kakashi or Kimura, and it crossed their minds that it really didn't matter. Obito himself probably didn't know. It was difficult to wrap one's mind around the idea that whether they talked to the 13-year-old Chunin or the mid-20s Jounin, they were talking to the same person. The only reason Rin could even believe it was because Kakashi and Minato believed it. Without their endorsement, the entire idea would have been far too ludicrous for her to swallow. It was true that ninja had abilities that normal people didn't, and indeed it probably would seem just as impossible for a layperson to believe in the ability to disappear from one place and reappear in another. In half a blink, yet her own teacher had perfected just such an ability. Lay people thought it was impossible to change their appearance so as to fool the most astute observer, yet every ninja past the age of 7 could do it at least passably well, and the best of them could do it without batting an eyelash. Still, there were certain things that were logistically impossible even for ninja. Up until a while ago, Rin would have placed time travel on the top of that list. The paradox, if nothing else, would she had to constantly remind herself that Kakashi believed it, and so did her commanding officer. And even then she had to look at Kimura to reaffirm her wavering conviction. He really was a dead ringer for her teammate. A part of her still insisted that he was just an older relative, but most of her said that time travel made more sense, as stupid as that sounded. Whenever she thought about the fact that she was going out on a mission with 2 Kakashis, and that one of them was her direct superior, it made Rin's head spin. Jiraiya was with them too, but he was less an asset and more an impartial observer. He didn't speak, not even to Kimura. He looked almost feverish as he sped along, like he was waiting on bated breath for something very, very particular to happen. Even Kimura, who normally didn't even notice the old hermit's more eccentric habits, seemed concerned. Of course, concern for the elder Ataki amounted to a quirked eyebrow and a pensive glance, but it was enough. Theirs was a simple mission: find information. Spying was perhaps the most fundamental skill that a ninja possessed. Lay people, oh those lay people, thought it was the art of death, but that was because they often only paid attention to the weapons. Nobody seemed to realize that the kunai and shuriken and swords and scythes were backup contingency plans. The cleanest elite missions were carried out with combat. Weaponry only existed in the event that plan A failed stealth. And what was the point of stealth but to gather information? What was the point of being able to transform yourself into someone else but to blend into a crowd? What was the point of being able to disappear but to escape notice? They all knew that their most elementary core skill sets were being put to a serious test, being sent out to Hidden Rock territory. Even Obito, Jeers, and Jags aside felt the tension in the air. If they came back home with victory, a war might well be ended before blood ever met the ground. If they came home with failure, they might be responsible for the total destruction of everything their village stood for. Neither Kimura nor Jiraiya had bothered telling the younger ninja any of this. They knew it already. That was what being a Chunin taught you, that your actions meant more than the success or failure of the exercise. It could very easily mean the success or failure of the entire village. That silent act isn't helping your case, Obito muttered. I wasn't aware that it needed help, Kakashi replied caustically, not looking at the Uchiha. Contrary to what you might believe, Obito, I do not cultivate my personality with the expressed purpose of annoying you. Obito blinked. Holy crap, you just spoke in a complete sentence. 2 of them. Rin cracked a smile. She knew what was going on right now, even if most people didn't. They don't work well together at all, people said. Indeed, it was often bandied about that the academy instructors had made a grievous mistake in placing Obito and Kakashi in the same team. Their belief systems were just too incompatible to work. They would never grow to the point that they could benefit from the other's viewpoint. Kakashi was just too rigid, and why shouldn't he be? While Obito was too loose. Oil and water. It often worked well to have opposing personalities together under the same leadership, but here was an exception, they said. Rin knew better. And all she had to do was look at Kimura, at the way he carried himself, to know that it did work. It had worked. Kakashi seemed aware of this as well, though Obito remained oblivious. That was just his way. Yo! Leader! Obito called to Kimura. What is a plan? How are we handling this one? Kimura remained silent for a long moment, as was his way. Eventually Obito seemed resigned to the fact that he wasn't going to answer. Then Kimura finally said in a voice that was tight with repressed emotion that made all three chin and shiver, take everything that comes to mind, everything your instincts tell you to do, and ignore it. Was it a smart idea? No. Would it work? Maybe. Should he do it? Jiraiya didn't know. He didn't dare to contemplate it. Ever since he'd read the old scrolls, the closest thing to scripture that the hidden leaf could be said to possess, he wasn't sure of anything. He didn't trust himself. Not his senses, not his instincts, not his own thoughts. Maybe the old man was right, maybe it was impossible. Maybe he was just grasping at straws, hoping to find the one with poison in it because he was a damned masochist. Maybe. Jiraiya had never been much for maybes. Nonetheless, his absolute conviction when he'd left Sarutobi had since petered out, leaving him feeling like a half-cocked idiot. What the hell did he think he was doing, playing savior to a world that might not even exist? If he was right, then who knew the implications that might arise from his meddling, even if he did succeed? And if he was wrong, then he was doing this all for nothing. Either way, it felt like a fool's errand. But then he was no stranger to those. More than any other ninja before him, Jiraiya had been the prototype for Uzumaki Naruto's unique method of soldiery. He'd passed it on to Minato, and like an heirloom, Minato had passed it on to Obito to Kakashi to Naruto. It was a strain of thought that flew in the face of every solitary thing they taught at Academy, a worldview that seemed entirely at odds with any warrior society in history. If it conflicts with your instincts, training be damned. Oh sure, most ninja thought they knew how to trust their gut. They thought they relied on instinct. Jiraiya knew better. Trusting your gut didn't mean letting your mind relinquish control in the middle of combat. That was battle fever. Trusting your gut didn't mean taking wild risks in search of glory. That was arrogance. Trusting your gut meant gambling everything you ever loved on a fucking suicide mission for no reason that could ever be articulated. Trusting your gut meant spitting on common sense because damn it you feel like it. Was it to save Uchiha Obito's life? Not really. Was it to save Namikaze Minato's life? Probably not. Uzumaki Kushina? Fat chance. Was it to stop Uzumaki Naruto from becoming an orphan and a Jinchuriki? No. Jiraiya's reason for damaging the flow of time beyond recognition was just to see if he damn well could. Hey Eros and Nin. It was Obito come up beside him. He seemed to have taken a liking to a number of Naruto's habits, including some of the more irritating ones. The hermit had given up trying to stop him. Got a question for you. Sasuke won't talk about it. Gave me a dirty look when I asked. So I figured you might know, being as how you're from there too. What's the family look like back in your time? Like you know how many cousins I got now? The question was so innocuous, almost comedic in its nonchalance, that Jiraiya stopped dead in his tracks. He felt the color and the heat drain from his entire body. It took a moment for Obito to notice that the man wasn't keeping pace with him anymore. The others were a good 20 feet ahead of him before any of them turned back to see what he was doing. They came back, Obito in the lead. What are you looking like? I just told you your mother died. The excitable Uchiha began, then his mouth snapped closed and he went pale on the face himself. He glared suspiciously. What happened, old man? He asked, his voice low and dangerous. The black eyes behind the ridiculous goggles were crackling. Jiraiya didn't speak. I asked you something, Obito pressed, clearly not in the mood for the usual games Jiraiya's or his own. I'd expect an answer. Obito! Rin admonished. Even Kakashi looked surprised. Don't talk to Jiraiya-sama like now, bullshit. Obito snarled. This is my family. What the hell aren't you people telling me? Jiraiya looked almost pleadingly at Kimura. Now he thought he understood why his old teacher had expressed concern about telling them any of it. Tempting as it was to play fortune teller, it wasn't enough to just tell them that they'd made Jounin, or that they'd activated their Sharingan, or that they had children. With the good came the bad, and with the bad came the outright unforgivable. The Frog Hermit had broached the subject of the Uchiha Massacre, the bloodiest atrocity in his memory, with Sarutobi and every elder he could corner, but he'd always been stonewalled. In another example of trusting his gut that had told Jiraiya that there was more going on behind the scenes than a mass murderer with a flair for the sadistic. Indeed, he had his doubts from the first. He was a good judge of character. A damn good one. He had a beat on Uchiha Itachi since the day he learned to talk, and absolutely nothing had said blood-hungry monster. Oh, he had no doubt that Itachi had done it. Nobody but he would have had the skill, the finesse, and the fucking balls to have taken on the entire Uchiha clan. The thing that didn't make sense to Jiraiya, the thing that had never made sense to anyone, was motive. Itachi had always been fiercely loyal to his parents, his aunts and uncles, and especially his brother. Jiraiya couldn't think of a single thing that would have made the man's perspective change so fundamentally that he would turn his wickedly sharp blade on the very people he had always sworn to protect with his life. People assumed that he'd been faking it. But Jiraiya knew fake Jiraiya made a living with fake. Itachi had been a lot of things, but dishonest had never been one of them. This was a boy who, when he'd made Chunin, expected to be punished after a mission succeeded because he hadn't done it well enough. Those kind of exacting standards might have made a strict taskmaster, but it didn't make a murderer. Not out of someone like Uchiha Itachi. The top brass knew more than they let on. Jiraiya couldn't just blame it on the child that Obito babysat on weekends. One, it never did any good to point a finger at a kingdom's crown prince and cry for him to hang. The Uchiha were well-respected, even revered figures in this time. Never mind the fact that Obito, for all his faults, was as zealous in his loyalty to his family as Itachi'd ever been. He might not have enjoyed looking after his infant cousin very much, but Jiraiya still knew that he'd take an accusation of wanton violence, future or otherwise, as the gravest of insults. What could he say? How could he tell this boy? This shinobi who embodied what Sarutobi called the will of fire so brightly that he'd melted the frigid discipline of Hatake Kakashi of all fucking people? Kimura answered the question for him. Your family is gone, he said without preamble. Besides Sasuke, there's only one living Uchiha, and this eye. He pointed to his headband. Obito's reaction was so transparent and expected that nobody expressed surprise or indeed expressed anything when he turned around and careened back toward home in a dead sprint. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and cursed before he vanished from sight. Kimura was next to disappear, leaving his younger counterpart and former teammate to catch up. Sasuke was performing a basic drill with his teammates, with Minato supervising a ways away, when his cousin slammed into him and drove him straight to the ground. It was a mark of Sasuke's discipline that he didn't gasp, cry out, or even look unruffled when he looked upon the rabid, savage look in his elder cousin's blazing black eyes. I want answers, you son of a bitch, Obito hissed through clenched teeth. And if I don't get them, I swear to God I'll beat them out of you. Kakashi came next, grabbing Obito by the arms and pulling him off, holding his teammate back as he struggled to get free. God damn it, Sasuke! He screamed. What happened? What the holy fuck happened to my family? Naruto and Sakura, who'd merely looked mildly curious at first, now exchanged worried glances. Minato came running up to them. Obito! He snapped. What do you think you're doing? Shape up, soldier! There was no mistaking the command in the yellow flash's tone, and Obito stopped straining against Kakashi's grip, standing rigid as a statue as Sasuke rose smoothly to his feet. Contrary to what his teammates might have worried, he looked as stone-faced as he always did. Obito may as well have asked him what time it was or whether his birthday was coming up soon. Sasuke leveled a calm, cool stare on his clansmen. They were murdered. He said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world, which of course to Sasuke it was. In some mockery of comic irony, he actually looked amused by his cousin's behavior. The bomb that Sakura especially expected to have gone off seemed not only defused, it hadn't even been put together. What the hell do you mean murdered? Obito roared. They were living and someone decided they shouldn't, Sasuke replied flatly as Kimura and Jiraiya blurred into existence. That is typically what murdered means. Obito shook Kakashi away from him, balled up his fist, and sent it straight into Sasuke's face, sending him reeling backward. Don't play games with me, you little shit. I am your goddamn superior officer, and you'll answer me straight, or I'll rip your smug fucking face off. Obito, that's enough, Minato declared. Like hell it is. Obito shot back. Stay out of this, sensei. Answer me. Now. Minato blinked in surprise, and was about to reply. Jiraiya held up a hand to silence him. Sasuke wiped a trickle of blood away from his mouth and straightened his shirt. A number of years from now, he said, voice as cold and unfeeling as wind in a graveyard, a certain man will have gained enough power to become one of the greatest ninja in Konoha's history. This certain man will decide, in whatever serves him for wisdom, that all members of the Uchiha bloodline save one no longer deserve the privilege of living. This certain man will slaughter every member of your family, your mother, your uncles, your aunts, your cousins. He will leave the last remaining Uchiha alive sniveling on the floor of his parents' bedchamber. He will become this village's most infamous criminal, and the Uchiha clan will become nothing but a bitter relic of memory. The way he said it, the cold and declamatory way that he related the most blasphemous event ever seen by the Hidden Leaf, sent shivers down his team's spines. Even Kimura seemed perturbed. Jiraiya looked surprised. Minato looked angry. His students were horrified. All traces of anger having melted away, Obito's lip quivered as he tried to speak. Who was it? It was a standard next question. Indeed, it was the one that was echoing in the minds of Minato, Rin, and Kakashi. Perhaps they figured, since Sasuke wasn't showing any kind of reaction to the topic of discussion, that he would relate this part as well. Complete the picture. Now Sasuke looked angry. A trace of cold, livid fury flashed across his pale face, and he grimaced. If you truly wish for the answer to that question, you're just as stupid as you look. It sounded like it often did, like Sasuke were the elder, like he was dispensing wisdom upon an up-and-comer. If you're quite finished, I believe you have a mission to complete. Get out of my sight and don't show your face again until you've fulfilled your obligations. He turned away, apparently deciding that the discussion was over. Obito quite clearly believed otherwise. Sasuke was spun back around and lifted into the air by the wide collar of his shirt. Glinting, almost glowing red eyes stared up at him. I asked you a question, recruit. Chapter 26. Eyes better left blind. Of all things to happen next, perhaps the least likely was exactly what happened. Sasuke smirked. Of course, on a normal person this might have been a grin or an outright smile. But every expression on Uchiha Sasuke's face came out with an undercurrent of anger, and so even one of pleasure came out looking sarcastic. There was a kind of snide satisfaction plastered on his face now, and he didn't look the least bit uncomfortable. No choking, no shaking, no sputtering. He said in a voice that was as calm as it was slithering. For once it seems as though that story has done some amount of good. He reached up slowly and tapped the reflective metal of his headband. Look. Perhaps it was the way he said it. Perhaps it was the part of Obito so obsessed with proving himself. Whatever it was, it sliced through the elder Uchiha's anger and made him obey. He looked. Everyone was looking. Obito's grip on Sasuke slackened, and Sasuke hopped down to the ground again. The arm that had been holding him up swung down lifeless at his side. His other hand reached up to his face, and he stared at it. He looked at his younger cousin, who was still smirking. With calm assurance, Sasuke gathered himself, his stance easy, and began cycling through a series of hand seals. There was no particular rhyme or reason to the seals he selected. He was not performing a jutsu. Obito watched, mesmerized, his red-tinged eyes wide and bright. He began mimicking Sasuke's pattern, seemingly without realizing what he was doing. Sasuke's smirk, widening, picked up speed. So did Obito. It was like a modified staring contest. Neither blinked, nor did they seem in any way aware of the world around them. Half the spectators looked relieved, the other half stole glances at each other, wondering when the explosion would happen. Naruto had spent a good many years doing his level best to annoy his rival, often to the point of provoking attack, simply because he found it to be good sport. The one taboo, the single thing he'd never used as ammunition, was the Uchiha clan. One, it never would have crossed Naruto's mind to even bring up the topic. Two, he knew subconsciously that to do so would be suicide. Everyone in Konoha, at least the Konoha where the massacre had happened, knew better. Even the Hokage herself wasn't exempt from the last Uchiha's wrath if she dared to do what Obito had just done. And yet Sasuke didn't seem to mind. He almost looked happy. At least as happy as Sasuke ever looked, which wasn't saying much. The cycle kept going. The seals were nearly too fast to follow. Yet Obito kept up. His muscles seemed to be working independent of his mind. The same could be said for Sasuke, whose own eyes had activated sometime in the midst of this ritual. Eventually Naruto and Sakura sat down as they watched Kakashi, and Rin followed suit soon after. Kimura, Minato, and Jiraiya remained standing. Soon the two clansmen were so entrenched in their contest that their hands were twin blurs, and only Kimura, who had lifted up his headband, seemed to still be following them. Sasuke and Obito were both sweating, their faces cold masks of concentration, their bodies rigid as statues. It seemed as though soon their muscles would have to give out. Naruto leaned over to Sakura and whispered in her ear, "Bet you lunch tomorrow Sasuke gives out first." Sakura's eyes didn't even twitch away from the spectacle as she said, "You're on." A small eternity passed, and they finally stopped on the seal of the ram. It seemed like some sort of quiet understanding had passed between them, because there were no traces of anger in Obito anymore, nor Sasuke. They inclined their heads to each other. And then, as though nothing at all had just transpired, Obito said, "My bad. We got work to do. Let's get started." Minato blinked and stared at Jiraiya. The hermit shrugged and disappeared. "You heard the man," Kimura said, replacing his headband. "On your feet." Kakashi and Rin stood and followed their replacement commander out of the clearing. Naruto rose slowly to his feet, like he expected Sasuke to pounce on him like a wild animal. He cleared his throat and said, "So on, what the fuck?" Sasuke cracked his knuckles. "Back to business." "No. Seriously. What the fuck?" Sasuke crouched into a fighting stance. As Sakura got up, she said, "I don't think he's going to answer you." "I don't think I'd give a crap. I'll make him answer me." He gestured beckoningly to his teammate. "Bring it, Pink Eye." Unlike Naruto, Kakashi and Rin opted for a more tactful approach. Rin congratulated her teammate on finally activating his birthright and asked him how it felt to use it. Did anything look different? Did his eyes feel any different? Not really, Obito admitted. Things read just, clearer. Like putting glasses on, I guess. It's like muscle memory just takes over. All those seals, I couldn't tell you how many we went through or which order. I think that's the whole point. It's just natural. Kinda creepy, actually. He fell into step beside Rin, imitating her every movement flawlessly. "See?" he asked, and Rin scrunched up her face in confusion. Obito mimicked the expression. His anger had vanished. Or at least he had refused to let it control him for now. Every once in a while Rin or Kakashi would notice him clench his teeth and narrow his eyes. Such grim displays were unusual for him. Nonetheless, he would snap out of it quickly and come off with some quirk or quip, seemingly just to remind them, or perhaps himself, that he was still Uchiha Obito, the wacky but lovable soldier child who, by all rights, should have at least stumbled his way into serious injury by now, if not outright die. By the time the 5 shinobi stopped and made camp for the night, it was long past dark. "We're up at dawn," Kimura announced. "We need to make up for lost time." As soon as things were settled and watch was decided, Obito stumbled and fell to the ground. He was unconscious before he landed and was snoring softly in seconds. Kimura smirked beneath his mask. "I've never seen a Sharingan user last that long on his first run." Jiraiya glanced at the unconscious Chunin. "One thing you have to give him, he's got stamina." Kimura sat down and, with a meaningful look at his subordinates, silently ordered them to do the same. They did. Jiraiya stepped closer to the other 3 and said, "This mission has already changed," he said. "There's no use in hiding it from you. According to events the way I remember them," Kimura said somberly, "Uchiha Obito has roughly 47 hours to live." Rin sucked in a gasp and Kakashi's eyes narrowed. "For all we know, the delay caused by his run-in with Sasuke, or the fact that we are here instead of Minato-sama, or the fact that you have learned from my students will have changed the way this mission will unfold. But we can't rely on that," Jiraiya put in. "You 3 will have to work together. Do you understand? Not your typical bickering. Minato puts up with it because he's a soft touch, and he has a tendency to treat you like children. We won't be. Do not let this knowledge of the potential future affect your performance," Kimura added. "You all know before beginning a mission that death is a possibility. This is no different." "Understood," Rin said. Kakashi nodded silently. Turning, Kimura said, gesturing dismissively. With a glance at Jiraiya, he set off into the forest. Jiraiya watched Rin and Kakashi settle themselves before following. The old man should have announced Kakashi's promotion by now, Jiraiya said as he caught up with the young Jounin. Wasn't this supposed to be his first mission as a Jounin? It was also supposed to be an infiltration mission to sabotage the enemy's supply line, Kimura said. Things are fundamentally different here. The war isn't moving as quickly as we remember. It seems like the joint training has made some difference, Jiraiya noted. They're not arguing. They seem to have graduated to ignoring each other outright. Which is still dangerous, but better than hostility. Which may be just the thing we need to ensure the success of this campaign. I'll ask you again, are you sure about this? Are you sure you want to be meddling in something as delicate as time? It doesn't matter at this point. Things are too far gone to salvage now. We're best off doing what we can to adjust to the situation and use this second chance for what it is. You look doubtful. Don't I always? Anyway, a devious grin rose on the hermit's face. I say we use this lull to our advantage. If the war is moving slowly, we should be utilizing the time it's affording us to sharpen our weapons, don't you think? Kimura raised an eyebrow. What do you have in mind? Let's show those kids just how important cohesion is. The word of the day is teamwork, right? A soft chuckle. Interesting. Shall we? Certainly. They woke to chaos. Kakashi, the lightest sleeper, was up first. Their camp was in shambles, and the shuffling about the trees was enough to send the young Chunin into a rush of battle fever. Rin! Obito! As soon as he heard Rin stir, he was off. He could hear the enemy. It took him a few seconds to realize that he was being sent in a circle about the camp, and he leaped in another direction to cut off his prey. A blur of motion and the clang of metal on his wrist guard was all the introduction he had to the second intruder, and he twisted mid-air to try futilely for a glimpse at them. He saw nothing, and as he landed on an outstretched branch and gathered his slowly sharpening wits, Kakashi slowed his breathing. Rin was up scouting their camp from the ground. Obito was shuffling to his feet. A moment later he was crouched and searching, and his eyes swept over the trees. Kakashi noted, bemused, that Obito never would have found him the morning before, but because of the bright red magic in his eyes he stopped for the barest of moments to acknowledge the third member of the team. He swept his blood-colored gaze across the camp, scowling. The three Chunin spent the next several minutes straining to make sense of the attack. Was it a scouting party? They seemed to be playing with them, showing themselves just long enough to ensure that they weren't a hallucination, but never long enough to get a clear glimpse of them. Doing just enough to be annoying, sending a knife down into the soft ground right next to Rin's foot, or tossing a smoke bomb just close enough to Obito to irritate him, but never to obscure his vision entirely. Eventually Kakashi hopped down and joined his compatriots. What the hell's going on? Obito hissed. Where's Jiraiya-sama? Kimura-sensei? Rin wondered. And all of a sudden Kakashi straightened and blinked. I understand, he said. We're not children, he called out louder. There's no need for such a juvenile test of our ability. Really? Flashbang shuffle scream. One moment Kakashi was sweeping his eyes across the clearing, ignoring the strange looks his teammates were giving him. The next he was blinded, doubled over as he covered his nose. Don't breathe it in! He snarled. The burning of the ground peppers had gone straight into his eyes before he'd ever realized anything had been thrown at them. His eyes had been set afire, tears springing from the corners like tiny fountains. When he finally regained control of himself, he looked up and saw Obito standing nearby, his red-tinged eyes covered by his goggles, holding the collar of his jacket up over the bottom of his face. He was frozen, a blade clutched in his remaining fist. Kakashi turned to follow the Uchiha's gaze and saw Rin unconscious, held slumped over the shoulder of an enemy shinobi. The headband bore the crest of the hidden rock, a deep gash running straight through it. What's that talk of being juvenile? The rock ninja sneered. You're the ones caught with your pants down. Shove it, Obito barked. Kakashi crossed his arms. Clever, sensei. But I am not playing your game. Sensei? Got me mistook for someone else, boy? No, I don't think I do. Kakashi, what the hell, look close. Use those eyes you're so proud of. Obito's brow furrowed, but he did as ordered. Oh, that's not even funny. God damn it. The rock ninja shifted into Jiraiya. Clever brats, he said, smirking, but the lesson isn't over just yet. He glanced over Kakashi's shoulder. Kimura appeared stone silent and rigid between Obito and Kakashi. In a blur of movement so fast that it would have surprised even Minato, Kimura sent the both of them sprawling. He somehow managed to strike them both in about 6 different places before they hit the ground, and neither could even stand up for a solid 10 seconds, their muscles having gone on strike. The man with Kakashi's looks and Obito's eyes stared down at them like a furious emperor, black and red glaring at them as though he could kill them by pure willpower. When he spoke, his voice was low, soft, and murderous. If you are so confident in your ability to undertake this mission, how is it that we have managed to isolate one of you so pathetically easily? Obito began to protest, but Kimura cut him off. Silence. Your individual skills have served you well enough to notice us, to keep track of us. But as soon as we worked to sabotage you, you fell apart. Is this the best a Chunin can offer? Your teammate is in enemy hands. Your oh-so-admirable skills did nothing to protect her, did they? Is a combat medic so valueless to you that you would let her be taken from you so easily? Obito seemed to realize that to argue further was a fruitless effort. He settled for brooding. You! Kimura snarled at Kakashi. The first chance you had, you spent to distance yourself. Did it do you any good? Did using them as bait serve any purpose? You thought you were simply scouting the area, didn't you? You thought you were helping them, didn't you? Then answer me this, Hatake Kakashi, what good did it do? How effective was your performance? Have they held you back? Is that the excuse you've constructed this time? Kakashi scowled but said nothing. Your teacher has strained to teach you the value of cohesion, the importance of structure, of understanding, of vigilance. He has apparently taught you nothing. You three could not fight together to save your lives. Jiraiya all but tossed Rin to Obito, who struggled to catch her and ended up flat on his backside. We know well enough that compared to your usual stupidity, this mission so far has gone swimmingly. Somehow you and Kakashi have managed to refrain from snapping and snarling at each other. Rin has not had to placate you, nor have we had to discipline you. But what good does silence do if it leads to such complacency? What would you have done if we had been the enemy? Kimura asked. What if instead of an unconscious medic, that was a corpse on your lap? Obito began, clearly shaken. I'd keep going. We would complete the mission, Kakashi said. And if we had seen the value of a trained medic better than you and taken her? We would complete the mission, Kakashi said. Wrong! Kimura roared. You would compound failure with failure? You would leave such loose ends? You would abandon your comrade? Kakashi began to speak, but Kimura overrode him. You would spit on the values of your village. You would turn your back on what better men than you have fought and died to protect. You would tell me that ninja must act as tools, they must discard emotion, they must be as machines. What good does that do to anyone? What worth do you attribute to a life spent as a soulless puppet? Do you kill for the simple sake of it? A war fought on such principles is nothing but senseless slaughter. Is that what you stand for? Is that what the man who will become Hokage has taught you? A shinobi must act, Kakashi began hotly. Why do you fight, soldier? Kimura asked. I fight because I have been called to fight. And who has called you to fight? The Hokage. Why has the Hokage called you to fight? For the hidden leaf. Is your comrade not the hidden leaf? Is the girl you would sentence to death not the hidden leaf? You fight for your village? You sit here and speak such hypocrisy to me? But it was no good. The look of absolute hatred etched into Kimura's face had rendered all words useless in Kakashi's mouth. He stopped and stared and said nothing more. Jiraiya began clearing up the mess that had been made of their camp. If you're done insulting your leader and spitting on his expectations, he said, I would suggest you get to work. We have a mission to conduct, and too much time has been wasted teaching you lessons that you should have learned before ever stepping onto the field. Kakashi and Obito set to work, each lost in thought as their teammate lay stretched out on the grass looking peaceful. Kimura stood waiting, staring at Rin as though fearful that she would remain that way forever. His anger spent, he now looked haunted. He would not have looked out of place at a funeral. Chapter 27. A paradox in the making. Whatever bile that Kimura had spat out onto his younger self, getting rid of it seemed to have put him in a much better mood. He returned to his usual almost jovial casualness, and for the first time his new subordinates understood what it was about the man that felt so familiar. His personality was almost a perfect mixture of Kakashi, obviously, and Obito. There were bits and pieces of other people to be found in him to be sure, but it all seemed to stem from those primary sources. Rin, the most introspective out of the three of them, or if not then certainly the most open to psychological theorizing, wondered if this had to do with Obito's sacrifice in Kimura's memory. If it had to do with the fact that one of his eyes had belonged to the black sheep Uchiha. If she were more superstitious, she might think that it was whatever remained of Obito's essence. Not his ghost per se, but some echo of him. But she was more inclined to believe that it had to do with some need to repent. She knew Kakashi to be somewhat masochistic, especially in his rigid adherence to tradition, and was it so out of the realm of possibility for him to take up the mantle of his former teammate in recompense for ignoring him all the years they'd worked together? Could Obito's death have made such a change in him? It was possible, surely. As they continued to make their way toward rock territory, Rin made more careful observations of her two commanding officers. The Jiraiya she knew was protective of the younger generations of Leaf Nin and surely would have reprimanded Kimura, not necessarily for being angry with his younger self, but for venting so explosively. Or if not reprimanded, at least he would have disapproved. The Jiraiya she knew was a lecherous old man, to be sure, but he was also fiercely proud of his prized protégé's team. This Jiraiya seemed fully behind Kimura's actions, and that more than anything he'd said or done so far was what finally fully convinced Rin that he was from a different time. He was more jaded. He was angrier. And he seemed strangely enough wiser. Like some sense of naivete left over from his youth had finally been sloughed off. Rin shuddered to think what had happened in this man's life to cause such a change. She wondered if it was like Kimura, perhaps it was the death of Minato. Definitely the idea of losing her commander was a daunting prospect for Rin, and this Jiraiya had lived it. So had Kimura. By the time they reached the allotted position deep in the heart of enemy territory, the young kunoichi had become so wrapped up in her musings that she wasn't consciously aware that they had stopped yet. She continued to stare at the two figures leading them. In a sudden moment of strange unbidden sadism, Rin hoped that something went wrong with this mission. She wanted to see these two angry, sorrowful, guilty legends fight. So Dad. Minato glanced over at his son and raised an eyebrow. Yes? I wanted to ask you something. You know, things are different here, and well, something I noticed pretty quick. I mean, it's pretty hard not to. Is it the Uchiha clan's still around? You know, like Sasuke said, they're wiped out where we come from. Minato's expression turned grave. Yes. It must be quite a shock, especially to Sasuke. Yeah. Probably. But well, Sasuke don't want to tell who it was. The guy who did it. But since I've been here, I've met him. Face to face, right? And they don't look, bad. Truth is, they look pretty good to me. Not the sort of person who just go snap bang and murder a bunch of people. It's strange what sorts of things can drive a person to commit horrible things. Minato noted the world weariness in his own voice and inwardly sighed in exasperation. Was Jiraiya rubbing off on him this badly? Indeed, Naruto sent his father a strange look. Minato continued. Sasuke said this one person managed to kill every member of the clan. Not just the retired ones or the younger ones, but even the shinobi in the prime of their careers. That takes, well, I don't know what it takes. But surely this person was as a ninja. Yeah. Naruto looked like he wasn't sure he should be affirming this or not, but he eventually shrugged. I mean, sure. How could they not be right? Like you said. A ninja, well, actually any soldier is a walking time bomb. Sometimes they're well adjusted enough to come out of the job with their sanity left relatively intact. But when you're faced with the sorts of missions that we're called upon to complete, well, sometimes your faith in people wanes. You can't figure out why so many people resort to violence. You start to wonder why your job is even necessary. You think that the world would be so much better if people like you didn't exist, if the training you went through just died off like an old religion. And future generations would study you and think, wow, how barbaric. I am glad we don't do that anymore. Naruto frowned. Sounds like you thought about this a lot. I have. Too often to be considered healthy, if you want to know the truth. Minato stuffed his hands into his pockets. He glanced guiltily at his son. It sounds like this rogue Uchiha went through something like that. Maybe he or she finally decided that enough was enough. And snapped. Maybe the reason that Sasuke was left alone was because he was young, still impressionable, and might learn from the trauma. Like this person was saying, see? This is what the training gives to the world. This is what we are. Run away. Naruto frowned, stewing on this for a long while. He eventually said, maybe. I don't know much about the Uchiha clan. Never had much to do with them. But I think if somebody you know take a bit of time and listen, tell them a few things now. You know, a long time before it happens? Maybe it'll change things. I know Sasuke doesn't want us to know who it was, but I can tell that you know. You say you've met this person. Do you think they would listen if someone talked to them? Yeah. I do. I really do. Minato smiled and ruffled the young ninja's messy blonde hair so like his own. Then do it. Go and talk to them. It can't hurt. From what I hear, you're pretty good at convincing people to see things the right way. Naruto smiled tentatively. Maybe. Minato assumed a stern paternal air. No maybes, mister. Consider this a mission from your father, the future fourth Hokage. Find this person and get to know them. Figure them out. See what you can do to help them. People make the mistake of thinking that monsters are born. But they're made. Sometimes just knowing someone gives a damn is enough to stem the tide. The smile on Naruto's face widened. Ain't that the truth? He's getting worse. Sarutobi scowled but made no reply. He sat at a table with the council that thought they comprised the real power in the hidden leaf, and he liked it about as much as he always had, which was to say not at all. He was an old man, and old men have the lowest threshold for nonsense of any human being on the planet, unless it was perhaps old women. To listen to these bureaucrats and armchair generals talk about his soldiers like they were either upstart children, powder kegs, or chess pieces always set the third Hokage on edge. He knew well and good that having a body of power disconnected to the almost religious doctrines of the shinobi was a good thing. It kept balance. But all the same, he couldn't help but hate them. He's forgotten how this village runs. He seems to think that being a member of one of the founding clans gives him leverage. They all turned to Sarutobi as though expecting a representative apology. He remained stone silent. He must be brought to understand that such arrogance will not be tolerated. It's been tolerated up to this point. Sarutobi growled, his scowl deepening. To enforce the rules now seems a pointless and petty gesture. And do you suggest that let Uchiha Fugaku run roughshod over the government of this village? Came the snappish reply. I suggest that you act like adults. The Hokage snapped right back, and understand that half the reason the Uchiha have become so arrogant and power-hungry is because you have allowed them to be. And what of you? Do not rest responsibility for this matter solely upon my shoulders, you who insist so mightily that I take what you say under advisement. I have asked with great humility on any number of occasions for the chance to govern my soldiers in the way that I see fit. Each time I am reminded that the Hokage is responsible for the actions of the shinobi, but that this council is responsible for the actions of the Hokage. I humbly request that this council make up its mind. They bristled. Sarutobi was beyond caring. Be that as it may, came a new voice belonging to the most sensible council member. The truth of the matter rests before us. We must make a decision regarding what to do about the Uchiha clan. Not who to blame. I ask that I be allowed to look into the matter with impunity, Sarutobi said, standing. If I am unable to discover an acceptable solution within a reasonable amount of time, then I submit to the will of this council. A long silence. Very well. Do as you will. Sarutobi bowed his head and left the room. There's no use dancing around it any longer, Sarutobi said wearily as he leaned back in his chair. The position is yours already. All you have to do is step up and ask for it. So I ask you, Minato, for your suggestion. What should be done about the Uchiha clan? Minato sat on the opposite side of his commander's desk, one leg crossed over the other. He said, I've been thinking about that. I'd have to be blind not to notice that they're getting restless. Foolhardy, some might say. I assume you're catching heat from the council about them. You assume correctly. The young Jounin uncrossed his legs and stood up, beginning to pace the length of the room. Power lends itself to feelings of superiority. Delusions of grandeur, if you like. Sensei would probably propose that we clock them one. Just line them up and smack them one after the other. He chuckled. I am not sure I care that that wouldn't work. I'd just like to do it. Sarutobi's lips curved upward the slightest bit. I am afraid that won't be happening. No, probably not. All right then, I suppose we'll have to think diplomatically. Minato's shoulders slumped as he seemed to deflate at the prospect. So we have to ask ourselves, why are the Uchiha such a problem? They show an increasing unwillingness to adhere to the wishes and doctrines of the council. Yes, but why? The elders of the clan are of the collective opinion that their bloodline affords them the power and influence to shrug off the authority of said council. Perhaps they believe that they could lead the Hidden Leaf more effectively. Could they? Minato raised an eyebrow. Honestly now. Sarutobi frowned. I do believe that an impartial branch of government is important for the balance of power. There are a great number of citizens here who do not practice the shinobi arts. Are we to take away their only voice of power by placing full control over to the hands of a ninja clan? A ninja clan already comprised of the resident police force? Minato frowned back. Fair enough. But let's be realistic here. Is the council really here to represent the needs and wants of the civilians? They're pretty drunk on power themselves. They get off on the idea that they can pull at the strings of the Hokage. They've got a wild animal 4 times their size on a leash chuckling to themselves as they throw rocks at it. Are you insinuating that I am a volatile beast prone to rampaging through the streets? Sarutobi raised a sardonic eyebrow. I am not insinuating that, Minato said. All I am saying is that their issues with the Uchiha resemble the kettle black paradigm a bit too closely for my comfort. They're scared. Regardless of whether those fears are well-founded, the fact remains that they're biased, not to mention paranoid. That paranoia is bound to split this village right down the middle long before the Uchiha do. Sarutobi thought about the smoke drifting lazily from his pipe as he bit down on the other end, nearly chewing it when the door opened and a new figure strode inside. Both Sarutobi and Minato turned to regard the arrival with surprise. The door had been locked. Or had it? Jiraiya stood in the middle of the room with an unreadable expression on his face. Sarutobi leaned forward, half expecting to be told that Minato's students as well as the mysterious new Ataki Jounin had run into trouble. Serious trouble. Then he realized something. Jiraiya's face was smoother. His eyes were brighter. He was younger. What's this nonsense about me supervising a mission with the brats? I haven't been here for months. Chapter 28 Dangers, Toils, and Snares. Well, that answers the main question, Sarutobi murmured, far more calmly than Minato might have expected. He stood benignly nonchalant as he regarded his student. He gestured. Please. Sit. Then he sighed and glanced over at his eventual successor. Minato, I have a request to make of you. Go and find the others. He didn't have to be specific. Minato knew exactly which others to whom his commander was referring. I will take the time to explain the situation. Understood. And just like that, everything changed. Minato spent the next few hours following his team's trail, thinking about, well, a great number of things. In truth, he had been expecting the current Jiraiya to show his face eventually, ever since the story had broken that the Jiraiya with whom he'd been dealing lately was from the future. That was perhaps the only reason he wasn't particularly surprised. What did strike him rather pointedly was the difference in personalities between the two versions of his mentor. The future Jiraiya seemed much more personable. Easier to get along with. Easier to read. Who knew? Personal tragedy could make a person lighten up. Not for nothing was Namake's Minato called the Yellow Flash. He caught up with his students and his teacher in record time, just as they seemed to be heading back home, and judging by the looks on their faces, the results of the mission had been less than successful. Of the 5 of them, only Obito seemed surprised to see him. Heading our way? Jiraiya offered, raising a curious eyebrow. Something like that, Minato replied. It seems that you decided to take a detour into the village. It took a moment for the old hermit to understand Minato's meaning, but a few seconds later his eyes went wide. Are you serious? Yeah, where? When I left, he was in the Hokage's office. As to where he is now, your guess is immeasurably better than mine. I've been ordered to bring you back. Seems you're done here anyway. I suppose you didn't find anything useful. Not a whiff of anything halfway resembling relevant. Does that match up with what either of you remember? Minato asked, glancing at Jiraiya and Kimura both. No, I can tell it doesn't. Seems like I hit a nerve. What's going on? As I mentioned to your students, Kimura said, this mission is very particular in my memory. It was on this mission in my memory that I lost my eye and Uchiha Obito died. Minato flinched violently and glanced spasmodically at Obito, who averted his own gaze in favor of his own feet. The question of whether or not we should affect the future has been rendered moot. Our very presence has had a number of entirely unpredictable results. I have a feeling that that's what the Hokage wants to speak to you about, Minato said. Now that the Jiraiya of this time period has shown himself, I am sure he wants to regroup and make a final decision on how to deal with this. Well, Jiraiya murmured thoughtfully with a decidedly conflicted look on his face. I suppose that means he trailed off, cleared his throat, and adjusted his equipment. Let's go! You suppose what means? Minato asked, even though he knew Jiraiya wouldn't answer. He didn't. Naruto spent the day skulking around the Uchiha compound, using the experience as an excuse to practice his stealth techniques. Something that helped him immensely was the fact that nobody recognized him. Recognition was the ultimate deathstroke for any shinobi trying to keep himself alive, or so his elders kept telling him whenever they tried to tell him that he should ditch the bright orange jumpsuit. He watched them, the Uchiha, not his elders, as best he could. Considering his generally hyperactive attention span, he didn't really sense anything out of place for a lot of them. They just seemed like normal people. A bit standoffish, sure, but normal enough. Naruto had had his fair share of dealings with pretentious people, and it was no surprise to him that one of the oldest clans in the entire Hidden Leaf would have a bit of a heightened image of themselves. They didn't seem all that offensive to him. He wondered if something would change as time went on, if there was a specific event in Uchiha history that would convince the elder son of Uchiha Fugaku to sentence these people to death. Much like the specific event in Uchiha history that had convinced the younger son of Uchiha Fugaku to sentence his own brother to death. Naruto found Itachi playing in a garden watched over by a young woman that Naruto assumed was his mother. He didn't see any of the haughtiness, the hubris in either of these two that he had in the others. Itachi in particular looked as carefree and oblivious as a baby bird. It was clear in the games he chose to play that he was already learning how to fight. He tossed rocks at a knot in a tree. He went through a number of half-finished and barely recognizable strings of kicks and punches. Mother Uchiha, there was a regality about the woman in noble air that made Naruto think of a religious figure, look torn between pride and fear, watching what was now her only son go through these rituals of death. It was that look, that immeasurable pain at war with acceptance, that struck a chord in Naruto's mind and made him truly consider the gravity of what a shinobi was, what he was. He had thought about it a number of times in the past during various missions. But never quite this way. So wrapped up in this reverie, Naruto wasn't nearly as careful as he should have been. Thought, to be fair, he had never been known as a careful person in the best of situations anyway. Mikoto, not that he knew this was her name or that her husband's name was Fugaku. The only Uchiha members that Naruto knew were Sasuke and Itachi, glanced up at him directly into his eyes and said, "How long are you going to hide up there without saying hello?" Naruto wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but he knew enough about people to recognize the different types of calm. There was the calm that came from ignorance, the sort of person who wouldn't recognize Naruto as a ninja because they didn't know what a ninja was. There was the calm that came from arrogance, the sort of person who wouldn't recognize Naruto as a ninja because they had a very specific idea of what a ninja was. And then there was the calm that came from sheer unadulterated confidence. That was what this woman had. She wasn't concerned about Naruto hiding in tree branches and watching her because she didn't have anything to fear. And she wasn't interested in showing off because she didn't have anything to prove. Naruto thought of Kakashi and the fact that nothing ever riled him. He was too good. He had no time for pride. This woman clearly didn't either. Naruto was suddenly terrified. His mind did some very, very fast work. Some part of him was self-aware enough to realize that it probably wouldn't do him any good before he finally just hopped down from his perch and stepped forward. Itachi squealed happily and pointed. Naruto bowed. Hi. Good afternoon. Sorry about that. I ain't got an excuse or anything. I was just spying on you guys. Your name is Naruto, isn't it? Yeah. Uzumaki Naruto. I didn't know your name, ma'am. Call me Mikoto. The smile on her face was disarming, this coming from the most disarming ninja known to human history. You're working with my nephew Obito, aren't you? And his team? Yep. That's me. Met the little guy a while back. Naruto gestured to Itachi. Dunno if he recognizes me. Hey, listen, I'm Mikoto-san. I am from here? Like technically? But all my training's been handled out of house. So I don't know how things go, you know? Are there like rules about the compound? Do I need a password or something? Makoto chuckled. No. Not at all. But you know we do tend to frown on people spying on us. Even in a place like a hidden ninja village that's considered somewhat rude. Naruto laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. Yeah. Well, you know. Look, I can't help but notice our champ there's got some skills. Isn't it kinda early for that? Makoto gave Naruto a strange look. Surely you didn't come all this way to talk about my baby. Well, no, I guess not. Jeez. I don't know what I am doing. He took a moment to collect himself, trying to figure out how to ask the questions that he wanted to ask, knowing that he couldn't come right out and ask them because, well, Uchiha Makoto didn't look like she was clinically insane. Eventually, he just sighed. Obito's been hinting he wants his mom to back off and stop treating him like a kid. Now I know I don't really have any place asking for help about this on his behalf or whatever, but I figured, hey, why not give it a try? Seems like a good guy. Want to help him out if I can. But you know, I couldn't figure out who to talk to. I don't know too many people here in the village. So I was just scoping things out. And then you caught me. Some part of Naruto hoped that he sounded too stupid to be lying. He certainly felt that way. Minato wasn't surprised by much. But he couldn't deny that standing in the same room with two of his old mentors, it was one of the strangest experiences of his life. It was easy to think of Kimura as a separate person, someone entirely removed from Kakashi because of the age-height attitude difference. Not the case for Jiraiya. Jiraiya's creepy old men with too much hair. Damn it. The two of them were staring at each other. Or rather, young Jiraiya was staring at old Jiraiya. Old Jiraiya didn't look like he was the slightest bit interested in anything. He said, if we're done with the opening act, I'd like it if we could, get on with it. As charming as it is to have two of you bickering in my office, Sarutobi said snidely, it would be very much appreciated if you refrained from whatever it is that you are doing. He gestured to old Jiraiya. I trust that this proves your earlier theory regarding how you arrived here to be incorrect. Seems so. He almost sounded disappointed. The pressing question must be then if and when you intend to return to the time period from which you came here. How long are we to be blessed with your illustrious company? Old Jiraiya sighed. However long it takes for me to work out how. I am to understand then that you conducted this experiment of yours without a plan in motion. You had no escape route in place. Honestly, I didn't think it would even work. You never have been known for the gift of foresight. Sarutobi rubbed his chin, pulled out his pipe, and began his age-old ritual. Well then, part of my position is utilizing every resource available to me in order to run and protect my village. You and those you have brought with you are a handful of those resources. Therefore, I have a question to ask of you. Old Jiraiya shrugged and gestured dismissively. Fine. Ask. Young Jiraiya looked sulky. He didn't speak. We are currently facing a political problem. Namely the Uchiha. Old Jiraiya hissed in a breath. I have been tasked with finding a way to deal with them. If I am unable to do so in a satisfactory manner, then the problem will be relegated to the council. I would much prefer to keep this issue in-house if you take my meaning. Thus my question is this: what happened? What was done in your experience? Old Jiraiya drew in a deep breath. You would have to ask about that. I've never made it a hobby of mine to dig into the dark parts of this village's history. It might be shocking to you, but I prefer to keep myself focused on the surface. It's nicer up here. Young Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. The version of the story that was given to the press, one of the Uchiha's most powerful shinobi decided to take the law into his own hands and dispense judgment onto the rest of the family in the form of a full-scale psychotic break. When people whisper about it, they call it the Uchiha Massacre. Everyone but Sasuke, the boy I brought with me, and the outlaw responsible for the deed itself. No one else, not a single solitary soul, was left alive. Minato spoke for the first time in many minutes. The tone of your voice says you don't believe that story. I don't. Old Jiraiya actually locked eyes with his younger counterpart, looking surprised. I've always known that even in prosperous villages you don't deal with shinobi without getting your hands dirty. You can be as sunny and idealistic as you want, it won't help. Sometimes even the most upstanding ninja will descend into his most primal essence, a silent deceptive killer. Young Jiraiya's eyes widened slightly. He seemed to actually understand who was speaking, who was looking at him. He seemed to believe. Do you mean to say that the Uchiha clan was erased? On someone's order? Sarutobi stood. I've never been a fan of simple answers. Whose order? I hope to high heaven that it was yours. At least you would have the decency to regret the decision. Who did it? Who was the instrument of this tragedy? Old Jiraiya smirked. It looked painful. Who else? The best of them. The finest soldier they ever produced. Who else could do it? The one on whom they pinned all their hopes of revolution. Apparently it was more fitting, more bitterly ironic that way. You don't mean to say? Old Jiraiya chuckled tonelessly, shook his head, and turned around. He opened the door, stepped out of the room, and shut it behind him without answering. He didn't need to. Sarutobi sat back down, cradled his head in his hands, and did not speak. Eventually the second Jiraiya left as well, leaving the old man with his de facto successor. Minato stood ramrod, straight arms crossed, his face a statue. He waited. He didn't move. He didn't breathe. Sarutobi finally looked up at his yellow flash and said, "It's high time you lived up to your reputation, boy. Are you prepared to do that? Are you prepared to prove to me alongside every resident of this village that you deserve the mantle that I wear? That you are fit to claim this office?" Minato nodded mechanically. "I am. What would you have of me? Fix this." Chapter 29. The first of the last to go. He sets the pen down and looks out the window for a while, trying to gather his thoughts in something that might eventually resemble a working order. Then he hunkers over the desk and starts to write again. Whenever news comes in that Jiraiya is back in the village, the first thing I ask is which one? Whenever Kakashi comes back from a mission, it takes me a while to remember that both of his eyes belong to him and that he doesn't have to cover one of them up to save energy. People still wonder and they still talk whenever I come back from a mission and have the Hokage himself and his beautiful wife greet me with wide arms and wider smiles. What's so special about that blonde kid? Sure, he gets shit done, but there are a crap ton of other shinobi in the Hidden Leaf who get shit done, and none of them get hugged by Yondaime-sama. I don't blame them for asking questions. Nobody bothers to give them answers, so of course they're going to keep asking more and more fervently. It's the nature of the beast. I can't help but feel bad for Sakura, though. Nobody seems hard up for answers about her. I think it's because she was the first in her family to ever take up the cause. She was the first to put on a headband and go off to war, so the Haruno name isn't very well known. People just chalk it up to coincidence that there's another little girl named Sakura with pink hair and a red dress getting ready to graduate. We've spent years here in what we call our past. It's been long enough that half the time I don't even remember what my old life was like. I feel guilty about that. I think it was when I took the Chunin exam again, figuring that now was as good a time as any, that I realized a few things. I realized that for all my bitching and whining about nobody paying attention to me, I was a serious tool bag to Hyuga Hinata. I don't think a day went by without her watching me, encouraging me, smiling at me because it was unconscious and she didn't realize it. Funny how that whole hindsight thing works out. I think it comes with the training too. Us ninja were trained to take in everything, to remember everything, to catalog everything, because there's no telling what might be useful eventually. I was never too good at doing that, and I am still not. But like I'd said, I get shit done. I opted to go back to my real name, Uzumaki, somewhere along the line. I tell people I am Kushina's cousin. Nobody doubts it because I do actually look like her. People say we have the same smile. They wonder sometimes why I also look like her husband, but the Long Island Expressway is close enough to the truth that anybody questioning it ends up looking like a fringe theorist, and nobody pays attention to fringe theorists. I like how things turned out. For the most part. Everything pretty much happened for the best, really. Sort of. There were some tough times, but that's to be expected. The war people used to talk about in my history classes turned out to be more of a series of one-sided skirmishes, which is funny and tragic at the same time when you think about it. Folks used to say that Kakashi's Team 7 had the most latent potential of pretty much any team put together in the Leaf, and now I believe them. All it took was a bit of side leadership from one of the most famous and revered leaders in shinobi history to hammer us into fighting shape. At least until that happened. But I'll get to that. I call him Nami-sama usually. Don't ask me why. It just kind of happened. Wouldn't do for me to call him Dad now, would it? But I also didn't feel right calling him Hokage-sama or Yandame-sama or any of the other standard options because, well, he's my frickin' dad. It still gets confusing sometimes. Another thing I realized is that being a ninja doesn't mean fighting. Violence is a last resort. We're sent in to kill when there's no other alternative. I learned that when I watched a man I idolized dissolve the Uchiha problem without lifting a finger. He just stood there right outside of their compound and asked them to meet with him. He stayed out of the compound while he waited patient as a statue. It's weird to see, you know? Some guy who looks so much like me with this serene look on his face. I am a lot of things, but serene is so far out of my league that I still don't really understand what it means. I realized. There's a knock at his door, and he gets up to answer it, leaving his pen sideways on an empty page waiting for him to come back to it. He doesn't remember when he started keeping the little journal or why, but he's been doing it for a while now, and it's just become a part of his routine. He can't help it. A young woman stands outside his door. When he opens it, she has pink hair done up in an elaborate braid to keep it out of her green eyes. Her face is worn older than its age, and sometimes he doesn't recognize it, but other times he sees her so clearly in that face that it sends a lance of aching pain straight through his heart and lodges somewhere in his spine so that he can barely keep his feet. Sakura smiles wistfully at him. If you take much longer you'll be late, she says. She glances over his shoulder. It's not like you. What's keeping you this morning, HM? Her tone is lilting, even jovial, but there's something in it that hurts. Like salt on the rim of a glass when you're expecting sugar. Uzumaki Naruto turns to look at his journal, then turns back to his friend. Nothing much, he says idly. I guess I just wanted to know what it feels like to sleep in. Sakura laughs, says about time. And he doesn't have to admit to her that he hasn't slept in 76 hours. All I am saying, the black-haired boy says, is that I don't believe anything you're saying. His voice is sardonic, irritated, and painful to hear. This all sounds like propaganda to me. Uzumaki Naruto stands at the head of the room, arms crossed over his chest, and he glances over at the class's instructor as if for permission. Yumano Irika nods and gestures dismissively. Uzumaki Naruto rolls his shoulders and says, I am going to give you a demonstration. He stands idle for a moment, uncrossing his arms and slipping them behind his back. Then he adds, want to see it again? Everyone laughs except for the young Uchiha. Sasuke, looking painfully young, scowls. Do you think you're funny or something? Uzumaki Naruto removes his arms from behind his back and reveals a thin necklace with the Uchiha crest hanging from it. He spins it around and Sasuke grasps at his throat. Uzumaki Naruto smirks. I happen to think I am hilarious, but that isn't the point. The point is you can't trust your senses when it comes to confronting another shinobi. Particularly your sight. It doesn't work no matter how powerful your eyes are or might become. He gestures grandly. You all should know that I am not particularly good at this. Don't get me wrong, I've passed all the exams, but there's a reason your Hokage has the nickname Yellow Flash. He's faster than me. Faster than anyone. Uzumaki Naruto holds up his hand and dangles the necklace between two fingers. It sways, twinkles, and vanishes. Little Sasuke reaches around his throat again and finds that they're waiting for his touch like always. Namake's Naruto laughs out loud. Awesome! Do me next! Do me! The blonde boy's head smacks with a heavy clunk onto his desk and Uzumaki Naruto is smirking at him. Namake's Naruto laughs even louder. Namake's Minato is a special sort of man, Uzumaki Naruto says with all the grandeur of a priest or a cult leader. You all who are sitting here, maybe you went into this because your parents did. He glances at Inochuji Shikamaru, so much younger than he remembers them. Maybe you're here because it's a family obligation. He glances at Hinata and feels a piece of his heart break. Maybe you're here for some other reason. Back to Sasuke. But whatever the reason, you probably have an idea in your head of what being a ninja means. Maybe you think it's being a soldier to protect your loved ones, or maybe you think it's being a weapon to kill whomever the highest bidder tells you to kill. Maybe you think you need to be a tool at the disposal of the Hokage. Whatever it is that you think you need to think about this, the Hokage is a ninja too. He was one day sitting here at your end of the desk. One of you might be sitting in the exact same desk that he used. Uzumaki Naruto isn't a polished speaker. He doesn't give the sorts of lectures that he remembers Iruka giving, or even the lectures that Jiraiya used to deliver. He just sort of talks and hopes it sounds poignant enough. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This time it seems to be working. My point is that one of you might have dreams of following in his footsteps, of having your face up on that mountain next to his. To do that you have to be special. A special kind of special. That's why I've been telling you about your Hokage today. So that you can understand what kind of special he is. I am not talking about combat skills. You might not believe me now, but looking around at this class I can pick out a good number of you who will be just as skilled at combat as he is. Again he sweeps his gaze over Ino and Chuji and Shikamaru and Hinata and stops at Sasuke. That's not the special part that it takes to be Hokage. I learned that the hard way. A pause. To be Hokage and to be a leader you have to be scared. He glances at the clock on the wall, then over at the door. Uzumaki Naruto gestures grandly. I invited someone here today to help me explain to you what that means. I'd like everybody here to give a good and hearty welcome to Uchiha Obito. Every time I look at him I think about what you've told me and I can't wrap my mind around it. Uzumaki Naruto slurps up a mouthful of noodles that would normally fill an entire bowl, and when he's finally able to speak again he says, try living it. The first headband I ever wore, in fact actually he reaches up and removes the headband covering his forehead and taps at the plate bearing the crest of the hidden leaf. This plate here? Then he reaches over and taps the plate on Iruka's headband. That one. Shit you not, sensei. The first headband I ever wore was yours. Eventually I had to replace the cloth, but I kept the plate. Iruka smirks. And to think you were the one who convinced me to enter the academy. You're the reason I am a ninja. You know that, right? Uzumaki Naruto smirks back. Right back at ya. That's always been the hardest thing for me to wrap my head around. I keep seeing all these things happen, things that are so different from what I was taught and what I remember, and yet here he looks slightly crestfallen, and it takes a visible effort to put a smile back on his face. Other things keep happening exactly like they were supposed to. You're thinking of the Uchiha incident, aren't you? Iruka asks. Incident? Uzumaki Naruto spits out, then shakes his head. Sensei, back where I am from it's called the Uchiha Massacre. I know you folks are convinced that Orochimaru had a hand in it, but do you know who was responsible for it back home? Iruka frowns. Who? Uchiha, goddamn Itachi. Iruka, who had reached over to wet the sudden dryness in his mouth, chokes on an ice cube and slams his glass of water onto the wood counter. Itachi? Uzumaki Naruto nods. Yeah. Nobody else understood it either. I think Jiraiya had inklings, and I think I am starting to get it too. He doesn't bother saying that he knows exactly what happened, but it must show in his eyes, because Iruka gives him a strange look. Anyway, whatever reason he had for it, it's a foregone conclusion. He defected from Konoha and became one of the most notorious missing nin in our village's history. Probably he's second only to Orochimaru. Iruka frowns, stares down at his meal, and finally says, this is one of the first times I've ever heard you tell me something that made me think you've been making all of this up. I think if Hokage-sama didn't believe you so fervently, I'd seriously consider it. Uzumaki Naruto chuckles. I don't blame you. Sometimes I wonder if I am not dreaming all this up. When Uzumaki Naruto returns to his apartment, the same one he has always lived in ever since childhood, he finds Sakura waiting for him. He's surprised to see her. She usually only shows up in the village long enough to share a meal with him before she's off again to God knows where, trying to find her master. Tsunade is nowhere to be found in this version of Naruto's memories, and it weighs heavily on his heart. Privately he wonders if this proud, frightened young woman in front of him isn't already stronger than the proud, frightening older woman she idolizes. But he never says it because he knows it would only hurt her. He is in no place to criticize chasing headlong after dreams. Sakura, Naruto whispers. He's long since dropped the Chan business. He doubts that his feelings for her will ever die off completely, but it doesn't matter anymore. She knows how he feels, and it rings truer with just her name than any honorific could hope for. Hey! She smiles, and it's a heartbroken little thing. I listened to your lecture. I was sitting out under one of the windows. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were getting good at that. Have you ever thought of being a teacher? Taking on a squad of genin? Showing them the way it's done? Naruto shrugs. It's crossed my mind. But you know me. I've never been good with kids. Sakura actually snorts with laughter. It's the first honestly pleasant sound he's heard from her in years. Uzumaki Naruto, you're good with everyone. You've got a golden touch just like your father. You could talk sense into an earthquake. Maybe. I guess it might be nice. Uzumaki-sensei. Has a decent ring to it, doesn't it? Yes. It does. Naruto steps over to sit beside Sakura on the couch she sometimes sleeps on. She slips up closer to him and leans her head against his shoulder. The intimacy would have once caused fireworks to explode behind his eyes, but he knows there's nothing romantic behind it. They're too far gone for that. He just shifts his weight and puts an arm around her. It's a sibling's comfort more than anything, and he's almost surprised that he's so okay with it. Naruto? Sakura says after a few minutes go by in silence. Naruto replies an inquisitive grunt that's felt more than heard. I know you don't like to talk about it, and that you think I'd be better off not knowing, but I have to. You know the question I am about to ask. Will you answer me this time? Please? Something clicks in Naruto's mind, and he realizes something strange. Something so glaringly specific that it feels almost like prophecy, and he sighs in sudden relief. It's like he's been putting together a jigsaw puzzle all these years, and a piece has been missing, and he's finally found it hiding under his desk, squirreled away in a sock. So this time, when he hasn't ever before, Uzumaki Naruto says without the usual grim cast to his face, yes, Sakura. I'll answer this time if you ask me. She pushes up away from him to sit up straight and stare into his summer sky eyes. And Naruto. She stops, tries to catch her breath, and then just throws it out too fast for her brain to hesitate. How did our Sasuke die? Chapter 30. What it takes. Instead of answering with words, Naruto pulls himself to his feet. Sakura pulls after him like she thinks he's going to walk off again without saying anything. Naruto! She calls out desperately. You just said that you would. I know, Naruto says, gesturing for his oldest friend to stay where she is. I will. But not out loud. I can't say it out loud. And with that he makes his way to his tiny little bedroom where he keeps his desk, which is where he keeps the little journal that he's been writing in. He picks it up like it's a book of scripture passed down in his family and meant for only a chosen few to even know about, much less read, and heads back out to Sakura, who's turned around and looking over the couch for him. He sits back down with a person's distance in between them like he's waiting for someone else to sit down, and hands her the book. It's in here. Everything I know. Everything I've been able to figure out. Some of it I learned from Jiraiya, some of it from my father. Some of it's just theories I've slung together when I can't sleep. Sakura takes the journal like she thinks it's a holy artifact too, and sets it into her lap. She looks up at him. This is your private journal, isn't it? Are you sure? Naruto shrugs and makes a dismissive flip of one hand. There's nothing in there that you don't know already. Know how I've said sometimes I am an open book? Still am. But if you don't mind, I am gonna head out and do some stuff on my own while you read that. I don't mind you reading it, but I don't want to just sit here twiddling my thumbs while you do it. I'll be back later tonight if you have any questions. I can't guarantee I'll have answers for those, but well. You know. He stands up and leaves the apartment. Sakura waits until he shuts the door behind him before lifting up the cover of the book in her hands. I've never been much of a writer. Hell, I've never been much of a thinker. But I feel like if I don't figure out what I think about the crap that's been going down around me for the past couple years, if I don't write it down and put it in some kind of order, then I'll never be able to sleep again. I am having enough trouble sleeping as it is, and I don't need any extra baggage. If anybody reads this, it'll be Haruno Sakura. If you aren't Haruno Sakura, then you damn well better be important. If you're neither of these things, and you plucked this off my dead body or something, well, whatever. I guess that doesn't matter either. I would lay an eternal curse on your head or something, but I am too tired. Anyway, if you are Sakura, then I am sorry about what you're going to read in here. It's not going to be pretty, and it's not going to do any good. I hope I've fought tooth and nail to keep this information away from you. I swore to myself pretty much the first day I heard Kakashi say I won't ever let one of my comrades die that I would protect you. Even if you never acknowledged how much I care about you, I swore I'd show you by keeping danger away from you. The information in here is dangerous. So I am sorry. But here we go. All I am saying, kid, is I wouldn't trust their word. They gave in way too easy. Sensei, give them a bit of credit, won't you? The Uchiha are one of our oldest and most prestigious clans. We can't just dismiss their integrity out of hand. They're some of our most talented shinobi. Precisely. What's the first thing a talented shinobi learns how to do? Lie. Lying isn't done just with words. It's done best with smiles and bows and grave promises, and pretty much everything I saw them do out there while you talked out your ass about unity and devotion and protection. It had been long enough that Naruto considered Namake's Minato a mentor the same as Iruka or Jiraiya or Kakashi, and he realized as he listened to the two of them argue just how surreal it was. One of the things he'd noticed over the course of his training was that he tended to gravitate toward rather carefree ninja. At least they seemed that way. Naruto had more than enough reason to question just how honest Jiraiya's smiling perverted clown act was. He probably used it as a cover-up so that people didn't suspect him of being intelligent in any way. Having used that same strategy himself on any number of occasions, Naruto thought of himself as something of an expert on it. And Kakashi? Well, Kakashi was 6 kinds of crazy on his best days, and who knew with him? Seeing what he'd been like when he was younger, it was difficult to reconcile, which meant that the smiling and the chuckling and the irresponsible tardiness pretty much had to be an act. It was easy to fake being happy. It was next to impossible to fake being sad. Again, Naruto thought of himself as an expert in that category. The whole point of it was watching Jiraiya and Minato argue with each other. A serious argument, not just half-cocked banter, was one of the strangest experiences Naruto had ever had. He didn't know whose side to be on, his teachers or his father's. So he just listened and absorbed the way nobody thought he was capable of doing. I am not going to pretend that it didn't go a lot easier than I expected, Minato said, and I am not naive enough to not be suspicious of any battle won without some sort of haggling or bartering going on. But would it kill you to be optimistic for once? Probably, Jiraiya snapped back, and the way he said it told Naruto, and thus Minato, that he meant it. Naruto had never thought of the old sage as a pessimist, but he was a warrior, and he'd been in his fair share of skirmishes that ended as graveyards. It seemed like Naruto himself was the only ninja in Konoha's history to actually get away with thinking the best of people. Statistically, he should have been dead about 17 times by now. Minato surely knew what Jiraiya meant, but by the look on his face he wasn't interested in hearing it. He rolled his eyes and turned his back on his old teacher. A leader can't afford to be cynical, Sensei, and you know that better than any of us. Maybe advisors and counselors can, but not the one on top. A Hokage can be nothing less than an idealist. Be an idealist. Jiraiya snapped. Please, for the love of God, be an idealist. But don't pretend the Uchiha problem's been solved, because it hasn't. You must have seen the way they looked at you. They think you're a pushover. They think you're a child. Until the day they actually see that damned hat on your head, they won't listen to a word you say. Minato grumbled, but eventually it was obvious that he didn't have an answer. The old man was right. The Uchiha problem wasn't solved. That's how the story goes, because that's how politics work, but it's not the truth. The truth is the best my father did by talking to the Uchiha about their concerns was delay the inevitable. The Uchiha weren't concerned with the well-being of Konoha. Not really. They were concerned with their standing in Konoha, which is a fancy way of saying they wanted more power than they were being given, which is a fancy way of saying they wanted the local government to leave them the hell alone. Jiraiya never really said much of anything to me about his theories on the Uchiha incident. But from what I picked up, I think he was suspicious. He thought that the truth was a bit more nefarious than a rogue member of the clan went bats hit and murdered them. Jiraiya thought that that rogue member was ordered to murder his clansmen. The Uchiha were valuable, or actually the Sharingan was valuable, but better they end up purged than an enemy. If you think about the way it went in our time, Sakura, I am talking to you, it makes sense. Itachi was Umbu, remember? Who better to be a double agent than a double agent? Jiraiya said the first thing a good ninja learns to do is lie, and Itachi was a damn good liar. But then things are different now, aren't they? Itachi wasn't responsible for the Uchiha incident, was he? We stopped that from happening with our stupid loyalty. Like I said, I don't know much about what happened, but here's my theory. Thanks to our influence on Itachi when he was a little kid, the higher-ups didn't think Itachi would make a good candidate for such a delicate mission. Sure, Itachi's still a good ninja, still a loyal follower of the Hokage, but he's not an unquestioning one. We taught him to ask questions, to doubt. We taught him to be skeptical. So imagine our Itachi. He gets an order from on high to infiltrate his own family, and to act as necessary if they get too uppity. You think he's gonna do it? I don't. I wouldn't, and I did my damnedest to teach that kid to think like I do. See, we thought we were preventing the whole massacre by making nice with the kid, and maybe we did. But not for the reason we thought. We tainted Konoha's perfect little soldier. They needed someone else. They needed someone moldable. Someone conflicted and violent. Someone that the clan trusted, but who didn't necessarily trust the clan. Our Sasuke was the closest they could get their hands on. Sakura sets the journal down and stares up at the ceiling. She doesn't want to believe what she's reading. She wants to think that Sasuke was a great number of things, but he wasn't a traitor. He spent his entire life trying to seek honor for his family. Why would he perpetuate the Uchiha massacre when that very event was the one that ruined his life? What Naruto seems to be suggesting here is that Sasuke replaced his brother and slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan on his own. Except this time it was different. This time 3 members were left alive instead of just 1. Little Sasuke, the boy named for his own older self, Itachi, the soldier tainted by compassion and Obito. In short, Sakura realizes as she finally thinks about the man she has idolized for so long, the only 3 members of the clan that her Sasuke ever trusted. Ever liked. You know what they're planning. What they're going to do. Uchiha Sasuke would never have been mistaken for a trusting man. He was in fact one of the most thoroughly pessimistic men that the Hidden Leaf had ever managed to create. He didn't trust his friends, nor his teachers, nor even himself. And he certainly didn't trust the man speaking to him right now. Get to the point. The point, Sasuke, is that maybe your self-loathing runs deeper than you think. Maybe you hate the blood in your veins. The crimson in your eyes. Maybe you hate the fire that you so masterfully handle. Maybe you hate the Uchiha for being so weak. You like to think you're mysterious and prophetic, Sasuke growled. It doesn't work on me. Come now, Sasuke. Give me some credit, won't you? Think about it. I've seen the way you look at that boy. The one called Itachi the Prodigy. Your elder. Is he not? I think he is. Jiraiya told me about the little trick he pulled to get all of you here. Time travel. But you know time has a way of fixing itself. I should know. I've studied it for a long time. For as long as he lived, Uchiha Sasuke would never be able to force the image of Orochimaru out of his nightmares. When the Serpent Sage himself made manifest in front of him, Sasuke was the precise opposite of surprised. The man-turned-creature looked younger. But at the same time he didn't. Orochimaru was timeless like the shadows at the edge of his sanity, and that white-tinged face would never look natural. Orochimaru gestured grandly around himself like his former teammate. The man was nothing if not theatrical. He said silkily, do you know, I have even talked to myself? I know that I don't make the most straightforward company from personal experience. But that is neither here nor there, nor now nor then. Just think about the sentiment for a while, won't you? Think about it honestly. You want me to ask myself if I hate my family? I do. Very much so. I am not interested. I didn't come here to play word games. Fine. Let me do the thinking then. I've spoken to Jiraiya, to myself, and wasn't at a special kind of tea party, and even to your teacher about you. I've learned about your history. Think about how your family treated you. Or rather, how they didn't treat you. Were you not just the proverbial second fiddle? A potential replacement just in case Itachi didn't turn out quite right? They placed their bets on him. And why wouldn't they? You two looked up to him. Idolized him. Hoped to one day be good enough to lick his boots. Sasuke's mind wrestled, but he wasn't able to come up with any argument to this. He knew the way of men like this. They started with the truth, then slipped ever so seductively into lines of thinking they wanted their victims to travel. The rogue Uchiha kept his lips closed and chewed on his thoughts while he waited. Cast off to the academy with barely enough private tutelage to count as an afterthought. Certainly you were more advanced than your hem peers, but did they ever give you the kind of attention that they gave to your most esteemed elder? The Uchiha are an ancient family, Sasuke rumbled. Placing your most important resources on the firstborn son is ingrained. And who but that firstborn son ever had the common decency to at least pretend otherwise? Itachi could afford to be gracious. He already had what he wanted. Did he? Come now, Sasuke, don't be so obstinate. You know what I mean to say. There was never a single member of your family who even acted like they wanted you. Except perhaps your mother, but when did she ever fight for you? When did she ever call your father to task for his favoritism? Words are hollow without acts to fill them. What loyalty do you honestly owe to them? What did they do for you to foster such an emotion? Why would you force yourself into such a desperate state for their memory? Are your feelings so unconditional that you would lie to yourself? The living deify the dead. Strip them of their wrongs as though simply by virtue of not breathing they are worthy of special consideration. He betrayed me. He let you live. Is that supposed to be a favor? More of one than he offered anyone else that night. Why is that, I wonder? It doesn't matter. Sasuke, you are the most talented Uchiha since Itachi, and you obviously believe yourself to have more potential than he, else you wouldn't be spending so much time and energy exhausting yourself to defeat him. Quite obviously no other Uchiha was capable of that, as they are dead. You have faced him multiple times and lived, have you not? He was playing with me. Why was he responding to this? Why was he opening his mouth and speaking to this madman? What good was it to know you were being manipulated if you allow yourself to be manipulated? This verbal fencing was doing no one any good. Semantics. You faced him and lived. By default that puts you above the rest of your family. That is what you hate. You hate that your father and your mother and your aunts and uncles and your cousins, who always thought of you as being beneath them, you hate that they died while you lived. This isn't survivor's guilt for you. It's disgust that the greatest clan in Konoha could not muster enough strength to fight back against one of their own. No. That's the opposite of the truth. You've managed to ascertain my motives roughly as well as IVE managed to ascertain yours. And yet some part of him doubted. I don't know how it is that they got to Sasuke or even who they are, but I am guessing it had something to do with the fact that he's an arrogant fuck. I love the man like a brother. He's the closest thing to a brother that IVE ever had here in Konoha. But he's an arrogant fuck. I watched how he talked to other members of the Uchiha clan as time went by. I knew you, Sakura, again, were more concerned with Itachi, and I don't blame you. We still thought he was the key to everything. But I watched Sasuke and how angry he got with them as time went on. The thing is, you never paid too much attention to Sasuke. I know it sounds ridiculous, but hear me out on this one. What I mean is, you didn't dig that much. You liked him. Probably you still like him. Love him. Admire him. The thing is, when you like somebody, and especially when you love and admire somebody, you don't pay too much attention to the darker parts of them. Especially when you're talking about a pretty dark person to start with. You start making excuses for them in your own head, rationalizing away the bad shit they do because you don't want to betray them even in private. But I always looked at Sasuke as a rival first, friend second. It didn't take me long to start seeing signs of some messed up shit in that guy's head. He always had issues, and who could blame him? His whole family got killed, and he was the only survivor. Him and the guilty party. What kind of damage does that do to a guy? Especially a freaking ninja? But what's he gonna do here in the past? Hate a little kid? A little kid who looks up to him and calls him Uncle Sasuke? A little kid who listens when he talks and trains the way he says to train? You can't do that. You can't hate someone who treats you like that. It just don't work. Especially since Sasuke always loved his brother more than anyone else, even after the massacre. That's why he never could love anybody else. He still loved his brother, and the emotion never felt right again. The next best thing for Sasuke was to start blaming the victims. The Summits is too weak to stand up for themselves and fight for their own damn lives. You know how people talk about the stages of grief? And how one of them's anger. That's all Sasuke's ever had. Anger. Anger at himself for being too weak and trusting. Anger at his brother for being a backstabbing fuck. Anger at his family for abandoning him. When you're seriously pissed off or grieving, or both, logic takes a back seat. It stopped mattering to Sasuke that the Uchiha left him because they were murdered in the dark. What mattered to him was that they left him. That anger was all the upper echelon needed to get its hooks in. Hokage-sama, please forgive me. I am sorry to disturb you so late. But I wanted to ask you about something. Sakura still doesn't know how to carry herself around this man. Namake's Minato will always be a figure of legend to her, and even though he has been her leader for years now, and she has spent more time with him face to face than she ever did with Tsunade, she still can't banish a certain giddiness and a sense of displacement when she speaks with him like she is outside her own body observing. Minato is older than the man she met so many years ago, but in many ways he looks exactly the same. He is perhaps the most fundamentally pleasant man she has ever met, unless she counts his son. Minato grins when he realizes who it is that has been knocking on his door like she is a daughter that he hasn't seen in months. Sakura. Glad to see her back. He doesn't ask if she's had any luck, because he knows that if she had finally managed to track down Tsunade, that would have been the first thing she would tell him. He gestures, welcoming her inside. Come in. Kushina is already sleeping, and Sakura is sure that little Naruto is too. She doesn't have to ask why Minato is awake. Horrendous sleeping habits are such an ingrained part of being the Hokage, from what Sakura understands, that it's almost a prerequisite. She spies the man's private desk set into one corner of the front room where she currently stands. It's scattered with scrolls and maps. If she had a more fanciful imagination, she might wonder if he were hunting for treasure. Little Naruto certainly seems convinced that this is the case. Sakura lifts up the journal before sitting down. I asked Naruto about Sasuke. He gave me this. He's been writing about his theories in this journal, and he says in here that the near eradication of the Uchiha wasn't an act of terrorism. He says all Orochimaru might have had to do with it was to coerce Sasuke into such a state that he would be willing to accept the order. He says that the Uchiha were killed on command. Do you know anything about this? Does this even sound feasible? It never did any good to beat around the bush with delicate questions. Sakura has known this for a long time. Sasuke's single-minded determination and Naruto's open-minded ambitions have made for two of the most influential examples of brutal honesty that Sakura has ever had, and both have bled into her. Minato stares at her for a long time, studying her face. Probably by the fact that he doesn't look surprised or offended or even angry, she knows that he does know something. This more than anything breaks her heart. His silence is confirmation enough. Minato eventually sighs and says, have you ever heard of a man called Danzo? I am not going to pretend like I know who it is that finally flipped Sasuke. But I am pretty sure all it took was one manipulative voice in his ear and a misstep or two by the Uchiha. Let's be honest, the guy never was too interested in living a good life. It's almost like becoming an engine of vengeance was the only goal he had in him. Like he didn't know what he wanted to do with himself until the massacre happened. It's the only thing that made him give a shit about his family. I hope I am wrong about that, cause by this point there's a little Sasuke running around acting all happy and friendly and whatnot, and I really don't want to see him go the same route as the Sasuke we know. Here's hoping that having a couple of older role models around will make the difference. Itachi and Obito are still there, and that counts for a lot, I think. Really, it wouldn't surprise me if the part that drove our Sasuke over the edge was living alone for so many years. You know, he never moved out of the compound, right? He lived in the same house where his parents died. Probably it helped him focus on his task as an Avenger, or whatever it is he used to call himself. I am not saying I know for sure that Sasuke was responsible for the death of, well, most of the Uchiha. Hell, a good portion of me hopes I am dead wrong, and that it was Orochimaru. But considering the fact that Obito and Itachi were the only two members of the clan left alive, and it just so happened to be the only two members of the clan our Sasuke seemed to like, I am just saying it makes sense. Sad sense. Tragic, fucked up, thoroughly evil sense. But sense. We wanted to stop the Uchiha massacre, but we didn't. We just didn't. Jiraiya told me once that he was scared that this whole time travel enterprise was a genjutsu he cast on himself, and that meant that nothing he did would amount to anything because it wasn't real. Problem is, that doesn't explain us. I think the truth is a bit scarier than that. I think we are in the past, but nothing we do has amounted to much of anything because time doesn't work like that. If someone like Jiraiya or one of us gets it into their stupid head to fix something in the past, time decides to tip the scales again. We stopped Itachi from being the instrument of the Uchiha massacre, so time found a different solution. Maybe this is all too complicated, and I don't know what I am talking about, but it's the best idea I've got. Which I know isn't saying much. Still. But none of that explains how he died. Sakura insists, looking desperate for an answer that would let her sleep at night. Minato smiles sadly at her. When your Sasuke went rogue, we had to send someone to find him. Someone who knew him. Someone strong enough to kill him. My council said that I should send you and Naruto to do it. They said you would know best how to approach him. You worked with him for years. But I couldn't do that. Instead, something clicks in Sakura's eyes. Kakashi-sensei. He volunteered. Didn't he? Minato nods. He did. And he didn't just disappear. He didn't go off with Jiraiya-sama or go looking for other members of his family or any of the other rumors going around the village. Did he? Minato shakes his head. He didn't. They killed each other. Minato nods. That's what I was told. When your commander didn't come back after the first month, I started sending people out to find an answer. It took a long time, a lot longer than I would have thought, but the bodies were eventually found near the place where it's rumored that Orochimaru is establishing his own village. The hidden sound, Sakura murmurs, haunted to herself. What? Minato asks. The hidden sound. That's what the village will be called. Minato frowns, rubs his chin, and nods. I see. That could prove very important. But anyway, I didn't tell you or Naruto because I didn't want you to, I didn't want to think of you as adults, truth be told. I wanted to protect you. Then Naruto went and found out about Sasuke, and I got it into my head to hide Kakashi from you at all costs. He gestures randomly. You see how well that turned out. Hokage-sama in this journal, Naruto says he thinks time is correcting itself. Sakura lifts up the book in her hands. He says that's why the Uchiha massacre happened, even though we stopped Itachi from being involved. He says that's why our Kakashi-sensei died. He says that's why our Jiraiya-sama disappeared. He's probably dead too. Minato frowns. You might be right. I won't pretend I know about time manipulation, but I do know something like this would have to be forbidden, and that might well be one of the reasons. If that's true, you might die too. And Kushina-sama. And in Naruto and me and everyone else we've saved. Minato actually smiles. We're shinobi. Dying is part of the job description. Sakura growls incoherently. But that means this was all for nothing. Minato's smile fades, but only slightly. He asks slowly why. The darkness is smothering, but at the same time it's welcoming. Uzumaki Naruto isn't sure what it is that makes this contradiction work, but he does know that it makes him nervous. It also excites him somehow. He's never been particularly good at understanding his own emotions, and that's made all the clearer by the fact that he can keep these conflicting emotions in the front of his mind without going crazy. Sometimes it pays off to be dense. Sasuke tried to do this to me once. It didn't work for him either. The fact that he doesn't flinch when he hears Sakura's voice should be confusing, but it isn't. Naruto expected her to catch up eventually if he's being completely honest with himself. He wanted her to catch up. Part of him is honestly relieved that she's here right now. Part of him isn't. What? Leave without saying goodbye? Chum. Where do you think you're going? Off to find a grave to die in? That isn't like you. Naruto chuckles. I am used to facing insurmountable odds, Sakura. People say it's because of my father and me that we averted war. We're so strong, especially together, that nobody's been able to dream about crossing us for years now. But how am I supposed to fight against time? The same way you fight against anything. One punch at a time. He smiles. Somehow he knew she would say something like that. He says, I am sorry. I knew you wanted to hear that he died with his honor intact. But he died with our commander's blood on his hands. And his own family's. Maybe. But he died as a shinobi, and that counts for a lot. He died fighting. You've never wanted to lose to him before. I seriously hope you aren't intending to now. We don't belong here, Sakura. If I am right about what's going on here, we'll be crushed. There's no fighting it this time. Sasuke tried to fight, and look where it landed him. So what? If our crime of trespassing in this time is punishable by death, that doesn't mean we have to walk to the gallows with our heads down. Naruto's smile widens. I am listening. I know what you're worried about. You don't want to be responsible for your parents' deaths. That's what you're worried about, isn't it? They died because of the fox. You're afraid that somehow, no matter what we do, the fox will kill them again. Only this time you'll be the fox. The smile vanishes, but Naruto turns to face his teammate with listlessly neutral eyes. Sakura pushes ahead. You're stronger than that, Naruto. You're better than that. You'll find a way to control the demon inside you. I know you will. And even if you don't, it won't be you. I know you. Your father knows you and your mother knows you. We know that you would never hurt them willingly. I used to think Sasuke would never hurt his family willingly. Look how that turned out. You're not Sasuke. You're stronger than Sasuke. Naruto licks his lips. Am I? Sakura lunges forward and throws her arms around Naruto's waist. Of course you are. She all but screams. Naruto, you big dumb marvelous idiot. Don't you know that? Can't you see that? You've never let anything stand in your way. Not fear, not anger, not grief. You grew up the same way Sasuke did, but all you've ever done is tried to help people. You saved Obito, you saved Itachi. You saved your parents. You took history by the throat and shook it until it did what you wanted. Are you really going to give up now? He doesn't have the heart to tell her the truth. He doesn't have the courage to tell her that yes. He's ready to give up. He's wanted to give up ever since the shinobi he called his brother died. A long time ago, in a time far ahead of where he stands right now, he once said to his mentor, how can I become Hokage if I can't even save one friend? He still believes that. And he couldn't save that friend. He couldn't save Sasuke from madness. He only drove Sasuke deeper into it. That failure has weighed on him so heavily that it isn't content to haunt his dreams. It walks with him all hours of the day, taunting him, nettling him, choking him. But he can't say that. Not when she so obviously needs him to believe. So he says no. Of course not. Sakura hugs him. That's the Naruto I know. Maybe all I need is a new mission. Huh? Maybe Team 7 ought to go out and do something productive. What do you say? How about we go track down our teachers together? Sakura stares up at him for a moment. Tsunade-sama? And Jiraiya-sama? Sure. There's never been any proof that our old pervert died after all. He could still be out there harassing barmaids. We might be the only ones who could possibly find him. And anyway, the old lady's gonna gamble her way straight into poverty if we don't bring her home, isn't she? Let's go save us some sages. Sakura stares a while more, then she smiles. Yeah. You're right. Let's do it. Naruto smiles at the enthusiasm he can see lighting in her eyes. He can only hope that one day eventually some of it might bleed back into him. It looks like Sakura enlisted the help of a certain blonde-headed firecracker this time. He stands swathed in black at the memorial, smiling down at the list of names. One in particular, Ataki Kimura, stands radiant in his vision and makes it difficult to breathe. But he smiles and glances at his companion. So Naruto-sama is off on a mission again. Good. Yeah. He was getting kinda stir-crazy. Always locked up at home. Who knows what he was doing in there all that time. Guy needed some fresh air. A third figure comes up to them with slate-gray hair and piercing black eyes. You'll be late on your first day as a commander. Get going. He glances over at Kakashi and his smile falters for just a moment before fixing itself on his face again. I suppose you're right. Kakashi looks at the other one. Obito. Come on. We have to find Rin and report to the fourth. Ain't you heard him? Obito intones, crossing his arms and looking strangely like his own mother, a thought that wrests his heart from his chest and threatens to strangle it. He keeps telling you to call him Minato-sensei, same as always. He'd like you to just call him Minato, but you've got God knows what stuck up your ass, so let's just go. He smiles as the pair vanish into thin air, takes one look back at the memorial salutes, and begins to saunter his way out to the training grounds. He'd always wondered if he was cut out to train a squad of genin. It worries him when he stops to think about it that he's going to find out once and for all whether he is. Today. Now. He walks as slowly as possible, running 100 possible scenarios through his head. How is he going to do this? What is he going to say to them? How is he going to go about training them? He's taken the advice of an untold amount of fellow jounin, but none of them seem to fit right. This is a fresh squad still aglow in the aftermath of their graduation. He doesn't want to be too harsh with them. But just the same, he doesn't want to make it a picnic for them either. He decides to do what the man he still calls Uncle Naruto would do. Play it by ear. He spies them waiting for him, looking thoroughly exasperated. Namake's Naruto, son of the fourth Hokage, is balancing a knife on his nose. Uchiha Sasuke, traumatized but still strong, is staring off into the distance like a philosopher. Haruno Sakura, excited but nervous, is bouncing in place to work off excess energy. He clears his throat and his new students all look at him. Sasuke's face brightens and his lips curl into an unconscious little smile. Naruto thrusts a finger in his general direction. "You're late, Uchiha-sensei." Sakura stares at the blonde like he just insulted a foreign ambassador. Uchiha Itachi chuckles and holds up a hand in greeting. "Apologies. I ran across an elderly woman who lost her cat up a tree." And
don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. There is also a link in the description to my Patreon. It has Naruto fanfiction that cannot be posted on YouTube. There is some free content on there. So, you don't have to be a paying member to enjoy listening to excellent fanfiction.